Test. Wow, I've been talking the whole time and it hadn't even been working. Can you believe it? Well, y'all have missed the first 3 minutes of everything I've said. All right, we're good to go, though. I had to talk to John about... no, my mic's been off the entire time, Tanner. Yeah, it's just now... I just now turned it on. Got that website built. You got started? We'll have a team meeting about it tomorrow. I'll call in the big guns, which is not Seth.
You want me to go to CDs together? There's like 5 unopened boxes up there.
No, because he tags them. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, all right. Paul's just in time to come back here and cause problems. So those are active for sale. Awesome. It is CD time in Tennessee. A womp bop boot omp bom bom bom. CD time. Oh yeah. CD time. Oh yeah. CD time. Oh yeah. That was a Little Richard song. He recorded that back in 1955. No one knew what he was talking about. They was like, what is CD time, Little Richard? He's like, your kids are going to love it. But he said, I'm a vinyl guy. CD time? Oh, yeah. CD time? CD time? Oh, yeah. It's vinyl time right now. I'm almost done sharing everything. Let's get this party started. I got to get back into the groove. I missed a sale. I was not inside of this building at all yesterday. I went to Atlanta, seen Paul McCartney. I drove back today. And I'm kind of out of it a little bit because I'm not in my normal groove. And, but I'm getting there, okay? Otis is still in his groove, though. He hadn't changed, have you, Otis? Well, I haven't at all, Chad. I'm still good old Otis. Wow. Hope y'all heard that. That was the voice of Otis, our dog here. Okay, new week, new invoice. Paul McCartney, top expectations. I see him again Thursday night. And thanks to Laura for sharing a post from the Pinnacle to me. I didn't know this, but they're not doing cell phones Thursday night. They're not doing cell phones Thursday night. So I'm kind of curious what's going on. He's either taping it or there's going to be some very special guest and it's a secret for a taping. So, I mean, other than that, I don't have much other than say than, you know, and everything. I'm on YouTube. I'm about to share the last link. And share and copy link. And we're going to be ready to go. Got to come over here and pet Otis. Yeah, he's the tax man. He's the tax dog. Otis will bite your hand. Tax dog. My brain isn't working good enough to come up with lyrics like I usually can. Dog treats. Yeah, I'd have to think about that one. Dog tax. Tax dog. Dog tax or tax dog, Tanner? Tax dog, yeah. Tax dog. Da, 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 da. 1, 2, 3, 4. Craig just shared the lyrics to Tax Man, Not Tax Dog. Yeah, I'm the tax dog. Don't ask me what I want it for. Ha ha. Dog treats. Paul McCartney was everything that he always is. 2 hours, 45 minutes. I actually got a post saved as a draft. I need to go ahead and post it in the group. Or did it delete my draft? There it is. I'll get that post in just a second. All right, here we go. So first thing we have is no signed McCartney stuff at merch. That would be awesome. It would also be people like I walked in pretty late. I walked in an hour and a half after doors, and the merch line was like 40. There was people holding signs, and it said, wait here 35, 45 minutes. And that's about one time he was supposed to come out. So the last 2 McCartney shirts I bought have shrunk, and they would probably come up to my belly button. And I bought like extra large and 2XL. So they're I probably just need to give them away or sell them at this point, because they're way. I'll never be able to wear them. I'd have to lose like 100 pounds or something. They are small. Okay, let's see what's going on up here. Okay. So, first thing we're going to do is see what some people have said since the show has began about questions, invoicing, etc., etc. There are 4 crates of new vinyl, 3 crates of new vinyl, and it looks like 2 big pre-orders, the Cranberries and Wings, aka Paul McCartney. There's Kiss auctions tonight, and I'll try to get into some of the other bonus stuff. It looks like Seth brought some more bonus stuff. Oh, he brought Japanese CDs. So even though more came in, whoops, and John brought me, speaking of McCartney again, he's everywhere tonight, these Beatles picture sleeves. Some of these require a little bit additional research, though. There's some pretty sick ones in here. And then Paul bought a CD collection, and we're going to be selling CDs tonight after vinyl. And there's just a lot going on. And I kind of don't know where everything is, so I'm trying to get used to what's going on here. All right, and so the first thing is this. Kiss CDs, McCartney. Okay, and then the first thing I see, the best email, contact shopcollectco.com. Or you can send a Facebook message. That's the best way. I recommend doing a Facebook message. I do not have Yes 90125 in stock. Okay? I do not have Yes 90125 in stock. Heading out, Jack? I should be here. Okay. So there's that. Anything else? I'm here for a few more seconds to answer questions before the show really gets going. I'll show the Iron Maiden blankets. They're finally in. I didn't tell them to invoice those this week. We're going to wait till this week. So if you ordered those took a while to get here. I think because they're oversized. They don't ship normally. That oversized stuff, even though it's from my next day shipping company, sometimes the next day, the oversized stuff, it takes all week or sometimes a week and a half for it to get here. because it just doesn't fit in with their normal routine, if that makes sense. Also, if you hadn't got an invoice, that is unusual, or you should have, and that will be in your junk folder. Okay, so you could probably find that in your junk folder. I think over here I have some Japanese stuff that maybe either me or Paul has not shown. He did the show Saturday night while I went to a very disappointing football game. The Vols broke my heart. Not surprised. So I'll probably be going to a lot less football games now. So even though there's still 3 or 4 left on the schedule potentially, I probably won't be going to maybe 1 or 2 more. Maybe, definitely 1, but who knows. I still might go up there just for the sake of it, but I doubt it. So that means y'all are going to be seeing me a lot more on Saturdays, because I don't care about watching about anything else. And let's get started with some Japanese pressings. And we'll get started with music, and we're going to get started with a new invoice and a new week, and all that's happening right now. Right, Tanner? And I've got 2 Japanese pressings we'll start off with at $25 starts. And that is going to be the Mamas and Papas, the best of, California Dreamin', Monday, I Call Your Name. As you'd expect, near mint minus and pristine. There is the Japanese insert and a really nice cover, Japanese insert with lyrics. And then there is the cover Nobi. That's a $25 start. That's a $25 start. And I got 38 special Tour de Force. And 38 special Tour de Force is another Japanese pressing. And this is going to be a near mint minus and pristine copy. It has the Obi, and it is a $25 start. I don't know what this crate is right here. Maybe some stuff. Maybe Paul can phone in from the back. Might be a crate he did half off or something. This might have been a half off crate Paul did Saturday night. That was the leftovers potentially. So I'll go ahead and take that off the table. When he walks back through, I'll ask him. And if he did it half off, I'll maybe do it half off later one more time. Yeah, we can start slipping in some of these Beatles 45s. And don't forget, it is Kiss night. The Amazing Cramps pumpkin. I'm going to take it off the table so we have a little bit more space to run 3 auctions tonight. I still got to post that online. I'm behind. I had pictures of pumpkins, and guess what I didn't post? Pictures of pumpkins. But it's still fall, right? It's still fall. We can still share them. I'm bad. We need a social media manager. We post about twice a day, including this stream, and it needs to be about 5 times a day, maybe 7. So that's never good. And it's kind of weird. I don't have a video to get started with. I don't have a normal, hey, let's flip through this and pull claims. All that was up front on the rack. And I actually may go grab, well, I don't want to do that because there's some people pending prices. So how about we just get started with the newest stuff, okay? We'll get started with our newest stuff right here, right now, Otis. Okay, Chad, what do you say, buddy? Let's get started with this new stuff. Okay. Yeah, it was the last crate he did half off. Okay, good. Iron Maiden blankets. Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and show those because we're in new stuff. So I made a post in the group. Make sure everybody's in the group, Whole Lot of Records. Okay. Make sure you're in the group, Whole Lot of Records, and I'll tell you why. Because about every day, we post on average every day, 1 a day. Because some days we post 12. Some days we post 0. Was this Iron Maiden blanket. All right. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Dang. 1 second. Okay. Iron Maiden and Kiss Lot, Metallica and Kiss Lot should be in this week. Let me actually send a message and I'll find out right now. Let me jump over here to this. Okay, I'll find out. We might even get an answer tonight. Okay, so these are 60 by 80. These are 60 by 80 blankets. Let me show you the stock image. Obviously, the Trooper. That's what it looks like on probably like a twin-size bed. And it's fleece material, really soft, and they make these for a lot of stuff. And this is actually something that our main record distributor is selling. So they're officially licensed, real, authorized products. There's a lot of different bands. It's kind of like the lights. It could probably almost get overwhelming as many as we can order. But I wanted to test the market for these, and it looks like we sold 3. They're $79.99. $79.99. Obviously, it's going to be shipped in an oversized box because that's probably about as packed as they can make it without us having to open it. And it's sealed and new. So those are $79.99. I think I have at least 1 or 2 extras. Let's see here. I have 3. I got 2 extras. Yeah, I got 2 extras. So these are sold. Let's go ahead and get these tagged. $79.99. Fleece Iron Maiden blankets, and they're 60 by 80, so they're large. It's a large blanket. And the pre-order for this was Hiram Aponte, Sarah Wyberdink, and Jeff Brindley. So 3 people bought one, and I have 2 extras. This is Sherpa Fleece Blanket, Iron Maiden the Trooper, 60 by 80, and we've sold 3, and there's 2 extras. I'll go ahead and put this. Great way to start the week with some nice, soft blankets. We love nice, soft blankets here. Awesome. 3 sold, 2 left. 3 sold, 2 left. Be thinking about gifts. That time is here. Okay? Over here, next thing we have is this. We have, next question is, how much is Mr. Bungle? $36.99. And then over here is, did you put up the Blue Double Platinum? We have not sold anything with the word KISS yet. 0 with the words KISS. We have the Mamas and Papas for a $25 start and 38 Special for a $25 start. This was a special order from Brandon Jones. This is Metallica, the Blacklist, $169.99. This is 1 album, 12 songs, 53 artists, and I think it's over 7 LPs. What this is, it's all these artists, 53 artists covering Metallica's The Black Album. And this is in. And Brandon Jones, this is sold to you as a special request. So thank you on that. Final call for Mamas and Papas and 38 Special, $25 starts. We'll go ahead and put up our first KISS auction of the night. And that is going to be this copy of Destroyer, a 2014 US remaster, just a $15 start. Destroyer is our first auction, $15 start, sealed. Mr. Bungle is the new Rocktober 2 LP orange vinyl, $36.99. And then Brandon Jones, this was a special request for you, S&M 2 Metallica, $79.99, and that's in for you as well. So both special orders are in. Metallica and Metallica, I can get those for anybody else that wants them. This was a special request for Troy Robinson, Spice Girls Forever, and this is $39.99. There are 3 crates of new vinyl. 3 crates of new vinyl, Spice Girls Forever, sold to Troy Robinson for $39.99. We're halfway through the first. They're going to be gone in about 30 seconds, the new vinyl. We have Troy Robinson live at, this was a special request. I didn't know this was even available. Live at the Serpent Festival. Slash is $44.99, a 3 LP. Slash live at the Serpent Festival, $44.99. That's a 3 LP. I didn't even know this was available, but Troy did, and he asked us to order it for him. So thank you, Troy. That's so to you. And then this was a pre-order. This was a pre-order, and this pre-order was the following. And this pre-order was Deicide, D-E-I-C-I-D, or when I first started seeing their name, I thought it was called Decide, but it is in fact Deicide. And Deicide is the first ever U.S. pressing of this 1997 Extreme Metal Classic by Deicide, Serpents of the Light. And Deicide is $44.99. And the list for that is Alonzo Breezy Brensno Jr., Tim Floyd, and Jim Berg. So those 3. are all sold. And then we have one for Paul Conway, Autumn Betts, and Danny Thomason. And then the last one goes to Scott Dwallow. And that's so to Scott Dwallow, and those extra deicides are available, 4 extras. The Mamas and Papas is a $25 buy it now. 38 Specials a $25 buy it now. And we have Kiss Greatest Hits. Kiss Greatest Hits is sold to Tony Kepler for $17. Ivan R was at $15. Tony Kepler at $17. I think I just said sold. I meant to say Ivan R, you've been outbid. That is at $17 with Tony Kepler. So Ivan R, that one goes back to you. Let's sleeve these up. Those Japanese pressings are buy it nows for $25 and $25. Mamas and Papas and 38 Special. Mamas and Papas and 38 Special. Tour de Force and Mamas and Papas. Those are buy it nows for $25. Kevin Cassie's going to get the best of Mamas and Papas. These are Near Mint Minus and Pristine Japanese pressing, and Kiss is a final call. Now Ivan's back in at $20. So the other question over here was Cure Greatest Hits from Discount Crate. I don't know what's left out of all that. All the leftover new vinyl on sale, everything that was left over was posted in a video Sunday. Now, there was 7 pre-recorded videos. I recorded 7 videos when I left here Friday. I don't know what sold out of any of those because I didn't get to see. I wasn't here to pull any of that. Saturday, there was a video at 6, 9, and 12. Sunday, 6 and 9. And then this morning at 6 and 9. I hadn't got to see what's been sold or claimed out of any of those. But I knew there was, something. I knew there was at least one of those available at some point. I'm probably going to add more to that because this is only the second night. The 4th day of the month, I guess, but only the second time we've been live that I've been here to do the other on-sale new vinyl. So I'll either bring back here what didn't sell, and then we'll keep adding to it, okay? So I hadn't really had a chance to see what's left. That was a lot of videos. I knew I wasn't going to be here to post any of that, so after the sale Friday night, I spent several hours pre-recording videos. And I did like 3 extra takes to make sure I had them scheduled all at the same time. I was like, I hope after I take hours to pre-record all this stuff that I schedule it at the right time, because it messes me up. It'll say post today, but it'll be after midnight, and then it'll say post tomorrow, and I have to think, okay, well, it's after midnight. I want it posted on Sunday. They don't really give you a date. It's weird. It's like today, tomorrow, and then it starts listing dates. I could actually schedule a flip video for like Christmas morning and record it tonight, and it will upload and save, and then it'll automatically post Christmas morning. So, you know, you can schedule something for next year if you wanted to. Here's our next Japanese pressing. This is got the insert booklet with it, gatefold jacket with obi, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. That's Kiss Paradise Theater. The 38 Special is a Japanese pressing of Tour de Force. Near Mint Minus and Pristine, a $25 start. And then we had a couple special order CDs. We have the Cranberries for Jeff Brent RTO. That's $19.99. And then Jeff Brent RTO on the new Wings. So these were available on album, on vinyl. And we actually have those in today. And then Jeff Brent didn't want them on vinyl. He wanted them on CD. He wanted the MTV Unplugged on CD and the Wings Collection on CD. So thank you, Jeff Brent RTO. And I am going to pull the vinyl for those right now. So here is Deicide, Serpents of the Light. Deicide is on blue vinyl, $44.99. That's the only one that's been available as of right now. Everything else is sold because that was mostly all special request. This Kiss is sold to Ivan R for $20. And Styx is a final call to lock in a bid. Paradise Theater, a $35 start. Double Platinum, you're only the 3rd person who's already asked about it. I will be putting that up soon. It must be pretty special. I think it is a pretty rare one or something. I knew it was rare when I seen it, when Laura sent me a picture of it. And we're going to put it up in just a second, okay? So whoever wants to bid on Double Platinum, let's say it's going to go up at 7 o'clock on the dot, okay? This record right here, I think there's already been now 4 people ask about this. We'll put it up at about 7 o'clock Central Time. It is 6:34 right now in Tennessee. Wherever you're watching, add 25 minutes to that, and that's when it's going to be going up. Right now, we're going to go ahead and put this up. It's a Japanese pressing of Love Gun. Love Gun is a 1977 Japanese OG. It has the insert and obi. It's near mint minus and pristine, and it's going to go up for a $50 start. And yes, we'll sell this in about 25 minutes, okay? Not on Discogs. We could not find an entry for it on Discogs, okay? So, could not, Laura left a note, could not find entry on Discogs. That could be pretty special. All right, so y'all saw those Cranberries CDs. Now we're going to show that on vinyl, which was a pre-order Laura posted because we were getting asked about it. I didn't know it was coming out. Thanks to y'all. Y'all know more about these new releases than we do, probably because all the emails and ads you get. If you're active on Facebook buying vinyl, all you get is ads, probably like I do, about vinyl and vinyl related services. That is in the world we live in with new vinyl or the way you can target people for ads now. That's why we've been so successful on Facebook, thanks to YouTube ads or Facebook ads. So this is the new Cranberries Unplugged. The Cranberries Unplugged is $33.99. It is the 1995 MTV Unplugged performances. First time released its entirety. Linger, Zombie, Ode to My Family. This has never been available on vinyl. This is the Cranberries. First time ever available on vinyl. $33.99, okay? And there was a pre-order for this. The first person was Sherry Darnell. There's Sherry Darnell, then Matt Algram and Mike Massey. Thank you, Matt Algram. Thank you, Mike Massey. And then Stephen Parton and Autumn Betts. There's two more sold, Stephen Parton and Autumn Betts. And then we have one for Derek Zazzaro and Clifford Umstead. Derek Zazzaro and Clifford Umstead. Also, Chris Kirkley and Jerry Stone. Chris Kirkley and Jerry Stone. There's two more sold. And then Joshua Cross and Darren Wortman. Joshua Cross and Darren Wortman. And then we had Ryan Eaton and Scott Beebe. Ryan Eaton and Scott Beebe. Troy Robinson and Mike Andrada. Troy Robinson and Mike Andrada. And then we had one for Rob Fordham and Fred Cardinale. Rob Fordham and Fred Cardinale. We have one for Mike Brangle and Richard Yeager. Mike Brangle and Richard Yeager. Jamie Willis and Jeremy Merck. Jamie Willis and Jeremy Merck. Then Sandy Villa and Chuck Wilson. Then Sandy Villa and Chuck Wilson. Also Jason Fornerat and Michelle Clements. Also Jason Fornerat and Michelle Clements. And Patty Kay and Jeremy Barnes. And let's go ahead and pull one for Josh Brown. Okay? And whatever you see left in the crate are actually live right now and available for sale. And we sold one. We've already sold a couple. And let's go back up to the top. And I will answer about 3 questions I see as soon as I go bring a new crate. So new crates of vinyl. Kind of a quick agenda for this week. We got tonight, we got tomorrow, and then Wednesday all should be kind of normal nights. Should have new vinyl show up, should have new vintage stuff, great auctions, kind of the same deal. Thursday night, Laura's going to be hosting Metal Night. Laura's going to be hosting Metal Night. I got Paul McCartney again on Thursday night. And then Friday and Saturday, which I should be here Friday and Saturday. And just all those are, you know, just normal big nights. We've bought some new collections, so lots of great auctions. We got Kiss stuff, and we got other stuff tonight as well. We got a whole crate of bonus auctions over here. So Cranberries, first time ever on vinyl. So does Scott Dwallow and Scentless Apprentice. Paul's about to go on another buying trip. We got Paul going on buying trips. We buying stuff here. We just bought stuff. There's this, there's that, there's everything. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and make sticks a buy it now for $35. This is a $35 buy it now sticks Paradise Theater. This is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus, and pristine. A $35 buy it now. If anybody wants this, it's available. Sticks Paradise Theater. Love Gun is a final call if anybody wants this for a $50 starting bid, okay? $50 starting bid. That's Kiss Love Gun, a Japanese pressing, 1977 OG with insert and Obi. It doesn't have the it doesn't have the Love Gun or Bang. It's near mint minus. Final call on that for $50. Did the Vladarchek family get a Cranberries? The Vladarchek family did not get a Cranberries, so we probably need to go ahead and tag one to Robert Vladarchek. Sounds like they want one. Oh, it actually had their name on it?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, right here. There's one with their actual name already written on it. I didn't even get to that one. Okay, so there's actually one with their name on it. Okay, good. And then there's 2 extras. Now, the next thing is somebody asked how much Jimi Hendrix was. Jimi Hendrix is $29.99. That is a double LP. It's a greatest hits. And then the other newest pre-order that's come in is this right here. And this is Deicide. And Deicide is Serpents of the Light. It's on blue vinyl with a 12 by 24 poster. And that is $44.99. And if you pre-ordered that, that's in. So right now, the only thing left is Cranberries and Deicide. Can I see the cover for Love Gun again? You can. It's a Japanese pressing. It's a Japanese pressing VIP 6435. That Kiss Double Platinum will be sold at 7 o'clock. We're about to start going 2 wide with Kiss auctions because we've got a lot to get to. I'll also go through, Courtney Duncan gets the Jimi Hendrix. We'll also go through that new crate of Kiss records that I showed the other night, which we had 2 full crates of brand new Kiss records, and we got down to 1 crate left. Let's go ahead and put up Peter Criss. This is the original picture disc. This is a 1978 USOG limited edition picture disc. Peter Criss is going to go up for a $20 start. Peter Criss is a $20 start. VG condition. It is got a clip corner, and it's going to go up for a $20 start. The Cranberries is $33.99. And there's Deicide, okay? There's that, and there's that. There's Love Gun, and let's go ahead and swap these out. Let's go ahead and swap these out and bring over this new box set right here. Ooh, I like this. Boy, this is heavy. This is a lot of vinyl. That's a lot heavier than most crates of new vinyl. Let's see what we got going on here. So if you want to bid on Peter Criss, you can put PC. Derek Gunn gets Love Gun for $50. Thank you, Derek. That's so to you. Peter Criss is a $20 start. Let's see. I need to put something back there to replace Jimmy. Also tonight, we'll probably get into the rest of the new vinyl I want to do on sale because we didn't finish everything. We did not finish all of the new vinyl, so I know there's still some to be had for sure. We hadn't purged all the dates yet, so we still got September stuff to mark down. So that will be, even though a lot of this is, we're almost done with new vinyl, the new stuff for tonight. There's going to be more for those that buy exclusively new vinyl because we hadn't marked down all of September's dates yet. So there's that. All this Kiss stuff came from mostly 95% of the Kiss stuff we've sold. This is week number 20. So 5 months, every Monday night straight for 5 months, we've done Kiss auctions, all from one person's collection. All from one person's collection. Okay? So yes. All right. I don't have any information on Double Platinum. We're going to sell that in 17 minutes. I'll show it to you in 17 minutes. Okay? And then the crowd should go absolutely bananas over it. All right, so first thing we're going to do is Wings. This comes out Friday. Brand new, comes out Friday, just like the Cranberries I just showed and the Deicide. Paul McCartney and Wings. It's called Wings. I seen this man last night. I seen him last night. It was amazing as usual. 4th time I've seen him. 5 times will be Thursday night. Wings, $114.99. Comes out this Friday. A 3 LP, 32 track collection, curated by the man himself, Paul McCartney, with 32-page book, with 2 posters and stickers. It is a 32 tracks Wings Greatest Hits, $114.99. The first person to pre-order 6 weeks ago was Daryl Johnson, and then Bill Sammis, and then Clifford Umstead. So thank you, Bill Sammis. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. And then we got Paul Brothers and Jerry Stone. Paul Brothers and Jerry Stone. We had Scott Beebe and Terry Gearhart. Scott Beebe and Terry Gearhart. And then the next one was Chris Kirkley and Marsha French. I went ahead and ordered 3 extras. And of course, if there's one probably left by the end of the week, if I don't have to reorder, I'll probably keep one myself. Wings is $114.99. It's a 3 LP 32 track box set, $114.99. The last time something like this was available was called Wingspan. It's kind of purple looking cover and it looked like 2 hands like a wings. That's been out of print since like the early 2000s. When that comes through in a collection, it usually sells for like $100, and it's a double LP deal. This has more music and more vinyl, and it's a box set. So the last time Wings had something like this available was that Wingspan. So this is pretty cool to see, $114.99, and it's got a lot of music. Oh man, it opens up, it sets you in a good mood right off the bat. Band on the Run. That's always a highlight of his live shows. Band on the Run. So Ralph in Torino, you have Peter Criss at $33. Peter Criss is at $33. So if you're bidding on Peter Criss, put PC. If you want to bid on Kiss, put Kiss. Okay, or if you want to bid on on Dynasty, this is now up for bid. This is a 1975 US Santa Maria OG pressing. This is an OG double platinum. It is a used copy for sure. It's VG. It has about a VG poster. I see some pinholes and a little bit of wear and tear on the poster. So it is there though. And then there's the inner sleeve, a $25 start on Dynasty. So if you want to bid on that, put Kiss. Peter Criss is also up for bid. And then I've got a couple more Japanese over here. It's really just stuff we didn't get to last week, but we'll go ahead and try Men at Work Cargo. A Japanese pressing, a Men at Work Cargo, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, as you would expect. There's the insert, and it has a little bit of a solicitation flyer. Is that something to do with Men at Work, or is that Bruce Springsteen? I'm not for sure. Kind of reminds me of a silhouette of Bruce Springsteen, but there's Men at Work, a $35 start, okay? And we have 3 extra Dynasty box sets, 3 extra Wings box sets. Daryl Johnson, Bill Samus, Clifford Umstead got one, along with Paul Brothers, Jerry Stone, Scott Beebe, Terry Gerhart, Chris Kirkland, Marsha French. We got 3 extra. That's Wings Greatest Hits. Those are available, okay? Peter Criss is at $40, Dynasty's at $25, and Men at Work is a $35 start. So at 6:47, here's kind of the agenda for the rest of the night. We're going to be having new vintage stuff, and then we're going to have new vinyl on sale that we hadn't got to yet. Kiss auctions, Japanese auctions, and then other surprise auctions. Pretty sure Laura's working on marking some stuff. And they're also preparing for the next several days, so they're ahead of the game on researching and tagging auctions. I think Ed's still here, fixing invoices, sending people invoices. We had a list of people we didn't get information from. Jennifer Lee, John Spencer, Tony Carter. A couple names, if they pop back up, I'm going to have to be like, hey, buddy, we got to get your information. A couple of them, I think, have already messaged the page since we've been live, which is fantastic. And let's go ahead and grab our first crate of September. Old dates. Some of this stuff seems like it's pretty dang recent, but it's already been here. It's been here for almost a month, if not 2 months, and I have a strict policy. If it's been here a month, especially 2 months, we put it on sale. So let's go ahead and knock out a crate of on-sale new vinyl, and then we'll go ahead and do one of John's new vintage crates, and we're going to keep rolling with the auctions. So hopefully you can keep me on the background. If you got a busy Monday night, if you have to go walk your dog, or if you're out trying to feed Roscoe, if you're out, if you're feeding your fish, whatever you got to do, hopefully you've already about got it done, but at least have me on in the background, because at any moment I could put up an autograph that's unadvertised. I could put up a Beatles 45 that's unadvertised. I could put up anything, and you might want to at least hear my voice somewhere. Put me on your TV. Put me on, have another device so you can hear me in the background, because at any given time, a record you've been wanting, or a record you didn't know you wanted, but now you do want, could come up for sale. I tell people all the time, at least have me on somewhere where you can hear me. You know, put me on another device. So, yes, Gonzo American, Ed, I think we found, is Dan Elsranth. Yeah. Yeah. I just told him. He said, got it. So, yeah. Yeah, sometimes when people don't get their invoices, it's because we can't match a YouTube handle to their actual name. because maybe they messaged us on Facebook, but they didn't fill out the buyer form to let us know that. So if you ever have a YouTube handle and you're buying on the YouTube handle and a Facebook account, you've got to let us know, you know, who you are. Otherwise, it could be really, you could tell me here, but that doesn't help us out because it doesn't get to the invoicing department. You've got to actually send in information. And spam, that's another thing. I think I've already seen 2 or 3 people that said theirs ended up in spam. Not the kind you eat either. So here we go. Kiss Lot should be in this week. Let me see if he has emailed me back. Yeah, they should be in this week. Okay? Okay, Ed, let me ask you one more thing. Okay. Here we go. What's going on? All right, so I know these are going to be on sale. I'm going to tell you the price when I show it, okay? I'm going to tell you the price when I show it. Let's go over here. All right, so Peter Chris is at 50. Dynasty, the last bid on Dynasty was $25. Ryan Eaton bid 25, and the Unknown Rock Soldier bid 25. Okay, this is Kiss Dynasty, 1975 Santa Maria OG. VG on the vinyl, VG or VG minus on the cover, quite a bit of wear on the edges. It does have poster and inner sleeve. That is a final call. 3 people are tied at $25. Men at Work is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. I'm getting some Diet Coke in my system. I'm getting woke up. I've had a last exhausting 48 hours. Lebanon to Knoxville to Lebanon, from Lebanon to Atlanta, from Atlanta to Lebanon to do this show. I went and I've sat through some pretty exhausting events, an emotional Tennessee football game and an emotional Paul McCartney concert. So I'm getting woke up though. Diet Coke is getting in my system. I'm about to go get a Monster. I've done a lot of traveling and very little sleep in the last 48 hours. And I did most of the driving. I did all the driving to Atlanta, and it's just, I hate driving anymore. I can't stay awake. So I'm here and I'm ready to discount some new vinyl. So $10 off. Dr. Dre, I only got 1 copy. Let's do it for $34.99. Dre is $10 off, $34.99. Atlanta's a 4-hour drive if there's heavy traffic. It was horrible. It was pouring rain. It was dark. I got down there about an hour before showtime. Otherwise, I was going to go on no sleep. And I got there about an hour before showtime, which was still plenty of time. But it was, it was horrible. It was raining, bumper-to-bumper traffic. At one time, I was 22 miles from the stadium, and I was an hour away. So you can imagine, I was bumper-to-bumper trying to get to the stadium. It was horrible. So, yeah, it was exhausting. And Paul played for 2 hours and 45 minutes, 36 songs. He did not take a break. 2 hours and 45 minutes. 36 songs, and he's playing again tonight. He's about, let's see, it's almost 8 o'clock. He'll be taking the stage down there in about 20 minutes in Atlanta. He's doing back-to-back. All right, this is the newest Whiskey Myers album. It's $10 off. Whiskey Myers is $29.99. I'm closing out some titles. That was that newest album. We pre-sold like 30, 40. We're down to 2, and that's $29.99. And we have Red Hot Chili Peppers. Let's do this $10 off, $24.99. The man's 82 years old, and he moves around better than I do. He's 82 years old. And, yeah, he is. It's amazing. If you get a chance, he's on this last lap tour. Last leg of this tour. I hope he lives to be 90 and he can still play in 5 more years. He'll come back again, but he is getting kind of old. We have Robert Plant, Saving Grace, $24.99 for Robert Plant, Saving Grace. Laura already dropped off a new arrivals crate. Let's go over here to Peter Chris, and let's go ahead and try to wrap up some of these auctions. This is Soda Troy Audit for $50. Thank you, Troy. AUDET. That's Soda Troy Audit for $50. Thank you on that. And then over here, let's show Kiss Dynasty. Kiss Dynasty is still getting bids. Okay, still getting bids. Let's go ahead and make Men at Work a buy it now for $35. Men at Work, buy it now for $35. And Sean Holford, if you're watching, I just kind of glanced at your message, and I think Ed's going to fix that. If not, I'll look at it after the sale. But yeah, I'll figure that out for you. Yeah. Yes. Was the invoice this week? Okay. All right. There's that. Let me see what he said here. Okay. All right. Yeah, Sean, that should be updated at no cost. Okay. And if that's, I'm just now looking at, that's a pretty cool thing here. Sorry. How did I not see this? When I'm driving, I leave my phone open for maps, even though it's on my screen. And so when I'm driving, I get all these text messages I never see because my screen's open, and I'm driving for like 4 hours and I miss all this stuff. Okay, so Men at Work is a $35 buy it now, and Dynasty is a final call. Unknown Rock Soldier, $35. Okay, Unknown Rock Soldier, $35. That's a final call. So right now we're doing on sale new vinyl. I've went through the first 4 or 5, no claims yet. We'll keep going. Doja Cat, let's do that for $24.99. That's $12 off. Doja Cat VIE. Red Hot Chili Peppers is $10 off. Freaky Style is $24.99. Michael Salazar gets Men at Work. That's sold to Michael Salazar for $35. Mariah Carey's newest album, let's do that $10. Like, these are records we had pre-orders for, and we're down to 1 copy. I call it the curse. Y'all have heard me say this before. The curse of the single record theory. A lot of pre-orders, we're down to like 1 copy. They've been around for like a month, and I have not been able to sell the last extra copy. Mariah Carey's $24.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers, so to Jay Barnes. Make sure that goes in for $24.99. Leon Thomas Hill, let's do this $12 off. Let's make that $34.99. $34.99. And Bon Jovi's greatest hits, $10 off, $29.99. This is stuff from about the end or early, this is anything from September. It's anything that came out in September. It's like our last copy. It's the final warning before they're closed out. The stuff that's left over, it eventually goes on Discogs. Ron Wood, same thing. $10 off, fairly new release. It's been around for about 30 days. It's the last copy. Look at all these last copies. Last copy. This was a special order. I ordered a few extras, and now 1 copy left. Same thing. Leon Thomas was a special order / pre-order. Last copy. Mariah Carey, last copy. Doja Cat, last copy. Robert Plant, those have been kind of here and there in different crates, but last copy. Tina Brooks, Minor Move, Blue Note Tone Poet for $24.99. Tina Brooks is $24.99. That is available. Blue Note Tone Poet. And then Alice Coltrane, $10 off. This is $29.99. Alice Coltrane at Carnegie Hall, $10 off, $29.99. Kiss is officially sold, and Kiss is officially sold to new buyer, Unknown Rock Soldier. Now, what we've got to do is we got to make 2 or 3 adjustments. We got to first make sure we have you registered. And if you have registered, we need to make sure in your first-time buyer form you put that your YouTube handle is Unknown Rock Soldier, okay? And if you're good and registered, then you're good to go. We'll invoice you in 7 days, okay? This is sold to you for $35. This is sold to you for $35. Time for more Kiss auctions. Let's go ahead and put up that double platinum back there, okay? But the first thing we're going to do is sell Donna, Tina Brooks for $24.99. We're going to sell Donna and Alice Coltrane for $29.99. So those 2 things right there needed price adjustments. Tina Brooks, $24, and Alice Coltrane, $29. The Red Hot Chili Peppers is already sold, but I do have Gin Blossoms, $9 off, $24.99, and another Red Hot Chili Peppers, the Uplift Mofo Party Plan. That was another one, $33, and now that one's $24. All right, Kiss Double Platinum. So the deal on this is the matrix shows up. If you run the matrix numbers, it shows up as a 1978 Terre Haute OG. She says, but basically nothing else about this packaging label matches that, obviously. So we believe this is some kind of foreign bootleg press. And from what I've seen everybody say in the comments, this is some kind of foreign bootleg press, or maybe they got the stampers from the U.S., but it's obviously fake labels, fake cover. It's some kind of bootleg of Kiss Double Platinum. We couldn't find the exact match on Discogs. There could be something similar, but Laura has a note here, could not find the exact match on this anywhere on Discogs. Y'all may can find it. Laura said she could not. $50 start. $50 start for Double Platinum. Good luck bidding. All right, Mike Quadrini on Gin Blossoms. That's sold to Mike Quadrini for $24.99. Jay Barnes gets Red Hot Chili Peppers for $24.99. David Jennings gets Robert Plant for $24.99. Donna gets Chili Peppers for $24.99. And then the Crow is $44.99, okay? Next thing over here is Derek Gunn on Double Platinum for $50. It is remnant of a Taiwan pressing. Taiwan made a lot of records that looked like this, but no exact match. I'll leave y'all up to determine. We're just going to say it's a foreign pressed or odd copy of Double Platinum. It is a $50 bid, a $60 bid. South Koreans, another comment coming in. Somebody just said they believe it's from South Korea. That sounds very plausible too. So right now it's at $75. Good luck bidding. If it brings 1,000, I wouldn't be surprised. If it brings 500, I wouldn't be surprised. If it doesn't get another bid and it sells for 75, I wouldn't be surprised, because right now it's up to you to determine the price. Okay. Over here we have Kiss Unplugged. This is the 2014 with poster near mint. Unplugged is a $15 start. Faster Pussycats, $39.99. Mr. Bungle, $36.99. Butters, 8871. Ed, are you still here? Butters, 8871, I'm pretty sure is the one that bought the Kiss box set. Did we get a name from Butters? I'm asking Butters, not Ed, because I think the reason you never got an invoice, we never could match your name, and a couple times I missed you. So did you register on the form? And if did you put that your handle was Butters8871? I know what they bought. They bought a Kiss solo albums box set a week ago, 1 week ago tonight. So I think the largest problem on a couple this week is we've been trying to match YouTube or Kiss or Twitch handles to some people's actual name. Did not put handle. Okay, that's why. So we probably have your name, but we don't know that your name is Butters8871. So if you want to fill that out, or if you want to share your name right now, you can do it in the chat. I'll tell Ed. If you don't want to share your real name, then you need to go refill out that form. You've got to put on the form your handle to your real name. Otherwise, we don't know your real name to your handle, and you're just a mystery buyer. We have 2 or 3 over here. It might be one of these 3 names we wrote down, Ed. It could be. It could be one of these 3 names over here. No, because that would be, yeah, I don't know. I'll let Ed handle that. Boy, if we didn't have Ed back there doing this, we wouldn't be able to have a show every night. I would spend 2 days after invoicing. I wouldn't be able to go live again until Wednesday trying to figure out everything else. That's why Ed's back there. So Faster Pussycat sold to Wayne Davis. Double Platinum's at $190, and then Kiss Unplugged is at $16. Okay, we're also doing on sale new vinyl. Neil Young, let's do it $12 off. That's a live unofficial Touch the Sky, $24.99. Steely Dan, $12 off, $24.99. And then, can you believe this is on sale? Let's do it $7 off. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here for $29.99. How I wish you were here. $29.99. I still got Faster Pussycats in stock. We just sold one, and there's another one right back there. And here's another one. So does Scott Dwallow. Numbered Go Vinyl. Those are being invoiced today from last week. And everything in this crate is new vinyl on sale. It does an amazing job. Like I said, I know the time it takes to handle invoices and customer service. If I had to do it, or if I had to reply to messages, we would do one sale. We would do 2 less sales in 2 days. I would spend trying to just talk and correct invoices and fix stuff, because it's a lot of work. Double Platinum is at $190. Scott Dwallow on Faster Pussycat, I just tagged that. Mike Quadrini wants the on sale Bon Jovi, $10 off, $29.99. And then the Pink Floyds are $29.99. And we got one for Bob Riger, and we got one for Gabe Baez, okay? So quick update, Unplugged is at $20 with David Pitts. And over here, Double Platinum is at $210 with Ralph Venturino. Just new buyers, anybody that is new this week, we started doing this week. Unless we can't find you, and we go ahead and send it out on invoices. If you're new and you plan on buying quite a bit of stuff from us, I'm okay with that, but just expect to pay early. We've had some people buy some expensive auction items that's brand new. A lot of new people find us because they see our auction items. So it's not uncommon for a new buyer to be buying an auction their first purchase, because most of the ads and most of the stuff they see that we advertise is literally stuff we auction. It's not new vinyl. It's not, a Boston record that's going to come out of the crate. It's literally our best records, our auction stuff. So, but if you are new and you end up buying 4 or 5 for $1,000, you might want to expect to see a bill earlier than normal, okay? Let's go back over here and say Unplugged is at $24 and Double Platinum is $225, okay? Now, Butters says he needs a link to our website, okay? Let me just give you the let me just type it in here. This is shop Coletco .com without me having to leave the chat and do all that. This should take you right to it. That should pop up on everybody's page, okay? Let's go over here. I also have Dark Throne. Let's do that for $24.99. Transylvanian Hunger. Dark Throne was $24.99. That's been marked down. And then Song for Distinct Lovers, Billie Holiday, $10 off, $24.99 on that. Rat now playing, just $19.99, $5 off. And then Smashing Pumpkins, $10 off. What a great price on this. Pisces Iscariot for $24.99. Wow. So everything in here is new and sealed, and it's all September dates, which means it's all being discounted. We're almost done clearing out the last 30 and 60 days of new vinyl titles. I think we'll be able to do a couple crates, and it's all gone. AP for Mike Stanley. First thing we have, Pink Floyd. There's 2 left, Joe Delgado. They're 2016 remasters. They are now $29.99. Mark Stanley does want Smashing Pumpkins for $24.99. Gerald Whitworth on Smashing Pumpkins for $24.99. Christina Curtis gets The Crow for $19.99. Kathy, we are out of Smashing Pumpkins, unfortunately, but I do have the Crow soundtrack, So to Charlie Marks, and that is $44.99. All right, one more on sale new LP, Roxy Music. Let's do that $10 off, just $19.99, which is already from my on sale distributor, so that's just $19.99. Joe Delgado does want Wish You Here for $29.99, and this is on sale new vinyl. So first is Double Platinum. We got a pretty rare and bizarre copy here. We believe it's a South Korean unofficial, and the most recent bid is $240, and that is with Troy Audit. $240 for this South Korean Double Platinum. Over here we have Kiss Unplugged. Kiss Unplugged is with Christina Curtis for $26. David Pitts bid $27. Christina bid $30. The last Pink Floyd is sold to Rick Barrand, $29.99. And the last Roxy Music is sold to Charlie for $19.99. The next couple in here, can you believe it? Black Sabbath, $24.99. We sold about 7 of these Friday night. This one got separated. $24.99 for Sabbath, and then Skinny Puppy, just $19.99. I got 2 copies of Skinny Puppy Bites. Those are just $19.99. Dr. Dre was $10 off, $34.99. That's the first record in the crate, 2001, with Snoop Dogg and Eminem. Still Forgot About Dre, etc., etc. Scott Joachimsthaler on Black Sabbath for $24. Ivan R. on Skinny Puppy for $19. And Natasha Pickett on Leon Thomas from earlier. And Leon Thomas was $12 off. Leon is sold to Natasha for $34.99. Brad Bullen second on Black Sabbath. Ryan Eaton second on Black Sabbath. Brad Bullen got Skinny Puppy for $19.99. Brad Waite said, I asked earlier for Rat. I've already pulled it for you. I pulled it so fast you'd even see me. Brad Waite's got Rat for $19.99. Natasha says no Sab. Did you see my claim for Rat? Okay, let me figure out who was first for Rat. Rat was sold. Okay, so Rat was $19.99, and the first person who put Rat, I may have even said Christina Curtis earlier. Okay, so let me go through this again. Christina Curtis, Rat, Charlie Marks on the Crow, Brad Waits on Rat. Scott Arnold said he also claimed Rat. Did you see the claim for Rat above? Not for me. Okay, not for me. Okay. Christina Curtis was first on Rat. I don't know who I said the first time, but it definitely goes to Christina. Christina was first on Rat, and then down here is Brad Waits. Christina was first, $19.99. Okay, so that was a lot, and let me figure out what just happened with those last few, okay? Black Sabbath went to Scott Yoakumstaller. Ryan Eaton was second. Skinny Puppies went to Brad Bolin and Ivan R. And then the Leon Thomas is sold to Natasha Pickett, okay? Natasha also put WM, and WM for Natasha was Whiskey Myers. That sold to Natasha for $29.99. Quick update, Double Platinum's at $290, and Unplugged is at $40 with Unknown Rock Soldier, okay? That's where we're at on those at this moment in time. At this exact moment in time, we're going to replace the Crow with Silverchair Frog Stomp. That's $54.99. Music on vinyl, colored vinyl, and numbered. Awesome cover. All right, so wow. At first, I didn't think anything was in here was going to sell. Now there's almost nothing left. So let's read through these again, and then I'm going to pull more September dates and August and anything older. Okay? First thing we have is Dr. Dre, $10 off, $34.99. It's the first record and the first thing still left. Unplugged is at $40. Double Platinum's at $295. Let's add another auction. Still got plenty of other cool stuff over here to add. Stuff you've never seen. Stuff I've never seen. Stuff I've seen thousands of copies of like this, but you got to have it. It's the Beatles 62 to 66, the original Apple pressing, a Jacksonville press with the lyric insert, the inner sleeves with the lyrics, VG Plus, a $20 start. Okay, the last Whiskey Myers. The last Whiskey Myers is sold to Susie Breedlove for $29.99. We have Doja Cat V. I did $12 off on this. This is $24.99. $24.99. Mariah Carey was $10 off. It was $24.99. Ron Wood was $10 off. Ron Wood from Rolling Stones, Ron Wood from Faces. A $10 off price tag, $29.99. Double Platinum just got a new bid for $30. No one else has said more than $40 on Unplugged. It was really up to David Pitts. David, if you're done on that, let me know. Also, Alice Coltrane. This is $29.99. Somebody asked if one of these was still available. Rick, it is. $10 off. It should be on orange vinyl, too. $29.99 on that. Neil Young, Touch the Sky. That is a 2LP unofficial live from Parachute. It's $24.99. Steely Dan, unbelievably still available. Do It Again, Reeling in the Years. $12 off, $24.99. Rick Berrien wants that last Alice Coltrane. Final Call on Double Platinum as well. Phil Elliott has it for $300. Dark Throne was $24.99. There's some black metal for you on this fine Monday night. Transylvanian Hunger for $24.99. And then Billie Holiday, about the last jazz-related record in there, was this right here. Acoustic Sound Series, pressed at QRP, tip-on jacket. Billie Holiday, Songs for the Distinct Lover, $24.99. Donna Gets Steely Dan. Those are great records there. Okay. So Unknown Rock Soldier, one of our new buyers tonight on the Kiss record. That sold to him for $40. Thank you, as always. Hammers up on Double Platinum, and final call to get a bid on the Beatles for $25. Next thing is, let's start adding some more stuff to this crate. So here's another crate of new vinyl. October, 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 October. These are all Octobers except these. I got some September stuff in here that is ready for discount. And early October. I got a few early Octobers in here that I either double ordered or didn't order enough of or ordered too many of. And usually when I order too many of them, they end up on sale, because I find out of my customer base of potentially thousands and thousands of customers, shockingly, a new release and there's only one person who wants it. Sometimes it blows my mind. I'm like, wow, I ordered 3 Fu Manchus, and out of potentially thousands of customers, I only found one person who wanted one. Blows my mind. So some of that stuff I'm kind of shocked on. And then sometimes I can't get enough of them. I'll order 100 for a pre-order. We'll sell out that night, probably like Faster Pussycat this week, and I won't be able to ever get any more. So you just never know. You just never know, okay? So first thing is Billie Holiday was $10 off, $24.99. You can pick up the Beatles for $25. What version of Double Platinum? This is a rare South Korean unofficial. It's a final call to Phil Elliott for $300. South Korean. I believe we're calling that a counterfeit or unofficial South Korean press. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now. It is a Japanese pressing of Rock and Roll Over. This is a 1976 OG, the first press on translucent vinyl. It does have the insert and the obi. The first press was not issued with poster or stickers insert, just like the US. So this is a complete OG copy from Japan of Rock and Roll Over, and let's put it up for a $75 start. Very, very nice. Gatefold jacket, $75 start on that. X-Wing is sold on Billie Holiday for $24.99. The Beatles is sold to Headnut $65, Charlie for $25, and then here's some more on-sale new vinyl. I've sold a lot of these. $5 off on Megadeth, $29.99 for The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead. That was already kind of a discount price from the distributor. Only copy I have, only one, $29.99. John Coltrane, also $29.99, which is $9 off. That's the acoustic sound series of that, $29.99. And somebody said if I have any blue Beatles, I'll see. This one looks blue from the top of it. Let me grab it and see what it is. This is 67 to 70. It's kind of a played copy, though. First thing you need to know is the top of the cover has a little bit of a blip right there. The disc 1 is VG minus with some feelable marks. Disc 2 is VG plus, $10 start on the Beatles. So there's a blue. It's a lower grade copy, though. Bret Michaels' Wig gets Megadeth for $29.99. Double Platinum is sold to Phil Elliott for $300. Thank you, Phil Elliott. That is sold to you. I had a feeling that one would do good. When you have a Kiss record that looks foreign, and Laura has a note that it's essentially not available on Discogs, I know there's going to be some collectors come out of the woodworks. There's that. Next thing I have is Robin Trower Bridge of Sighs. This is $12 off, $24.99. Last copy, 50th anniversary, $12 off, $24.99. All this stuff I'm either selling at cost or below cost. So all this new vinyl, this is like final price. There's no waiting list. Could I reorder it in the future? Oh, yeah, for sure. Some of these I definitely will. They'll be ordered again in the future. But right now, they've just been kind of lingering around for a while, and I'm just going to take them out of stock. Fu Manchu is $10 off. The Return of Live, $34.99. It's on colored vinyl. I've got 3 left, $10 off, $34.99 on Fu Manchu. Over here, we have Kiss. Final call to get a bid on that for $75. And then this Beatles is a $10 start. Final call on that. Joe DeGaldo on Robin Trower. Make sure that goes in for $24.99. Fu Manchu is sold to Bret Michaels for $24. Scott Dwallow, or excuse me, $34. Bret Michaels, Mark Stanley, and Scott Dwallow. Those are all $34.99. There's Fu Manchu. Those are sold. It's Coltrane Mono. Coltrane is stereo. Coltrane is in stereo. Acoustic sound series from Verve. And our next auction is going to go up right now. Let's do a Kiss bootleg while y'all were thinking about Rock and Roll Over. Let's do Kiss Destroys Anaheim, Part 1 and Part 2. Very cool. They're picture disc. There's Paul, there's Ace. This is a part 1 and 2 sold together. Anaheim Stadium, August 20th, 1976. This is going to go up for a $75 start. Next is Black Flag, My War. I'm going to go ahead and say just $19.99. $10 off on Black Flag, $19.99 on that. Elvis Sings. Let's do this for $45, which would be $12 off. Elvis Sings. That's that newest music on vinyl pressing. $45. We'll say $44.99 to be exact. It was $56.99. Here's another Verve acoustic sound series. Louis Armstrong and Oscar Peterson. That one's $10 off, $24.99. And Brenton Wood, Oogum Boogum. He has the big hit song, Just Give Me a Little Sign. $19.99 on Brenton Wood, Oogum Boogum. $19.99 on that. These are all on sale new titles. Kiss can be bought for $75. That is an OG Japanese pressing of Rock and Roll Over. The first issue here didn't come with any posters or inserts other than this right here. That can be bought for $75. The Beatles over here, VG and this one right here, this is a $10 buy it now. This is 67 to 70. This is VG minus and then VG plus. Now, let me show you what Seth means by VG minus on disc 1. So his definition, when he says feelable mark can really be, this thing is like loaded with hairline scuffing. I couldn't count them. It's loaded with hairline scuffing, but some of those marks can be slightly feelable, like that one right there. See that? Like I'm running my thumb, you can actually feel it, which is definitely going to cause a pop or possibly a skip. So that definitely gets it down. When you start able to literally feel a mark, that is going to get it down automatically to VG minus, but it's still playable. If it's just like on the surface, it's probably going to pop, but that's it. That's sold to Daniel Strom for $10. Karen wants a Brenton Wood for $19.99. And the last two records in here, REM Live in Santa Monica. That's $19.99. And then Dead Boys, also $10 off, $24.99. So Kiss is a live picture disc, part 1 and 2. And I have a feeling if Paul's on one side and Ace is on one side, I bet the other side has, no, it's just like looks like a bootleg poster almost, or a bootleg Xerox. So yeah, I was thinking either Gene or, of course, the way they make these bootlegs, sometimes they do a set and it's just like Paul only on the disc, and sometimes just Gene, and then they make 4 different versions. Pretty interesting. But final call on that for $75. It is Kiss Night, and there is a bid, and this is all on sale new vinyl. And if y'all want just really nice vinyl, probably the lowest you should be buying is VG Plus if you are pretty picky about condition. Some of y'all, I've learned, only buy mint minus pristine. There is some people that have gotten, like EX stuff and unhappy. And I have found out based on their definition, they basically want a disc with virtually no marks on it. So I'm like, you probably need to be buying either brand new sealed stuff. You better just buy brand new sealed. You probably don't even be buying OG records. And that's what one guy went to. He kind of started getting back into vinyl a few years ago. And he pretty much said, Chad, I'm only going to buy new stuff. He said, I cannot have a mark on a record. So he's just buying brand new stuff. He still buys from us. He's probably watching right now. He's like, I cannot stand it. He's like, it's got to be perfect. And I was like, you can't buy any more vintage stuff from us. That's nearly impossible, especially if you want stuff from the 50s and 60s. That is like, you'll be searching your whole life. That is like a finding like blues records from the 50s, like flawless. It literally, they didn't leave the factory flawless. They were literally scuffed leaving there. And a lot of new records are scuffed. You can open a lot of these new albums just because they're stored in really rigid, unethical sleeves. You pull them out and they're already scuffed. So that's how they leave the factory. Jeff Helton gets REM. That's sold to Jeff Helton for $19.99. The Kiss picture disc are at $80. And now they're at $85. And here we go. The Blues Collection spoiled me. Oh, yeah. Christopher Dean to the Louis Armstrong. You can. This is sold to Christopher Dean, $24.99. $24.99. Louis Armstrong, that's sold to Christopher Dean. $24.99. Yeah, a lot of people got some of those blues records, and then they said, Chad, I need more mint blues records. And I'm like, it's not going to happen for a long time, because every one we've seen since then, it looks like trash compared to those other ones we auctioned here about a year and a half ago. That was a once-in-a-lifetime collection. That's why some of them literally sold for world record prices. Probably because they're the best copies that were in existence, that it was on the market. Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic. We have a 1987 USOG, an unethical sealskin. Yeah, it's made from tiger skin. An 87 USOG club copy. This is in shrink wrap, original winter sleeve, near mint minus. An 87 USOG club. It has the original winter sleeve. It's in shrink wrap, $35 start. The other guy I know locally that I bought his collection, he wanted stuff so mint, he would buy sealed OGs and open them, only to find out that sometimes even sealed OGs, because of the acidic to the sleeve, would leave marks and scuffs. But he would only buy sealed stuff and open it, brand new. He didn't want anything ever pre-owned, but he still couldn't find. There were some records he had 2 or 3 copies of, because he kept buying sealed copies and he never could find a mint one, and he was buying them sealed. And I was like, yeah, you're in a tall task, because all those sleeves were acidic, and there's probably not a mint one that exists, even unless you leave it sealed and just presumed it's mint. The picture disc is at $90, and the Dead Boys is $10 off, $24.99. $24.99, okay? So this is on sale new vinyl. The most recent stuff I've added is John Coltrane for $29.99, Black Flag for $19.99, Elvis at $17 off. Let's go ahead and do it for $39.99 because it's the last copy. Brenton Wood last copy for $19.99, and then Dead Boys. Dead Boys is sold to unbought for $24.99. I've went ahead and reduced Elvis again because I messed up when I said the price a second time. These picture discs are about to be sold, and that is with Maurizio Civiletella. I know I just butchered your name, but those are final call to you, and James Hicks is the only bidder on Ace at $35. Let's grab another auction, and that next auction is going to go up right now. Coming out of nowhere, Fastway. Fastway is a 1983 US OG pressing in shrink wrap with hop sticker. It's an OG Carrollton press with the original under sleeve, and it is near mint minus and pristine. It has the original under sleeve, and there's Fastway, a $25 start. Joseph McCormick, make sure he gets this $57 Elvis. Make sure he gets this $57 Elvis for $39.99. I'm going to keep Dre at $34. Anything that doesn't sell here is going to be in a 12 o'clock video tomorrow for the group. Okay? And plus, I'll be showing them again later. $34. I'm already selling it for below cost. Everything in here is already being priced at cost or below cost. Thank you, Ed, as always. Oh, you leaving those in my car? Yeah, I'll take all those if you're leaving in my car. Ed's got all of his Halloween lights he's taking home. Just put those in the back of my Tahoe. Yeah, I don't reduce the new vinyl on sale anymore. I thank you for the offer, but most of these I'm already taking a bath on. I'm just getting my money back out of them or less. Randy Klein on BF, okay? And BF was for Black Flag. I've got more to add. I've got to do a little bit more digging around. I took a big bath on Elvis there because I screwed up saying the price twice. I did that the last time I was doing this. I mess up and say the wrong price, and some of y'all take advantage of that. Like, hold up, Chad. You said a different price, buddy. Now I've got you right where I want you. You've messed up, and now I'm going to get it for even $5 cheaper. You're already down on the ground. Now I'm going to kick you right in the knees and make you hurt even more. And I'm like, gosh, y'all people are ruthless. Y'all already got me down on the ground, and some of y'all come up and start kicking me and emptying my pockets. Okay. Let's see what else I can find here. That might be about it with September. That could be just about it. Let me check these 2 crates here. Could that be just about it for September? I think we've discounted everything. And of course, I've stepped away, and about 9 people want to know what the KISS auctions are. Let me see if there's any more September in this crate. Nope, that's about it. All right, I think we've went through about everything. I'll probably do a big inventory count tonight and go through everything in this store, condense it, and see what I have left in stock. Other than the stuff left over from Friday night that we went through, which I'm about to go get and bring back here, that's about it. Well, there was 3 crates left Friday night of all the new vinyl on sale. Okay, so okay, let me go grab our first crate. Yeah, so we will have more stuff, quote, on sale. It won't be, quote, new on sale, quote, because, quote, it's already been, quote, gone through, quote. So we'll just, quote, go through it again, quote, and end quote. Let's go through this quote. Buy it now or best offer, new vintage stuff. Okay? Buy it now or best offer, new vintage stuff. Y'all wouldn't get me down on the ground and then kick me even more and then empty my pockets. Some of y'all would. Be like, ha, we got Chad right where we want him. He's down, he's hurting, and we're going to make him hurt even more. Okay, now when I said this was, the last thing I said was this had a high bid of $90 with Marzio. Now, since I've said that, 1, 2, 3, 4 people have said, what in the world is this, Chad? Tell me everything you can about it. Final call for $90. This is part 1 and part 2 together, a full concert of KISS, Anaheim Stadium, August 20th, 1976. That's a final call for $90. If you want to bid on this, because he's had it for so long at 90, and it's been laying back here for so long at 90, if you want to bid, you should have already submitted your bid by now, and hopefully it's on my screen. And Derek Gunn has it for $95. The next question, what is Ace Frehley? Chad, I need to know about Ace Frehley. For the love of all things good and holy, please tell me more about that Ace Frehley record. James Hicks has this for $35. It's a final call. It's a 1976 original pressing. He has this for $35, and it's a final call. If you want to bid on this OG pressing and shrink wrap that's really, really, really nice, hopefully by now you've already submitted your bid, and it's about to pop up on my screen. And then I laid down Fastway and told about it. And then someone said, Chad, what is Fastway? Hopefully you're auctioning that Fastway. For the love of all things good and holy, please tell me more about Fastway so I can bid on it. Okay, a lot of interest in Fastway. A 1983 USOG Carrollton press. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in shrink wrap. It has hop sticker. It has price tag. And it's a $25 start. There was also some other questions about some new vinyl. The first thing was this. How much was Dre? $34.99, $10 off. Randy Klein put BF, Black Flag, I put that. Marzio also wants to know what was Dark Throne. Dark Throne was marked down. Transylvanian Hunger for $24.99. Ken Granger said, did you see my comment about asking more Megadeth? We got dozens of them. Megadeth is $39.99. If you want one, just say Megadeth sold, $39.99. Okay? The next thing was, that I hadn't already answered, is this. Fastway's at 25, Fastway's at 25, KISS is at 100, KISS is at 100, Ace Frehley's at 38, Sheldon Bergenhire, you're in, I've got you. Ace Frehley is a 1986, there's a good chance, 87. This is a 1987 OG pressing. Fastway is 1983, okay? I don't know what years I said, maybe Anaheim. Anaheim's 1976. I have no idea. Listen, whatever I say, it doesn't even matter. If I say a wrong date, condition, I would still just bid like you want it. I would just keep still bidding. And then over here, 2 people said, I see a kiss over to the left. What is it? Chad, for all things good and holy, for the love of sweet little baby Jesus, please tell me everything you can about that Kiss Rock and Roll Over. Okay, I'll do it right now. This is an OG Japanese pressing of Kiss Rock and Roll Over. It's OG. It's near mint minus and pristine. It's complete. It has this insert with it. It is $75, not a penny less, not a penny more. $75. The other no bids are Sticks, $35, and $38 special. Those are also near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressings. Ken Granger wants a Megadeth Countdown to Extinction picture disc. I better go hook you up right now. We're about to go through new vintage buy it now best offer. I've got like a week's worth of vintage. Flip crate leftovers. And later tonight, for you CD-aholics, for you compact disc-aholics, we got a new collection, Paul Ball, on Friday. Megadeth picture disc. I've got them out the yin-yang, as the kids say. I've got them out the yin-yang. A lot of kids are saying that nowadays. They're like, I've got Megadeth out the yin-yang. So does Coletco. These are Countdown to Extinctions. They're $39.99. I have plenty if anybody wants them. They're $39.99. We got one sold here to the following person, and that person is Ken Granger. Kiss is at 110. Ace Frehley is at 36 of MT Matt. No, Ace Frehley. The high bid on Ace, the last bid on Ace was Steve McGee at $38. Steve McGee, $38. Fastway's at $37. Sheldon, you're $10 too low on Fastway, and Sheldon, you're $10 too less on Ace Frehley. Brian Call on Sticks Japanese. This is sold for $35 to Brian Call. New vintage stuff, buy it now or best offer. The moment I've been trying to get to for about 15 minutes. This is Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. I seen that man last night in concert. VG, $29.99. He did a couple songs off here. He did Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band Reprise, and he also did Getting Better, and he also did For the Benefit of Mr. Kite. He did 3 songs off here. He did Getting Better, For the Benefit of Mr. Kite, and Sgt. Pepper's Reprise at the end of the show. VG Condition, $29.99. This is a 67 OG pressing from Scranton. And this looks like it's in mono. It is. It's a mono copy. That's an original U.S. mono copy in VG Condition of Sgt. Pepper's, $29.99. Ace Frehley is still at $38. And Fastway is now at $37. Michelle wants Sgt. Pepper's. Kiss has a new bid for $126. AC/DC Powerage, a VG copy, $14.99. Everything in this crate is either a vintage or an OG record, okay? So there's very few reissues in here. These are all buy it now or best offer. There's very few modern pressings. Almost everything in here is going to be OG, aka first pressing, or some kind of vintage title. You can just claim them, or you can make an offer. If somebody claims it after you offer, then you have to pay full price. If you pass, it goes to that person at full price. If I say sold to you before somebody else makes an offer, sometimes I shoot myself in the foot and I sell it too cheap. AC/DC should get grabbed pretty quickly. What do we have here? Chris, and Lee. 1970 VG Plus, $24.99. And it looks like one of the Chris's signed it. I don't know much about Chris, and Lee. VG Plus, $24.99. Also, we have Frank Sinatra, that old feeling. Old Blue Eyes is $12.99. And then a Buddy Holly, a rock and roll collection. VG Plus, $14.99. All right. So Michelle got the Beatles. Kiss, 126. Fastway out. Ace Frehley out. Fastway got a new bid for 42, now 44. AC/DC 12, AC/DC 12, AC/DC full price. Solarplex, if you want AC/DC, it will be $14.99. If not, it's sold to Brian for that price. If not, Kathy. The Kiss picture disc are still getting bids. That means Ace Frehley is a final call. Well, actually, it needs to be go ahead and sold because Steve McGee had it. Let me find that up here. Ace Steve McGee bid on it 6 minutes ago for $38. And there was 4 other bids, but it was all less than $38. How bizarre. This is sold to Steve McGee for $38. There was 4 other bids after his 38, but they were all for less. Not for sure how that happened. And then the picture disc is at 130 and Fastway's at 44, which means Tommy Collier out. Solarplex does get AC/DC for sticker price. We also have Spooky Tooth 2, VG $9.99 on Spooky Tooth. Jackson Brown Lawyers in Love, that's VG plus $9.99. And Rush Moving Pictures. It's got a pretty worn cover up here at the top, probably VG minus. The vinyl's VG. But this is a OG pressing mastered by Bob Ludwig. $14.99 for Tom Sawyer. Gloria, nice. The Shadows of Night, a VG copy, $19.99. That one's always highly regarded. Let's go ahead and put up another Ace Frehley album. Next Ace Frehley over here is Ace Frehley's Comic Live Record Store Day. The 2019 Record Store Day edition on hexachrome orange vinyl. That is sealed for a $30 start. Also, we have George Harrison, Living in the Material World. Give Me Love, Give Me Peace on Earth. VG, $12.99. That is George Harrison. Here's the deal on Rush, and then, Rush 12, Rush sticker, Rush 12. Brian Call, if you want this, it's $14.99. If not, you can pass to Chad Smith. The Kiss picture disc are with Derek Gunn for $135. Phil Elliott, you're out. Fastway's at $46. Tommy Call, you're out. And then Ace Frehley over here is a $30 start. Nice. Alice Cooper, Pretties for You. That is his second album, early Alice Cooper here. And it's 1970 Jacksonville. VG, $19.99. Alice Cooper. Actually, let me retract that statement. 1970 Jacksonville. I don't think that's the first label, though. I don't think that's the first label. It should be on the straight label. I don't think so. I'd have to do some double checking there. So there's that. Brian Call does take Rush at sticker. Thank you, Brian Call. And then Christopher Dean, the Frank Sinatra, is in mono or stereo. Sinatra is a Columbia 6i. It doesn't explicitly say. I think that typically means, I don't really know. Let me look at the label one more time. It doesn't actually say. Maybe the catalog number. Sometimes you know by the catalog. It's CL902. Okay, and then Manny Ray wants 2 Megadeth picture discs. Luckily, I've got them right here. So do Manny Ray and so do Manny Ray. I've got more Megadeths if anybody else wants one. Brian C. gets the Alice Cooper. MT Matt's out on Fastway. That's after Tommy Call bid $47. One more look at Fastway. This is an 83 OG near mint minus with shrink, hype, price tag, and inner sleeve. Fastway is a final call for $47. The Kiss over here, Danny Alice Cooper's already sold. The Kiss is at $140. Phil Elliott, you're out. Also, we have Greg and Dwayne Allman. I love this album. It's actually pre-Allman Brothers recordings. Has an early demo version of Melissa on it. VG $14.99. And the Beatles, Let It Be. Speaking Words of Wisdom, Let It Be. Paul McCartney played that one last night. He did Let It Be. And he did I've Got a Feeling. He did that duet, I've Got a Feeling, where John Lennon pops up behind him and it looks like he's singing with him. It's really cool. And he does Get Back. Well, so he's played 3 off Sgt. Pepper's and he played 3 off Let It Be last night. VG $19.99. And then James Brown plays James Brown today and yesterday. James Brown is VG plus $19.99. And Neil Young's debut, that's a good one of my favorites. The Loner, If I Could Have Her Tonight, I've Been Waiting for You. The Old Laughing Lady, What Did You Do to My Life? I've Loved Her So Long. That's a really good album from Mr. Neil. His first as a solo artist, $24.99. Over here, first thing we have is, so Alice Cooper sold immediately to Brian C. Danny Thomason was second. I'm being told Frank Sinatra's in mono. Jay Nutra gets the Allman Brothers for $10. That's sold to Jay Nutra. Kiss 142, Kiss 145. And then over here is Fastway. Fastway is officially sold to Tommy Call for $47. And then Ace Frehley's a $30 buy it now, no bid. Nobody bid on Frehley's Comic Live Record Store Day. $30 buy it now on that. Okay, let me see what else I got over here in the bonus auction where Fastway came out of. That's the kind of stuff you never know what I might pull out of here. It might be something like this. Speaking of Allman Brothers, their historic and important album, The Allman Brothers at the Fillmore East. This is a 1974. It's a second label, aka reissue. It has the company inner sleeves, but it's not bad. VG++. The Allman Brothers is a $25 start. $25 start on the Allman Brothers. Joseph McCormick on Neil Young. That's a good one. And then Ace is sold to Wesley Stover for $30. Right now, the Kiss is a final call to Derek Gunn for $145. Elton John's Tumbleweed Connection, VG, $14.99. Let me go grab a few more Megadeth picture discs off the rack up here. By the way, thanks for everybody tuning in. It is Monday Night Kiss Night, which means this is the 5th straight month. This is week 20. This is the 20th Monday in a row. The 20th Monday in a row we have auction Kiss records. And as you see, there's lots of other stuff. We've got new arrivals. Laura dropped off a crate just a moment ago. There's 4 John crates. We're hot and heavy right in the middle of one of them. He also brought me Beatles 45s. I may or might not get to those tonight, but they definitely will be sold this week. They're picture sleeves, rarities. There's a lot of cool stuff. The reason I just stepped away from the camera because I saw that Tom Kelly wanted a Megadeth, and I had to step up front to grab more. So there's a Megadeth sold to Tom Kelly, and I brought 2 more back here. All of a sudden, we're getting low stock on those. Sold to Tom Kelly. And now Allman Brothers is a bid for $25. Isaac Hayes and Dionne Warwick, a man and a woman. That's VG plus $17.99. We also have Humble Pie, Rock On. Humble Pie is in VG condition. That's $9.99. And the Byrds, Hey, Mr. Tambourine Man, Play a Song for Me. That is the original label. 2i with the black 360 sound at the bottom. So that should be a first press. VG $19.99. Topographics said he'll grab the Sinatra for $8. Sell that to Mike Bartlett. David Jennings just asked the price. I just sold it. And then, wow. Talk about a last minute bid on the Kiss. Victor Guerra's in on the picture disc. Derek Gunn, you've been outbid. I looked up here, and Victor Guerra has bid $148. So let me go ahead and put up something else Kiss-related. These Anaheim picture discs have been up for about a half hour now. We started them at like $75, and they're about to be at $150. You heading out, Paul? All right. See you soon. I'll be here. You know where to find me, and I'll be looking for you. Okay, thanks for telling me. Now I know. Ace Frehley Origins Volume 2. Ace Frehley is a 2020 US Euro OG limited edition sky blue vinyl sealed. $30 start for Ace Frehley. That's now up for bid. David Jennings says flag on Sinatra. Actually, he did ask the price before you made an offer, Topographic. He did. He asked the price up here before you made an offer. He did. There's your offer, and then up here he was asking the price. So David Jennings, it's $8 if you want it. It's $8 if you want it. I was waiting for somebody to buy it after the discussion we went in on it. Usually after something gets discussed like that for about 10 minutes, somebody will buy it just for the sake of it, I think. So $8 if you want it, David. I've already shot myself in the foot. He might have even paid $12.99. That's sold to David Jennings for $8. There's that. Madman Across the Water is not on that album, no. The Byrds is sold to Kathy Hodges. Thank you on that. All of a sudden, they're still bidding on Kiss. And then the Allman Brothers just got one bid for $25 to Mitch T. That's a final call. It's the second label, 74 press, 25. And we have Ace Frehley. This is a final call, and it's sealed, and this is a $30 start, okay? $30 start. Next thing is Elvis in Person, International Hotel. Hey, I listened to some of this, not this record on vinyl, but I watched the Elvis movie for the first time. What night was that? Friday night after the sale? Yeah, I should have been asleep getting ready to drive to Atlanta for Paul McCartney, but instead I decided to watch a 3-hour movie about Elvis. But I had to seen it because I never did see it when it came out. So I had to watch some of this because they talk so much about the international hotels. So I listened to some of that this morning driving back. $29.99 for Elvis. If Chad reads the track listing, you're obligated to purchase that record. I am. You are. I made Scott Arnold. That's a new rule for Scott Arnold. Maybe for some other people. If I read a track listing, you got to buy it. So be careful asking for track listing. There's Elvis. That's a cool one. It does some great versions on there. What am I looking at here? Yeah, Suspicious Minds. Oh, yeah. Suspicious Minds. We can't go on forever with... We have Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Four-Way Street, VG Plus $24.99, and Saturday Night Fever, the original movie soundtrack, VG Condition, $9.99. Victor Guerra, You're Out on Kiss. Mitch T gets Allman Brothers for $25, and Ace Frehley is a buy it now for $30 if anybody wants it. Origins Volume 2. AC/DC Back in Black, VG Plus $19.99. This is mastered by Bob Ludwig. Obviously has cover wear. Almost all. If you ever find one of these mint, you've gotten lucky. $19.99 for that. And the Times Square soundtrack. Times Square is VG $14.99. The Pretenders, Roxy Music, Garland Jeffries, The Cure is on here. That is $14.99. Now Kiss is at $165. Scott Arnold's getting AC/DC. Or you can ask me to read the track listing for it, and you'll have to buy it anyway. Your pick. I can probably most of us could say the track listing on that one without even looking at it. The Back in Black album. Jefferson Airplane Takes Off. Jefferson Airplane is a 1966 VG $24.99 in shrink wrap. James Hicks gets Ace Frehley for $25, and now it's up to Victor Guerra on the picture disc. Okay? It's up to Victor Guerra on the picture disc. Let's go ahead and put up Gene Simmons as a picture disc. This is a 1978 USOG Gene Simmons original picture disc, VG condition. A $20 start. So it is the real picture disc from 78. The storage sleeve has a little bit of wear. The cover's in VG, but that's the original picture disc. $20 start on that one. Okay. Next thing over here is, okay, so Times Square has an offer. And, okay, so let me figure this out. Times Square, Saturday Night Fever, Ace, Saturday Night Fever, Ace, Gene and Gene. Okay, so the picture disc is at $165. Kathy was second on AC/DC. Joseph McCormick put and, but he meant S and F. Sandy Villa gets the Times Square for $10. Joseph McCormick first on Saturday Night Fever, then Floyd Wilson. Jersey Devil was going to pay full price for Ace, so I just shot myself in the foot over $5. And so was Michael Snared. So James Hicks, I just shot myself in the foot over $5. That's like the 5th time tonight. I've literally burned up $100 like it was nothing. I've been better off going outside and just handing a $100 bill to a homeless person and say, please use this for the good of all things and nothing bad. We have the Beatles, Yellow Submarine, a Pittman press, VG $24.99, Apple label, VG $24.99. Brother Jack McDuff, Screaming. This is in VG condition, $14.99 for Brother Jack McDuff. And the Mothers of Invention, Weasels Rip My Flesh, VG Plus, $27.99. Okay? Are we done on the Kiss records? We are. These are sold to Derek Gunn for $165. $165. I have filled up a crate, so let me restart right quick. That's going to be the first record in this new crate. Wow, we're just, what? 2/3 done with this first crate of new vintage, and there's 3 more over here, and Laura's dropped off a crate, and I have all the leftover flip crates and all these Kiss auctions. Golly, hope everybody's had their coffee. I'm about to go get my first Monster I've had since Friday night. I think another reason I don't try, well, I try to buy them if I find them at a gas station, but when I go on these trips, I don't have my energy drinks, and like I'll try something else, but it's not like a Monster. About everything else to me tastes horrible. Maybe a Red Bull, but they have so much sugar in them, they're horrible. So, man, I'll get so sleepy. I'm like, I know why, because this is about the time of day I'm usually amped up on about 4 energy drinks, and I'll be driving and falling asleep. I'm like, I know why, because I haven't had any caffeine. I can feel it right now. I'm like, man, what am I missing in my life? Yellow Submarine. This is sold to Michael Snared for $20. And then over here, Gene Simmons, the last bid was $27. The only no bids right now are the following. We have Kiss Rock and Roll Over for $75 and 38 Special. Those are both Japanese pressings. Those are available. Okay. And then let's go ahead and add another big Kiss record over here from the high-end tab. And the first thing I have for us out of the high-end tab is one of these Dutch Fan Club picture disc. Y'all probably seen these. These are official releases from the Netherlands. It's the Dutch Kiss Army Fan Club. And they're limited edition, and they're actually numbered on the back. And I think this one's a little bit more difficult one to get, the Elder. And it's really nice, and it's $125 start. $125 start. So you can put Gene over here as Kiss. And then Kathy has Gene Simmons at 30. We're in a new Buy It Now Best Offer vintage crate. Great titles in here so far. The Best of Buddy Holly. That's a double LP. VG Plus, $34.99. Also, The Best of Jethro Tull, Musicians Union. That's what the MU stands here, because on the back, he lists all the people. Jethro Tull kind of had a band, but there was also a lot of different people that played on his albums. Ian Anderson's Jethro Tull. VG, $9.99. The cover has quite a bit of wear on it, by the way. And let me do this. Let me do this. And let me do this. And let me send that. And I need to order some food. Started talking about drinks. I was like, more importantly, I got to get some food here. We have The Best of Blondie. This is in VG condition. Heart of Glass. Call Me. $19.99. David Jennings on Jethro Tull for $7. Scott Arnold got the AC/DC, Kathy. There was one in here. It was sold to Scott. Also, Journey Next is VG $14.99. There is some tape and cover damage up here. A little bit tougher to get Journey album, $14.99 on that. All right, let's see what else I have over here in the bonus crate. I kind of like pulling stuff out of here. We've pulled a Fastway out of here. We've pulled several Beatles out of here. And what if we go ahead and pull a Scorpions out of here? Nice. Scorpions, Fly to the Rainbow. I'm going to try to sell as much as related stuff I think people might be interested in buying if you're here for Kiss. And this is Scorpions, Fly to the Rainbow. And this is a U.S. reissue. No exact year was given on Discogs. We know it's nice. It's in EX with shrink wrap. Little torn right down here. 25 was Holland, 86. Yes, this is the Dutch Fan Club, Holland, Netherlands, 86. Gene Simmons is at 30 with Kathy. Wesley Stover's out. He hadn't set out. Joseph McCormick's out. He hadn't set out. Kathy has the Gene Simmons picture disc at 30. That's a 78 original, by the way. Also, Rush, A Farewell to Kings. Rush is in VG condition. That's $14.99. And nice. I love this. Tighten Up, Archie Bell and the Drells. Not only is it a cool album, I've been trying to collect these covers done by this artist. He worked pretty much exclusively for Atlantic, and he did this awesome, like, 60s kind of pop art kind of stuff. It's really cool. He did a lot of covers if you pay attention to that artwork. This is an original. VG Plus, $29.99. Now Elder has a bid for $125. Scorpions has a bid for $25. And Tom Waits, Nighthawks at the Diner. Tom Waits is VG Plus, $19.99. Prince, that is VG Plus, $24.99 for Parade. And then we have Joni Mitchell. That's actually her first album. EX $22.99, EX $22.99 for Joni Mitchell self-titled, and then Focus, Stan Getz, and this is VG $9.99, and Stanley Kubrick's Clockwork Orange soundtrack. How cool is that? Clockwork Orange is in VG condition, $9.99. And it's on the OG label, the Green Warner Brothers label. Let's go back up the top and see what's happened. Final call on Elder and Scorpions, but Gene Simmons has a new bid for $35. Archie Bell and the Drells, Tighten Up, is VG Plus, $29.99. And that is, of course, the OG label for that one. VG Plus, $29.99. Wow, some cool records right in there. Archie Bell, Clockwork Angels, Joni Mitchell's debut, Prince, Tom Waits, and Rush. And we're right in the middle of a Buy It Now Best Offer. No one has made any claims, nor have they made any offers. So they're just sitting here waiting for them to be bought before you can buy them. And then you're going to be like, dang, why didn't I go ahead and buy that? And then we have Angel. Angel is a 2LP, VG $12.99. Kathy's back it on Gene Simmons at $40. And we have the Ruddles Highway Revisited. This is a 1990 press, VG $12.99. Can y'all believe all that stuff? Some people just hopped off for a second. Look what they missed. It happens all the time. I'll do Archie Bell for $25. I'll split that one with you, Gregory. $25 on that one. And then over here, Rush. Rush was marked VG $14.99. I'll do that for $12 because I think some people's about to buy it for $14.99. Scott Arnold asked first. Scott, $12 if you want it. If not, then Tim Rory. Jeans at $40. Can I see Tom Waits? What was Clockwork? What was Archie Bell's? Can I see the Rush again? Yep, it was that time in history. Everybody decided to go walk their dog right quick, and just all these amazing records just slipped through everybody's fingers. Now they're beating on their keyboards, and they're yelling at their dog because he had to go take a leak. Chuck Haley. This is already sold to Gregory. Sorry, Gregory asked first. That's sold to him for $25. Tim Rory gets Rush for $12. That's sold to him for $12. Next thing over here was Clockwork, was sold to Scott Dwallo. Joseph McCormick, you were second. Next thing over here is, okay, the first thing is Donna said, did I miss a Prince? You did, and it looks like some people already want it. It's VG Plus, $24.99. You let me know, sold or pass. Well, actually, it looks like somebody's made an offer for $20. It's marked VG Plus, $24.99. The next thing was Charlie DeFrank. You were third on Archie Bell and the Drells. Brian Call gets the Ruddles, $3 off at $10. Next was Steve McGee wants to know the price on Angel. VG $12.99 on Angel, Steve McGee. And then it was the cat this time. I know. See, it always happens. Universally, somewhere around the world, people get distracted all at the same time. It's pretty amazing. Like, it's almost weird. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits is on the original label, no poster, $24.99. And Neil Young's Masterpiece, Harvest, $32.99. Also, this Scorpions album went through with just one bid, and that is sold for $25. And that is sold for $25 to Steve McGee. And then the Elder picture disc went through just one bid, $125. And that $125 bid was with the following person, Ralph Venturino. He got that for $125, also uncontested. Now, the most contested one back here is Gene Simmons. It's an OG VG picture disc. Kathy Hodges has it for $40, and everybody else is out. Everybody. There is nobody else higher on Gene Simmons except Kathy, and she has it for $40. So if you want a bit higher, this is your golden opportunity. If not, you're about to get left in the dust. Who asked first on Angel? Steve McGee did. There's been an offer, but I'll see what Steve McGee says first, okay? There's that. I am going to go ahead and say we need to read through these again, because I know some people have just got on that maybe had been watching all night. Some people have finally got back in from walking their cat. I know some people's like, Chad, I got to go outside and walk my cat. I'm like, boy, you don't hear that too often. Out there walking their cats. Next thing is Kiss. There's been some people ask for originals. I was going to wait a little bit more on that one. Plus, I got to find it in here. So let's see what's going on with Kiss originals. So this is a 1977. This is the 77 repress. It is in a first printing jacket. Okay, so it's a 77 repress in a first printing jacket. It has the original inner sleeve, the book, and the cards, no sticker. VG condition. If you want to bid on this, put Kiss. $30 start on that. Gene has a new bid for $45. Kathy, you're out. Angel is Steve McGee's for $12. Okay, so that means Steve gets that for sticker price. Okay, that's sold to Steve McGee. There's that, and let me grab another auction over here. And that next auction is going to be the following. And that next auction is going to be another Fastway. Another Fastway that's out of print. This is Fastway all fired up. Their catalog is not available. It's an 84 Euro original, so it's a UK or Holland. It's a Holland press made for the European market. It's EX condition, and currently none are for sale in the United States. So if you got on Discogs right now to buy this Euro original and you wanted to buy it from a US seller, base seller, for much less shipping and much cheaper shipping typically, there's none available for sale at this moment, or at that moment when we researched it. $25 start on that. $25 start on that. Who got the Prince album? I guess you did, because I never did hear back from Donna. So this is sold to Mark Chesler for $20. That's sold to Mark Chesler for $20, okay? Kiss Alive. I will get that one. Kiss Alive OG, not the Kiss Alive 1975. Okay, I will try my best to find that one. I've got to step up here and get an energy drink before my brain power evaporates. And trust me, we all want Chad's brain power high octane. If not, then things could get a little bit weird. Everybody be like, whoa, Chad, things are getting a little bit weird. We can tell your brain's not high octane. Man, there's already something in the microwave up here. Laura's got something in the air fryer. Something smells really good back here. Ah, what is this, Laura? Laura's got something cooking in the air fryer up here in our employee break room, which is behind the counter. I want a break room like The Office has. You know, Office, the TV show The Office. We don't have enough room in here. In my future fantasy store, which is going to be like gigantic with 3 stories in Sevierville outside of the Smoky Mountains one day, my dream store, we're going to have a gigantic employee, you know, break room. But right now, everything's behind the counter. Our fridge is back here mixed in with records. So, all right. I'm stretching. We're going to let that monster settle. I'm going to adjust my back. And here we go. First thing we're going to do is this. Okay? Fastway was at 30 and then 35. Originals at 30. All right, so the Gene Simmons, Joseph McCormick, 45. Sold, Kathy went out. Sold to Joseph McCormick for $45. Thank you, Joseph. Okay? Over here, we have Kiss the Originals up for bid, which honestly right now has one bid, and that's the honest truth. Ralph and Torino, $30. Scully Mac, you're out on Fastway, and let's grab another one. We have a request for Kiss Alive. This is a 1976 Terre Haute OG pressing. It is EX with the book. It is EX with the book. A gatefold jacket. Kiss Alive. Not a bad copy whatsoever. Very little wear on the cover. One of my favorite covers. That's awesome. It looks just like the Kiss sign we have made, which, by the way, should be in this week, but $35. That's an underrated cover, in my opinion. $35 start on Kiss Alive. That's now up for bid. All right, so first thing we're going to do is I'm going to read through these quickly. Chris, and Lee, VG Plus, $24.99. But first, before I get on a roll, let me check this for RL. Does this have RL in the dead wax? No. Nada. Negativo. Buddy Holly, Rock and Roll Collection, VG Plus $14.99. Spooky Tooth 2, VG $9.99. These are buy it now best offer. Jackson Brown, Lawyers in Love, VG Plus $9.99. Gloria, Shadows of Night, VG $19.99. George Harrison, VG $12.99. Let It Be, VG $19.99. The shocking thing of the night is we have a Kiss Originals that's going to sell for $30. That is $10 per album. I could probably split this up and auction the book by itself, the inner sleeves by itself, the loose disc, and the empty jacket, and get more than $30 for it. So Originals is up for bid, one bid $30. Now a bid for $40. Fastway, The last bid on Fastway was 35 of Kevin Voitosh. That's a final call. And now Alive is at 45. Make sure you put specifically what you're bidding on. James Brown plays James Brown, VG plus $19.99. Elton John's VG $14.99. Original Uni, Isaac Hayes, Dionne Warwick, VG plus $17.99. Humble Pie, Rock On, VG $9.99. Elvis in person, VG plus $29.99. Crossteel's Nash and Young, Four-Way Street, VG plus $24.99. Jefferson Airplane takes off, VG $24.99. Brother Jack McDuff Screaming, VG $14.99. The Mothers of Inventions, VG plus $27.99. The Best of Buddy Holly, VG plus $34.99. The Best of Blondie, VG $19.99. Next Journey, VG minus cover, $14.99. Tom Waits, VG plus $19.99. Joni Mitchell's EX $12.99. Stan Getz is VG $9.99. Bob Dylan's on the original label, VG plus $24.99. And Neil Young's Harvest, EX $32.99. Neil Young's Harvest, EX $32.99. Okay? The Tom Waits was Nighthawks at the Diner. Don't have a year or pressing, but it's definitely an older copy, if not OG, on that label. Asylum, David Geffen's record label. VG plus $19.99. Stan Getz 6. Stan Getz 8. That would be 20% off. And then price condition of Blondie. Blondie was VG condition, $19.99. VG $19.99. Okay, Alive has a high bid of 50. Fastway has a bid of 38, and Originals is at 50. Originals is at 50. The first person to bid was 78 Trans Am. Ralph, you tied them, so you're out. Fastway's at 38, and Alive is at 50. Let's go ahead and go through another crate. If anybody decides you want anything else in there, or if you want to make an offer, or if you want to say yes to my counter offers, or no to my counter offers, that's okay too. You'll break my heart when I counter your counter. If you try to say no to my counter to your counter, then I get kind of upset. I'm like, wow, they countered my counter, and then we've countered, and then we're back into an encounter, and then I got to go up front to the counter to get a monster I've got behind the counter, and also some Oreos I've got behind the counter, only to come back up here and find out that they have accepted my counter, which Donna has done that. $8, Donna Turner. Thank you for accepting my counter offer. All right. Garrett takes Tom Waits for $15. I will accept your counter offer. So to Garrett for $15. Quick update. Quick update. Originals, $51. Alive, $60. Fastway. Kevin Voitosh, $38. It looks like everybody's done. We're going to make sure that's finished. Final call. Oh, Chad just popped his knees back into place. I'm here complaining, and Paul McCartney's down in Atlanta right now, about to do a 3-hour set list at 82 years old, and I'm up here popping and aching like a whatever cocktail they give him before he goes out on stage. I need to figure out what it is. And I'm not talking about a cocktail of alcohol. I'm talking about whatever they shoot him up with before he goes out there at age 82 and plays a 3-hour rock set list. He does look exhausted after Live and Let Die. Live and Let Die is the peak of the show with the pyro, the fireworks, the lasers, the cannons that go off. He does look pretty exhausted by that point of the show. But then he comes back out there and does a 10-minute version of Helter Skelter. I'm like, oh my gosh, what kind of injection did they give this guy? Whatever it is, I want to be prescribed to it. I want that shot right into my hip every night before I go live. Oh boy. What does it matter to you? When you got a job to do, you got to do it well. You gotta Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Okay. Sorry, I was ordering food over here, and my food's ordered. I had to take care of that. I don't have anything planned for after the show, so I cannot be hungry or thinking about being hungry. So let's go back up to the top. We got a new crate here. We have first, what is the fast way? Price on the Beatles, Let It Be. Did Blondie sell? All right, I can answer Blondie, and we have that right here. Blondie is in VG condition, $19.99. Kiss Alive is at $65. And then Fastway. Okay, here's what I got to do. Kevin Voitosh has had this for 5 minutes for $38. Somebody has unfortunately asked about it. It's an 84 Euro original, all fired up. Okay? This is a final call. I'm actually going to say it's going right over here. If Kevin Voitosh gets outbid, it can only be from one person. And that one person is Tommy Call. If Tommy says pass, it's sold to Kevin Voitosh. Over here, Kiss Originals. A lot of bidders, a lot of different bidders, and a lot of out-of-place bids. I'm showing Kiss Originals, Ralph Venturino, 6 minutes ago at $50. Ralph Venturino 6 minutes ago at $50. There was somebody tied with him that never bid again, and a couple people that didn't say out. So Ralph Venturino has that for $50. That's a final call, and we're about to sell it. Fastway has a new bid, Tommy Call, $39. And then Kiss Alive is with James Bullock at $66. Blondie is sold for $15 to John Smetzer. Okay? The next thing we have this is I think I answered everything. I hope so. They're still bidding on Fastway. Originals, the clock is ticking like a bomb, and hopefully you're nowhere close to it. Promises. What a great song. It's on this Eric Clapton, and this is a white label promo. VG Plus, $29.99. Talking about promises. I don't care if you did in the home. I don't care if you do. I'm in a home. I said I don't. And I don't love you and you don't love me. $29.99. Promo copy. Elvis, as recorded at Madison Square Garden. VG Plus, $17.99. We can't go on forever with Suspicious. The worst of the mothers of invention. VG 19, this is the worst of the mothers of invention. VG $19.99. Asia, self-titled, VG Plus $12.99. Nice, Thin Lizzy Fighting. VG $14.99. That doesn't come through as often. And Oswald, Self-Portrait in Red. We just had one of these the other night. Here's one straight price, $29.99. VG Plus Oswald. VG Plus $29.99. All right, Kiss Originals. I've gave that literally all the time and then some, like probably too much time. That is sold to 78 Trans Am for $50. That is sold. Over here, Fastway, still getting bids. It's at $45. And then Kiss Alive is at $67 with Kathy. That means James Bullock, you're out. Kathy has it for $67. Next thing over here is the end of the new vinyl coming up. If it will be on sale new vinyl. I still got 3 crates up front to show again here. That will probably be well, the next crate we're going to do is some stuff Laura marked. I don't know what kind of stuff it is. It could be regular stuff or it could be Laura-based stuff. I'm not for sure. It looks like a little bit of everything. Looks like just all kinds of different stuff she pulled. So I know some of y'all stick around for like Laura crates because sometimes it's like Laura type stuff. This one looks like she just marked a little bit of everything, which is still fun. Fastway's at $45. Scott Dwallow wants worst of. He wants worst of right here. That's sold to him. Thin Lizzy sold to Jay Nutra for $10. Fastway $46. Mother's already sold, and then Elvis for $15. Okay, there's that. Next thing is Timeout, Dave Brubeck. Wow, Let's see what label. It is a second label. VG Plus $17.99. VG Plus $17.99. Oswald is VG Plus. We sold a nice one, I think Friday night at auction for like $50. It's a recording where he was on a TV or radio show about 4 or 5 months before the assassination. Fastway's at 46 and Kiss is at 67. Okay, and I think we're about done on that. That was Kiss Alive. Okay. Steve Winwood, Ark of a Diver, VG condition, $9.99 for Steve Winwood. Also, Ray Campy and the Rockabilly Rebels, VG Plus $14.99. We have AC/DC High Voltage, VG Plus $39.99. High Voltage. This says Porky Prime Cut. Nice. That is an OG, if not an early press. VG Plus VG Plus $39.99. I think I said 3 different prices. The price is VG Plus $39.99. The Young Rascals, Good Lovin', VG Plus $19.99 for Good Lovin', and more Chuck Berry. Chuck Berry is a 63 mono, VG $19.99. Fastway is still getting bids. Tommy calls out. This is sold to Kevin Voitosh for $47. Kiss Alive is sold to Kathy for $67. Sold to Kathy for $67. Okay? That is sold. We need some new stuff. Some of those went into some extended bidding. Wow. Oswald is sold to Denise for $20. Scott, if you want AC/DC, let me know. If not, then Solarplex does. $39.99 for AC/DC. Tim Rory gets Asia for $10. That is $2.99 off. You got it. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Let's put up some more Kiss stuff. Sorry, some of those went into some extended bidding. I'm not surprised though. It's Kiss night. We got some very passionate collectors. I would do the same thing if this was Paul McCartney night. This is a 1986 Dutch Kiss Army picture disc. Preston Holland for the Netherlands, in the Netherlands. It's numbered 200. And this is Kiss Destroyer, $125 start. Kiss Destroyer, $125 start. Solarplex gets the AC/DC. We are in a buy it now or best offer crate. We have the meters. This is a reissue. Yeah, that's a tough album to get. This is a reissue from 2008. It has the Sissy Strut on it. VG $19.99. That's a 2008 pressing. More of the Monkeys. VG, that is a stereo press. I'm a Believers on that one. $9.99. So these kind of crates has a lot of vintage and OG stuff. I usually say there's no modern pressings in here. For example, that's an outlier, the meters. About everything in here is typically vintage OG, if not first press. Now, John can get a lot of stuff marked because he usually just looks at them, cleans them, grades them, and prices them. A lot of the stuff we put out quite often. Some stuff may have a year in pressing plant because I know a lot of y'all are always curious. We usually try to check Beatles stuff. We try to check certain records. A lot of stuff is just like this. We know this is definitely an OG, if not an early pressing in stereo. So he just cleans it, he grades it, and he prices it. Because if this was a really nice copy, he probably would have marked it $20. This is about half the near mint grade, VG. So it's $9.99. And all these are best offer. For anybody new, that's what all this stuff is. This stuff has been in collections. It just got priced today. It's like shopping new arrival bins at your local record store, but you can do it right here live. Unfortunately, you're just fighting against 296 other people that happen to be watching right now. There are people tuned in to see what we've marked for today, and we mark new stuff in the hundreds. Hundreds of new records are marked every day, and we show them live right here every night. If you tune in between the hours of 5 and 6 all the way up to 11, you'll be seeing new stuff. It could be brand new stuff like new and sealed records, and it could be stuff like this. And we always have auctions, and you don't know what's going to be coming up in those. Kathy was first on the Monkeys. George was second on the meters. The meters was already an offer with Ivan R for $15. We also have the Moody Blues 7 Sojourn, VG Plus $9.99. Since John's worked here, he's probably marked a lot of these same records hundreds of times, and we've had the same prices on a lot of them, and they're like near mint. They're $20. If they're VG plus, they're this. If they're VG, and that's how we've always marked a lot of these vintage OG records. Probably how we will continue to be marking them because we haven't had any problem selling them. This is a 2020 Record Store Day. Ace Frehley, Trouble Walking. This is the Trouble Walking that's on colored vinyl as a 2LP, and that is on orange and yellow, $55 start on that. The Destroyer is another Dutch Holland fan club, 1986, near mint, $125 start. And then we always have auctions over here that are, quote, unadvertised, like bonus auctions. And that could be, typically it's stuff, really cool stuff that we have a feeling y'all might want to bid on, like Y&T, because their catalog is out of print. Open Fire does have some sticker residue. Looks like somebody tried to peel off a sticker. It's VG++ vinyl, just a $15 start on Y&T. And now, Chad's going to drink some of this. I desperately need it. Yeah, we're probably going to recap all the new vinyl that was left on sale from last week. And I might find more around here to add to it, but we've pretty much sold everything from the month of September. There's hardly nothing left. Sorry, I didn't unmute my mic. Blues Brothers is VG plus $17.99, made in America. The Knack is VG plus $9.99. And Early Steppenwolf, Live at the Matrix, 1967, VG $9.99. Sorry. The Destroyer album's $125 start, Ralph. $125 start. No bid on Ace, $55 start. Y&T is a $15 start. Also, more Jungle Book, Further Adventures of Baloo and Mowgli. How do you say his name? I've never seen the Jungle Book. This is VG plus $14.99. And Redbone, Message from a Drum. Redbone is VG $9.99. And we have George Burleson on the Blues Brothers. That's so to George Burleson. The Doors' Greatest Hits, VG plus $19.99. And Spanking Our Gang, Sunday Will Never Be the Same, VG $9.99. So, yeah, Ralph the Destroyer is a $125 start. Ace Frehley is sealed, mint minus. It is on colored vinyl, and Y&T's a $15 start. Mowgli, thank you. 125. Ralph is in. Jungle Book. Chad, if you want it, it's so to you. If not, it goes to Susie Breedlove. Next thing is Outlaws, Playing to Win. Outlaws is VG plus $14.99. The Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor. VG plus $14.99. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Yes, new vintage stuff. The Doors is sold to Solarplex for $15. We have Fleetwood Mac Rumors, EX $32.99 for Rumors, and Alice's Restaurant starring Arlo Guthrie, VG plus $14.99. Aerosmith, Get Your Wings, VG $14.99, and Elvis, Golden Records, VG plus $14.99. Any more Doors Rocktober? You know I should, and I need to reorder all the new Doors, all the Rocktober stuff, because I had somebody just a moment ago ask for Yes, and I don't think I have any. Let me see if I have any Doors. Those, I can find those easy because the tabs stick up on them. There's Warren Zevon. You know, first couple crates, no luck yet. I meant to ask Paul which crates he did and didn't go through. If he didn't go through some of these other crates over here, we actually got a ton of new stuff, because I know Friday there was 3 new vinyl crates I didn't even get to. I bet Paul didn't get to them either, so, because I bet John marked even more and he probably went through those. We probably have a ton of stuff over here y'all hadn't seen. I don't see any Doors at a quick glance. Of course, it could be buried. It's pretty messy back here behind me. Ace 5562, and then over here the Jungle Book. Will you sell it for 10? No, somebody's claimed it at full price. So when you make an offer and somebody else claims it, that means they're paying full price, which means you've essentially been out offered by somebody. So it's $14.99 if you want it. If you don't want it, then I sell it to the person who claimed it at full price. Okay? Is Elvis the Go Vinyl? No, this is a 70s pressing. This is a 70s pressing, but it's not Go Vinyl. Get the knack for $6. We'll go ahead and sell the knack to Peter Haas for $6. Okay? Outlaws, Mike McGinnis, 10. Mike McGinnis, 10, sold to Mike McGinnis. Susie gets the Jungle Book. Okay? Next is the Mamas and Papas. That's their first album, VG Plus, $14.99. The Destroyer picture disc is sold for $125, and that's sold to Ralph Venturino for $125. Thank you, Ralph Venturino. I have a couple more of these Dutch fan clubs numbered. And then Ace Frehley all of a sudden got some activity. Manny Ray has it for $65. Y&T has one bid for $15 with Scully Mack. It's an 85 OG, does have this cover damage, but the vinyl's nice, VG++, excuse me. I chugged that monster too fast. Next Kiss auction is going to go up right now. Let's go ahead and do this right here. This looks pretty dang sweet. It is Kiss, I Was There, Kiss, August 27th, 26th, 27th, and 28th, 1977. It's an unofficial, a 4LP silver vinyl with all the extras. All the extras. It is a 4LP on silver vinyl. Los Angeles Forum, 1977, $95 start. Okay? Pure Perry League 2-Lane Highway, VG Plus $9.99. The Go-Go's Beauty and the Beat with their big hit song We Got the Beat, VG Plus $14.99. And we have Jim Croce, I Got a Name, VG Plus $9.99 on Jim Croce. On Any Sunday soundtrack, a 1971 Monarch on Any Sunday, VG $19.99. ABBA Arrival, VG Plus $14.99. And Robin Trower Live is EX Condition, $17.99. Retro Class Entertainment on the Go-Go's. Thank you on that, Retro Class Entertainment. Also, we have The Temptations, Psychedelic Shack. The Temptations is VG Plus $14.99. Broken Sconce on RT, and that was for Robin Trower Live. Kiss has two $95 bids, $95.95. Scully Mack, you get Y&T for $15, and Ace Frehley is sold to Manny Ray for $65. That's sold to Manny Ray for $65. Kiss has bids for $95 and $95. We have Soul Survivors. That's VG Plus $19.99. Express Way to Your Heart. And now Mike's in on Kiss at $100. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Ace Frehley. This is The Spaceman, a Record Store Day Essential. And this is a 2019 repress, limited to 2,100 picture disc with poster. That is a $25 star, Ace Frehley picture disc. Also over here, we have Robert Palmer, Double Fun, VG $9.99. Paul McCartney, Tug of War, VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. Also, The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, VG Plus $19.99. Captain Beefheart, Frank Zappa, Bongo Fury, VG Plus $27.99. And Rush, Hemispheres, VG $14.99 for Hemispheres. VG Condition. Rush, VG, $14.99, okay? Tyson is in on Ace at 25. Mike Torres, you're out on Kiss. Let's see what I have over here in my bonus crate. By the way, there was a new delivery of Japanese today. We'll get into those tomorrow. There is a whole box of Japanese. We got plenty of other stuff to run tonight, but I have a whole crate of Japanese allocated for tomorrow. So Japanese auctions tomorrow, just FYI. Check this out. Miles Davis, Saturday night, Miles Davis in person at the Black Hawk, San Francisco, Volume 2. Miles Davis is a 61 USOG 6i, a 61 OG, and it's not bad at all for this album. VG+++++, conservatively graded, okay, and a clean jacket. Just a little bit of rotting. That's from that jazz collection. The guy was definitely in a fraternity. What is that? Omega, Psi-Phi, Kappa, Delta, Phi, Chi, Me. We have Ace, Space Ace. This is Somebody wants to see the back of it. That's the back of it. That's the front of it. There's the back of it. There's the front of it. And who was first on Rush? Brogan Scones got Rush. And then Kiss 110, Kiss 110. Tony next on Rush, Kiss 115. Tyson is the only bidder on the Ace. We're about to sell it for $25. Miles Davis was also a $25 start. Yeah, $25 start on that one as well. All right, nice. Let's read through those again. I'm not going to mute my mic this time. I'm going to take a quick drink of Monster and ask everybody to do me a quick favor. And somebody just said, Chad, what's that favor? That favor is to hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. If you hadn't done that on the video, you can do that down at the bottom of the chat. Just please make sure you've done that for me. I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. I am stepping outside, if you can still hear me, to get my food off the counter. I had to get my food off the counter before some hobo took off with it. What is all this stuff here? Reel-to-reels. Looks like we've been doing some buying. You know, I can show this at any time. I might as well just show it tonight. And as usual, I'm going to offer it. I'm just going to offer it as a buy it now. And the last couple I've auctioned had either got one bid or somebody's bought it as a buy it now. And then I'm going to show you something I just got a letter back in the mail for. And it's also going to be a buy it now because I don't think it's really any reason to auction it. So I'm going to show you something pretty dang rare if you're a Beatles collector. And it's pricey. It's very pricey. His stuff is pricey. I'll show it to you in just a second. And I got two really high-end autographs to show you that we just officially added into inventory. Okay, so I am back. I had to walk up front and get my food off the counter. I now have supper for about 5 hours. When the show's over in about 5 hours, I'll have something to eat, so I'm not starving to death at the gym. I left off by saying Solarplex was second on Rush. Kevin Chapman first on Elvis Presley. Kevin, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then I'll give you some quick instructions. You wanted the International Hotel. Was that still in here? Elvis, International Hotel? Or did we sell that earlier? Are you talking about from the first crate? Or you mean Gold Records? I bet he meant Gold Records. Sell that to Kevin Chapman. Ace got a new bid for 28. Kiss got a new bid for 125. Aerosmith got a bid from Solarplex for 10. Aerosmith was right back here. That sold to Solarplex for $10. Ace 31. Miles Davis 25. Ace 32. Kiss 128. And Kevin's a first-time buyer. Thank you, sir, and welcome to Collectco. $8 in limited shipping. That's the first thing you need to know, which is kind of our staple here. We do live streams every night. We'll be live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I'll be here every night except Thursday. There'll be somebody else hosting the show. Laura will be here. Long story short, we just need you to do two things for us. Message the page on Facebook, this page here, Collectco. I need your email address and mailing address. We need that because on Monday, a week from today, when you're done buying, we close the cycle and we send invoices. Ed's our customer service manager. He sends invoices on Monday. We had a lot this week. There was a lot of individual invoices because of all the pre-orders that's been coming in for October. So when you get that, you pay and we'll ship promptly. A lot of people that's paying on Monday are definitely getting their records by the end of the week. We have some people paying on Monday and they're getting their orders by Thursday. And it's a constant rotation. You're a first-time buyer. Well, there's some people watching right now that's been on that cycle for almost 5 years, buying from us for almost 5 years now. And we do this now every night. I used to do it once every week, maybe every couple weeks when I first started. It was just kind of like an event. And now we do it every night, between 6 and 8+ hours every night. Usually 7 to 8 hours we're here. And I'm here. People don't even think I'm real, but I am. This is about the only thing I do. I do this, and then I get ready for the next one. I sleep a little, and I'm right back here doing it again. This is a 61 USOG. I have enough stuff in this building to sell for the rest of my life, and they're about to go to Michigan tomorrow and buy like another truckload of vinyl, so we're never going to run out. Joe Castillo, $26. This is a 61. The catalog number is CS 8470. This is an OG 61 VG++. The high bid's $26. Kiss is at $155. It's between Fred and Victor. And then Ace Frehley, I think we have another new buyer. Tyson Morgan has it for $31. Ace got a bid for $32, and then Tyson $35. So Fred Cardinal, you're out on Kiss. Fred Cardinal, you're out on Ace. And everybody that was bidding on Miles Davis is out except Joe Castillo at $26. Okay, now Patrick's at $27. This is a buy it now best offer crate, best offer, or you can go ahead and claim them. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just here to sell records for a fair price. Eric Clapton, white label promo, VG Plus $29.99. Dave Brubeck, that's the second label, still a 60s pressing. Still manufactured in the 60s. This album came out in the late 50s, like 57, I think. This is like a early mid-60s press. VG Plus $17.99. Steve Winwood is VG $9.99. Ray Campy is VG Plus $14.99. The Young Rascals is VG Plus $19.99. More Chuck Berry. This is a 63 press. A 63 mono, VG $19.99. Fred, if you're out there, you're out on both these auctions. Kiss is at $155 and Ace is at $35, and we're going to have to sell them pretty quick. We got plenty of stuff to go through. Moody Blues is VG Plus $9.99. Early Steppenwolf is VG $9.99. Redbone is VG $9.99. Spanking Our Gang is VG $9.99. The Moody Blues is VG Plus $14.99. Yeah, that one's $14.99. Rumors was EX $32.99. And we have Alice's Restaurant, VG Plus $14.99. Mamas and Papas, VG Plus $14.99. Pure Prairie Leagues, VG Plus $9.99. Jim Croce, VG Plus $9.99. On Any Given Sunday, VG $9.99. ABBA, VG Plus $14.99. The Temptations, VG Plus $14.99. The Soul Survivors, VG Plus $14.99. Robert Palmer, VG $9.99. And then the last three was Paul McCartney, the best, a.k.a. the worst of Jefferson Airplane, and then Zappa and Beefheart, okay? There's those, and it's time to sell some other auctions. John Smetzer got the Dave Brubeck for $15. Contemporary jazz, not too much. There's a couple things, as you know, Donna, that I think you're most interested in that's hard to get, and a lot of it's like contemporary jazz, rap, and hip-hop. The problem is there never was a lot of that even manufactured. So most of that's only available on brand new vinyl. And if people do have it, they don't really have large collections. Most of the stuff we get is rock and pop and soul and country because that was the most manufactured stuff. If we do find, as y'all know, rap, hip-hop, and even you can say metal, that stuff has always been low production. And a lot of it just never was even made on vinyl. Kiss is sold for $155 to Victor Guerra. And then over here, Ace Frehley is gone. And if you're a first-time buyer, let me know. Tyson Morgan. I think I've said your name before, but if you are a first-time buyer, just say, yes, first-time buyer. Whoops. And by the way, your Ace Frehley card just fell out, so let me pop that back in there. And then the last bid on Miles Davis over here. Joe Castillo, 28. Samuel Kopech bid 30. Joe Castillo, you've been outbid by Samuel Kopech. Which Jim Croce was that? That should be I Got a Name. And that's VG Plus $9.99. Bob Riger on Soul Survivors. Bob, I'll do that for $15 if that's what you referred to. It was marked $19.99. If not, I understand. And then ABBA, Kathy, I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $13. Sorry. It was marked $14.99. Sell that to Kathy for $13. Wayne Davis on the Temptations for $10. That's sold to Wayne Davis for $10. Pure Prairie League 5. And sounds like we need to do that for $7, George Burleson. $7 on that. Josh Brown, Any Given Sunday soundtrack. This is $19.99. I'll do it for $15 if you want it on that. And then we have another first-time buyer. All right, so Tyson, I hope you heard those instructions just a moment ago. Just make sure you send us a quick Facebook message, name and email address, okay? Name and email address, and we'll take care of you. It'll be a week before you get an invoice. Mark Chesler gets the Jim Croce. So you have, this is a great first night to be buying. Wow, my ear just like, it sounded like my right ear just got electrocuted. I think I'm slowly, at like loud concerts now and stuff, when it gets really loud, my right ear sounds like it's got static in it. I don't know what that means. I'm sure I have some kind of hearing damage from all the concerts and loud music I've listened to. Josh Brown on any given Sunday for $15. That's so to Josh Brown. And the only other thing I counted was Pure Prairie League for somebody. And that was George Burleson if you wanted George for $7. Okay. Miles Davis is tied at $30. Joel, you just bid 30. Samuel already had it for 30. Okay, and George does want Pure Prairie League for 7. Let's go through another crate. The first thing I'm going to do is introduce some more auctions. And we have some more great KISS stuff back here, including some more of those Dutch fan club. So this is an 86 Netherlands Dutch KISS Army fan club exclusive. They only made 1,500 numbered copies like this one. Let me read what Laura has here. This is 1,500 copies that were numbered. However, unearned copies like this one, I believe, they'll be part of the same press in Corner Discogs, okay? So once again, part of that Dutch fan club, 86 Holland. This is the Dress to Kill. It's only a $75 start. $75 start. The Zappa was Zappa and Beefheart, Captain Beefheart. This is live, 1975, VG Plus, $27.99. $27.99. Tendinitis. Boy, it's annoying. It just happened early. I don't know what I was right in the middle of saying, but it went, sounds like a buzzer went off in my ear. Last night at that McCartney concert, there's a couple of just like really loud parts, and it sounds like radio static comes in my right ear. I was like, oh no, what is going on? I like music too much to be losing my hearing. We have 2 autographs. They're buy it nows, okay? And one of them's pretty firm, and the other one is, well, it's pretty firm because I just showed it for the first time, but I can listen if anybody wants to talk. But it's kind of like a lot of these high-end autographs I get. It's just, I might have to wait for the right buyer. First thing is Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. It's $1,500. It's been Beckett witnessed. Wait a minute. Yeah, Beckett witnessed and JSA'd. So it's been authenticated by Beckett. There was a representative that witnessed Ozzy sign it, and it's JSA authenticated. And then this one is $7,500. Paul McCartney signed Hard Day's Night. Now, what you got to know, a Beatles autograph on an album jacket, especially a U.S. jacket, is not only rare, it's not only highly desirable because it's Paul McCartney, but it's also very rare. I sent off for a replacement letter. This jacket has actually been restored. The original photo on the JSA photo match, it had a lot of chipping and wear. So I wanted to get a correct photo on the letter. So I just got this back. I've had it for a while, but I got an updated letter with it. Now, what you got to know about album jackets from the U.S., most signed Beatles records that were signed during Beatlemania were not U.S. pressings. You just couldn't get to the Beatles, especially of the U.S. So anything Paul McCartney signed is probably contemporary, and I actually know when and where this was signed. This is when Paul McCartney played at the White House, this was where he got the Library of Congress, the Gershwin Prize for Popular Song. And I think he played that night at the White House. And this was signed at the Library of Congress when he was leaving after he got that award, and he was on his way to the White House to play for President Obama. So I got it from a collector that knew the guy that got it signed. Evidently, he was leaving that night. And of course, you had to be an insider to get that close to him. He was at the Library of Congress getting that award. So it was signed, 10 years ago? When was that? Yeah, 15 years ago. And that he played that night at the White House. So that once, like I said, so hard to get U.S. album jackets signed. It's an incredible thing. I like that he signed right there next to his head too. So that's $7,500. There's not many signed U.S. album jackets listed for sale. I think there's a copy of Abbey Road on eBay for like 15 grand. They're so expensive. Or any album jacket, they're so expensive, especially a U.S. studio album. They're just very rare. And of course, Ozzy, we have sold every Ozzy autograph that's come through on an album jacket. This one's $1,500, okay? I'll leave that right back there for a while. There's some nice eye candy, so almost investment grade level stuff there, especially with the McCartney. I've already got one. So I've got now 2 signed McCartneys. And those I still got those cuts too, so I've got plenty. If I start stockpiling $5,000 and $10,000 autographs, I will. It's bad business practice. I got to let some stuff go. So I bought that strictly to resell, and I've gotten plenty now. It's for sale. Most of the time, it wouldn't be, obviously, but there it is. Okay. All right. Now, we're ready for another new arrivals crate. Before we go through this crate Laura's marked, let's do one more over here. We've done back-to-back check condition. Let's do a crate that's not check condition and see what's in here. And then I think Laura's working on even another crate. So we got plenty. And I think there's 3 crates here from Friday that we never did go through. Yeah, there's 3 crates over here Friday that I didn't go through, and it doesn't look like Paul went through on Saturday either. So yeah, we could just keep showing new stuff for a while. And man, this is a good crate we're about to go through. Yeah, this is a buy it now or best offer, new arrival, non-check condition crate. And let's update all these auctions, okay? All right, here we go. First thing, Miles Davis was between 2 people, and it still is. Joe Castillo, $36. Samuel Kopech is out. The Dress to Kill is another Dutch fan club. Yes, Ralph, $75 start on this one. Yes, $75 start on that one. It is unnumbered, but they say it comes from the same batch, okay? Have I missed anything else? I think I may have. I did. Zappa Beefheart, George Burleson, $20. Let's sell that to George Burleson for $20. Okay, that's $7.99 off. I'll do that for an even $20 bill. The other question is the label on the Temptations. Now that's already sold. But if you're I can't remember who bought it. If you're the one who bought it, it's on the original Gordy Motown label. But it's already sold. Whoever got it, if you did, there's the label for you. And now Dress to Kill 75, and they're still bidding on Miles Davis. We have room for one more auction. Let's go ahead and put up another Ace solo album. And this is Spaceman. And this is OG from 2018 on silver vinyl. And the silver vinyl, he did 6,000 copies of that. $25 start. This is new non-check condition stuff, okay? And then Ozzy's $1,500 and Paul McCartney is $7,500. Okay? Paul McCartney cut on an index card, couple $1,000. Paul McCartney on an album jacket, more than 3 times as much. You add one more on there and it gets even more expensive. It's pretty crazy. Okay, here we go. We have The Golden Seal, music by John Barry. That's a soundtrack, sealed, unopened, $19.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. Another soundtrack, Ginger and Fred. It's sealed, $14.99. Ace is near mint minus. He's out on Miles Davis. Samuel has it for $40. Final Call and Dress to Kill for $75. Suburban Lawns, Baby. A 1983 gold disc press. Suburban Lawns is $49.99. A 1983 gold disc press. Manhattan soundtrack, music from the Woody Allen film. You remember on Seinfeld, These Pretzels Are Making Me Thirsty? That's Woody Allen. He was in New York doing a movie. This has nothing to do with it. This came out 20 years before, 15, 10 years before Seinfeld. What year is this? 79? Yeah, 79. That episode was probably what, like 1991, 92 or something. Manhattan's $14.99. John Kinson and the New Motive Band, New Sound in Rock and Roll. 1976 Holland, $12.99. Jonathan Edwards. This has his hit song Sunshine Go Away Today. Nice original label. I remember the first time I heard that song, I fell in love with it. How much does it cost? I'll buy it. Jonathan Edwards. Sunshine, $14.99. And we have the Guess Who flavors, and this is $14.99. Miles Davis is sold to Samuel Kopich for $40. He didn't sign much San Antonio. I had friends go to a hotel in the Riverwalk where he stayed. They saw him. Yeah, see, I was going to try to figure out, after Atlanta last night, I had a hotel just right outside Atlanta. I had plenty of time to kill, and I was going to try to, as soon as the concert was over, I was going to try to see where he leaves, like out of the stadium, or maybe ask some people if they knew where he was staying. I figured it's going to be in one of the nice hotels in Atlanta. And just, I knew I couldn't even get close to maybe get something signed because I'm sure there's already people lined up. But I was like, man, I wonder if he's going to do any signings just to get close. Or maybe if somebody got something signed, I could have tried to buy it from them. But I couldn't get out of the stadium. I was down there on the floor and I couldn't get out. And I was like, man, he's probably already left the building. He's probably already at his, by the time I got out of the arena, he probably was already at his hotel in his room probably, because he's playing again right now. He's on stage right now in Atlanta. Dress to Kill is sold to Ralph Venturino for $75. I know some customers that's there. I'm surprised they hadn't said anything. And that's sold to Ralph. And then Ace Frehley. Kevin Taves, You're Out. Jersey Devils bid came in right before you. Okay? And let's go ahead and put up another Kiss record. Yes, Paul, unfortunately, notorious, known for not signing stuff. I mean, you got to think, his best friend, his lad, literally got killed signing autographs, or he did that day. He got shot, but he was known for stopping outside of his apartment, John, and signing autographs, and he was almost too fan-friendly, and that may have been what killed him. He didn't have enough security. So Paul obviously pretty locked down. It's hard to get to him. Kiss, here's another Dutch fan club. 1986 Netherlands reissue. This is numbered. It's from that Dutch fan club. It is a limited edition, and it is a $75 start. $75 start. $75. Oh, I would take a photo before an autograph. Oh yeah, 100%. I would definitely take a photo before a selfie or photo before an autograph for Paul. The Cruisers. The Cruisers is a Holland rockabilly record, or it's pressed in Holland. By the way, for anybody that's new on records like this is the year it was made. This is the country it was made in, and sometimes I'll say the genre. So I'm not saying necessarily this is rockabilly from Holland. The record was made in Holland, and it is rockabilly. $9.99. Ace is a 2018 USOG on silver vinyl. It has 2 bids. It's a tied. Kevin Taves has not bid again. Jersey Devil has it for $25, and these are buy it now or best offer. AC/DC, Fly on the Wall, an 85 SRC pressing. AC/DC, $39.99. $39.99, and it's mastered by Bob Ludwig. That should be OG at a quick glance of the Matrix. Be Proud, Johnny Little, or Johnny Lytle, Lytle. That's from 1968, $19.99 on that. Jimi Hendrix with the Essential Hendrix with the Gloria bonus 45, and that is $39.99. It has no condition notes on it. The Rockabilly record is sold to Patrick Lear for $6. We have Blues Magoo's Electric Comic Book. No comic book. Nice, clean vinyl. $34.99. And we have the Warner Brothers Songbook. This is one of those mini Warner Brothers compilations. But look at some of these artists. Hendrix, Jethro Tull, Neil Young. Very good. $24.99. Let's grab something over here from the bonus crate. I think I've seen a couple of Rolling Stones records in here. And let's see what kind of deal could be going on with those. There's no telling. They're either really nice, which would be rare, or they're beat the heck. This is the Aftermath album, which has their big song Paint It Black on it. The Rolling Stones is a 66 US. A 66 US. VG condition, $15 start. Paint It Black. Lady Jane, Under My Thumb. Wow, that's a good one. When I heard that for a long time before I really knew much at all about music, I always thought that was like something off Some Girls, Under My Thumb. It sounds like something from more of their 70s catalog than 1966, but I was mistaken. $15 star for the Rolling Stones. That's up for bid. George Burleson on the songbook for 20. And we have Wire. A Bell is a Cup. What do we have here? Wire? Is that the band like Pink Flag? Wire, $44.99. A Bell is a Cup. Enigma record labels. Interesting. $44.99. Wham! Make It Big. $34.99. Wham! Make It Big. And Grateful Dead, Terrapin Station. Wow. A promo. Is this actually marked promo? It is. A white label promo of Terrapin Station. It's a gold stamp promo, white label promo, no condition notes, $49.99. The AC/DC that's in here, no condition notes on the vinyl. It's EX or better. Jacket, not too bad at all. VG Plus, $39.99 on that. D-Kong. Ace Frehley is at $30 with Rick Hall. And Tyson Morgan is in on the Kiss picture disc at $80. So Ralph Venturino, you were outbid, by the way. I don't know if I've not even said this. $80 on the Kiss picture disc. And Christina's in on the Stones at $15. Okay? D-Kong on AC/DC, that's sold. And we have Magic 61 AM radio. Are these hits from 61? Those definitely look like 61 hits. That is a sealed record, $9.99. You're going to get artists like Tony Bennett, Frankie Lane, Patty Page. Those were people, hit artists from 61, $9.99. Jersey Devil says he was first on Ace. He was. Ace is at $30 with Jersey Devil. Rick Hall, you're out. Jersey Devil already bid $30. Now this is at $90. Tyson Morgan, you're out. George Burleson, I'll go ahead and sell you Grateful Dead for $40. Thank you. Big Deadhead watching, George Burleson. The Best of Pat Travers, that is sealed, $24.99. And CCR, this is actually two albums in one. Green River and Willie and the Poor Boys. They've kind of been packaged together. No condition notes, $34.99. Also, if you're done bidding, you can say out, but once you say out, you can't bid again. But that really lets me know you're done, and we can kind of speed up the process. Speaking of Beatles, since I'm on such a McCartney high this week, seen one of my favorite artists twice this week in concert, you know, it did cross my mind to just ask Laura or Paul to do the show tonight and just stay in Atlanta and see them again tonight. But I've got to watch my concert budget. It's not, he wasn't too cheap much unless I just, you know, I was like, well, I could just stay and just getting in the building to watch it again. You know, it was pretty cheap. It's about a couple $100 just to get in the building. I thought about doing that. I thought, man, I'm already down here in Atlanta. I can just stay one more day and see him one more time. And then again on Thursday. But I was like, nah, I got to get back to work. I can't let everybody down. But I bet Laura would have done the sale, right, Laura? Laura would have been like, I'm on it. This is pretty cool. Here's a picture sleeve that you don't see too often from the Beatles. It is Sgt. Pepper's and Day in the Life, or excuse me, Sgt. Pepper's A Little Help from My Friend, and then Day in the Life. Now, this didn't originally come out like this in the 60s. This is a 70s pressing they did on the Purple Kappa label. And that is in VG Plus condition. Really cool Beatles picture sleeve. Sgt. Pepper's A Little Help from My Friend. Of course, that's, you know, almost like two songs in one. And then A Day in the Life, one of my favorites. I read the news today. Oh, boy. That's going to go up for a $10 start. All right, so we're so Grateful Dead. Tyson Morgan, if you're still watching, let me know if you're done on the picture disc. If not, I got to sell it for $85 very quickly. Or 90 with Ralph Venturino. Ace Frehley got up to 33. John Smetzer on the sealed Pat Travers for 20. That is sold to John Smetzer. Laura's dropped off another crate. Now we got two Laura crates to go through. I better start talking faster. CCR was $34.99. ST on Wire for $40. Let's go ahead and sell that ST over on YouTube for $40. John, that was great. Yeah, that's a crazy part for him to turn around and John Lennon pops up on the screen. And he starts singing with them. That's amazing. The Beatles has bids for 10 and 10. Ace has a new bid for 35. Ace 41. Beatles 15. All right, so Ralph, he's been scooping up all these Dutch fan club picture discs. Go ahead and sell this to Ralph for $90. Okay. Next thing over here is Ace Frehley. $41 with Jersey Devil, and Christina Curtis was the only bidder on the Stones. Let's go ahead and sell that to Christina for $15. Under my thumb. Boy, speaking of concerts, I'm glad I've seen the roll. I've seen them twice, and I'm like, man, I'm glad I've checked them off. Seen them with Charlie Watts, and then seen them one time without Charlie Watts. So I'm glad I got to see Charlie Watts. Beatles is Ace is at 42, and this is at $15. Let's put up another Kiss record. Everything in here is best offer. So 2 CCR albums, Jay Neutra, $34.99 or best offer. Bow Wow Wow, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going, $14.99. It does have cover damage along the spine. The cover's kind of chewed up over here, but $14.99 on Bow Wow Wow. That's a full album, by the way. Also, Joan Jett. Don't see this too often. The Joan Jett picture disc. It's from the UK. I don't think this one was put out in the States. $39.99. $39.99. And Infinity. Esquivel. This is a living stereo title, probably from the 50s, $19.99. Esquivel, I also think, had something to do with the, he did a lot, I think, Disney-related stuff as well. I don't have any Paul McCartney silver coins. Well, not for sale. No, not for sale. Ace is at 42, Ace is at 45, and then Bow Wow Wow, $10. That is sold to Chad Snyder for $10. And then Ozzy Details. The Diary of a Madman is signed, as you can see. It's Beckett witnessed and JSA authenticated. The jacket is one of the new remaster pressings, which I kind of like because it's so clean and nice, and it's $1,500. Double authenticated. And then over here, I have Venus and Mars is All Right Tonight. Speaking of Paul McCartney, this has the inserts with it too. This has the planets and how far they are from the sun. Should have a insert or an inner sleeve, and it should have a poster or booklet in here. Yeah, so it has 2 posters, the inner sleeve, and this thing here. Yeah, pretty cool. Rock Show. Listen to What the Man Said is on here. That's one of my favorites. And You Gave Me the Answer. That's a cool song. Letting Go. He did that one last night. Letting Go. I Feel Like Letting Go. Rock Show. That plays, that's on the rotation right before he comes out. There's that. Let's put all that away. Cool record there. One of his 70s classics. And that's $26.99. And, oh, the Stones could be going on tour. That could be cool. If they're coming close to Nashville, I'll be there. Hopefully in Nashville. But I don't mind traveling for a show like that. Mike Torres gets the Beatles for $15. That's sold to Mike Torres for $15. Okay. And then over here, the last bid on Ace Frehley, Jersey Devil, gets this for $45. Okay. And make sure I didn't miss anything else. The Atlanta poster. I did not. I got there way too late. I left Tennessee to time it where I would get there like, I don't know, an hour before showtime. So I stood in line at security for 30 minutes, and all the good merch, all the limited merch was gone. So Kiss Alive, 1975. So this is really cool. This is I forgot about all the Kiss box. I can't believe no one's asked. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Kiss box sets to sell. It's already 9 o'clock, and we got 9 Kiss box sets to sell. Take a look at this. Kiss Alive, 1975. It's in a nice glossy box set. Disc 1 and 2 is the Rockford Armory, November 15th, 1975. Disc 3 and 4 is the Capitol Center, 1975. It's all picture disc, 4 buttons, 4 masks, 4 lithographs, the key to the city of Cadillac, Michigan, and a 76-page book. Wow. So a fully loaded Kiss box, it's called a Live 75, $275 start. $275 start. Okay? Does it come with a pull ball sticker? You know, that's a good question. That could be one more thing, Derek Clark. It does. It's supposed to have a sticker, doesn't it? I don't see the sticker down in here. Yep. Wait a minute. Hold the phone. No, I don't see a sticker. Not unless it's wrapped up inside of the poster. Yeah, it's supposed to have a sticker with the 2 pull balls, but I don't see that. Okay? Next thing was Anthology 4. Did I miss anything else? McCartney poster? No. Chad, you see McCartney? Yes. Thursday night. Michael, do you have any inside information? Because Laura told me earlier, she sent me a screenshot of the post from the Pinnacle. They're not allowing cell phones in. And I was like, uh-oh. There could be something special happening Thursday night. He's not allowing cell phones. That's highly unusual. So I need some inside information. I'm sure Michael has it. Michael, what can you tell me? Is like some kind of other amazing major rock star going to come out or something? This is Kiss. This is really cool. Okay, what we're going to do, this is a Kiss picture disc, but Ace Frehley's obviously on it. It's a 2014 unofficial, live in 1979 at the Roanoke Civic Center. And it has a poster. Let's take a look at the poster too. This is Kiss Live, a $50 start, Roanoke Civic Center, and Ace Frehley's on the picture disc. So it's a Kiss concert, and it comes with a really cool Kiss poster here. Wow, that is pretty cool. Look at that. That's pretty cool. All right, and that's a $50 start. So what we'll do, we're going to do a Live. If you want to bid on that, put Kiss or a Live for $275. There's already a bid. And let's call, even though this one's a Kiss, let's call this Ace Frehley so we can keep them separate in the bids. Plus the price will help keep them separate because this is already at $275, and that's a $50 start. $50 start. All right. Special. He's playing in a 3,500 seat venue that's general admission. So, except for that upper deck, there's reserved seating in that upper deck. But earlier on StubHub, there was 3 seats left. StubHub earlier this morning, there was only 3 tickets for sale for Thursday night. I've never seen a concert with just 3 tickets for sale. And that was a big rush after I think they made that no cell phone announcement. So I think some people's like, uh-oh, what's happening? Elton John, Blue Moves, no condition notes, $24.99. This is Bo Diddley, the 20th anniversary rock and roll, $24.99. Oscar Peterson, Hello Herbie. Oscar Peterson is $19.99. So Ace has got $55 and Kiss is at $275. The Winter Brothers Band, $12.99. The Winter Brothers Band. I don't know if I've seen that one. Is that like Johnny and Edgar? Who is this? No, that's not. Definitely not Johnny and Edgar. $12.99. It's Donnie Winters and Dennis Winters. None of the winners we normally see. Also, we have Levon Helm from the band. This is one of his solo albums. The RCO All-Stars, $16.99. Donna on Oscar Peterson for $14. So did Donna. We're in a new arrivals crate. This is buy it now best offer. Yes, we're about to go through back-to-back Laura crates, and it's all new arrivals priced as marked. So this will be the last best offer crate for a while. Take advantage. Jazz at the Philharmonic, 2 LP, $14.99. Jazz at the Philharmonic. Amazing Rhythm Aces, Burning the Ballroom Down, $9.99. Mike Torrey's Final Call on the Kiss box for $275. Mike Torrey's $275. We're about to sell it. Over here, Ace Frehley. The last bid on Ace Frehley is $75 of Jeff Church. That's a Kiss Roanoke. Kiss Roanoke. Okay? How much is Venus and Mars? This one was $26.99, no condition notes, and not a bad cover. Yeah, the Kiss box is complete. Everything's there. Yep. Yeah, no condition notes. EX are better on the Venus and Mars. Candy O, the cover has some discoloration. $26.99 for the Cars. Boy, that would be a heck. I'd like to have seen them with that original lineup. That'd been awesome. The Cars. Good Night, Sweetheart, Morton Gold, $9.99, and Pure Prairie League live taking the stage, $24.99. Just looked at SeatGeek, General Mission Floor, 2003-12. Yeah, I got a steal on mine. I watched it almost every day for about a month and got a steal on my ticket. I paid much less than that, but yeah, I could stand to make a huge profit on my ticket right now for McCartney Thursday night. As an entrepreneur, I could almost 4 times my money on my ticket right now. Not worth it at all, though. I would be very stupid to do that. Laura Yeager, Play with Fire. Laura Yeager is $19.99, and Ambrosia, Life Beyond L.A., $9.99. How Much I Feel, Ambrosia. That hit song's on there, $9.99. And Ronnie Montrose, Open Fire. Ronnie Montrose is $14.99. And Morton Gold, West Point Symphony. West Point Symphony, Morton Gold, that's $9.99. Okay, so quick update. The first thing was Victor came in on the Kiss at $280. Ace got a bid for $15. Will, you have dibs on the Cars, but the price will be $20. Because Christina also offered $20, okay? Next thing is $285 on Kiss. Is it intact, Venus and Mars? So this has an inner sleeve, both posters, and this sticker sheet, or this sticker wings comparative size. And this thing actually just fell off of it. The 50-year-old adhesive has just gave out, which that's okay. It's still there. The main part's still there. But as much as I've handled this already showing it, this has already fell off. I don't know what you mean by intact. The gatefold's there. It has 2 posters, inner sleeve, and that. I think the only thing it's missing is the sticker. There was a sticker that said Venus and Mars, and it had these 2 cue balls. That sticker is the hype sticker that came with it. It's on the cover, okay? And then the next question was, what was the jazz album? That was Jazz at the Philharmonic, the first JATP concert, 1944. That's Nat King Cole, Illinois Jacquet, Les Paul, J.J. Johnson, Billie Holiday. No condition notes, $14.99. Okay, Venus has an offer for $22, but right now Christopher Dean has dibs. Will Robinson said he will take the Cars. Well, that's yours for $20 then. That's sold to Will Robinson for $20. Kiss has a new bid for $290. Ace has a bid for $110. Okay, finishing up this crate, we have the Roadie soundtrack. That is $26.99. And This Way Up, that is a 1976 promo. That is actually considered a funk album. This Way Up. Somebody even wrote on the cover back in the day, sort of disco. So $19.99. You got some white guys on here doing some funk. $19.99 for This Way Up. George Michael is $54.99. Now this has always been a desirable album. The cover over here is stained and it's got some damage. $54.99 on that. The Kiss box set's at $300, and the last bid on the Ace Frehley picture disc was Jeff Church at $110. So we got interest in Venus and Mars, and we have a pending offer. We'll see what happens on that in just a second. Let's bring over another Beatles single. We just did Sgt. Pepper's and Day in the Life. Let's do another really cool picture sleeve. This is an original. This is the original picture sleeve for, hold on one second. Let me 1 second. Let me do, yeah, this one here, I keep changing my mind. Hold on a second. Here, we'll do this one. How about Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney? This Girl Is Mine from Thriller. So they did 2 songs together. They did This Girl Is Mine for Thriller, and then kind of the Paul McCartney song is Say, 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 which they did on Pipes of Peace. So MJ and Paul, I think one of the most as an autograph collector, I was like, boy, I wonder if one of those exists signed. That would be something, wouldn't it? Holy moly. A dual signed McCartney, Michael Jackson. That'd be off the charts. $10 start. The picture sleeve is pretty nice. It's got a little bit of wear back here on the back. Nice vinyl. $10 start on that, okay? That's a $10 start. First thing is Victor has the Kiss box at $300. Mike Torres is out. Cyclone Doug offered $12 for the Levon Helm. Let's go ahead and sell that to him for $12. Thank you. Michelle Clements gets to George Michael. Thank you. The Ace Frehley's at $115. And Christopher Dean, in fact, does get Venus and Mars for $23. Now, that has severely filled up my crate over here. And plus, if I'm about to sell that Kiss box set, I got to start a new crate anyway. And I have a surprise auction for you I just pulled out of the crate. This is a tough record to get, and it's always highly desirable. I have going up for auction right now, since I'm about to sell this. This is Dukes of Hazzard and Shrink with Hop Sticker, the Dukes of Hazzard album. And Shrink and Hop Sticker, beautiful vinyl, a $45 start. There's another leaf or piece of lettuce. I don't know where those are coming from. I think John's been eating his lunch. He's been eating his salad and pricing records. The Dukes of Hazzard is a $45 start, okay? The Kiss box is officially sold to Victor Guerra for $300. Thank you, Ebony and Ivory. That's Stevie Wonder and Paul McCartney. That's Stevie Wonder and Paul McCartney. Jeff Church has the Kiss live bootleg. Ace Frehley on the picture disc. How cool is that? Jeff Church has that for $120. The Dukes of Hazzard record, $45 start. Now, John had this straight priced. So I usually pull it out. I start it a little bit less than what he had it priced just to see what happens. It could get one bid and sell for less, or it could sell for 3 times as much. I'm not for sure. We're about to find out. And then Michael Jackson, Paul McCartney's at $10. Okay, moving on, this Bot Now Best Offer crate. Jefferson Airplane Bark. That's with the original brown bag, $49.99. And then who do we have here? By George Hamilton, $9.99. George Hamilton in Shrink. Frank Zappa, The Mothers of Invention, $39.99. Whoever else was bidding on Ace Frehley, just let me know. James Hicks, you're out, by the way. Duran Duran Notorious, an 86 original, $34.99 on that. Curtis Amy and Frank Butler, Groovin' Blue. Interesting. Pacific Jazz Records, $99.99. A 61 stereo. Superb vinyl. Look at that. $99.99. Over here, we have Zork Monsters. 2004 Psychobilly, $19.99. Zork Monsters. And then Grateful Dead, Oxo Moxo Oxo, $49.99. Chuck Haley, did I call this guy Stevie Wonder? Chuck Haley got me confused now. Yeah, this is Michael and Paul McCartney. Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney, not John Lennon and Stevie Wonder, not George Harrison and Lionel Richie. We're talking about Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney. That has one bid for $10, and that is with Chris Gardner. And the Dukes of Hazzard has bids for $45 and $47. And then we have Ace Frehley at $125. Jeff Church, you're out. Okay? That is not Ringo Starr and Smokey Robinson, okay? It's Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney. Okay, that was a pretty solid crate, and we've got 4 more John crates and 2 Laura crates, and we haven't done a single Laura crate tonight, so let's go ahead and knock out one of hers. Looks like she's marked some cool stuff as usual. I'm just going to read these titles instead of going through them in details. I'm just going to read these titles, okay? This is the original Dukes of Hazzard soundtrack, a real pressing, an original in Shrink and Hype, okay? See, this is why I can't be here. You pull out an original Pacific Jazz Ricky Eat Off. There you go. And you need it. Grog, all you got to do is say, I'll take it. Frank Butler. Bobby Hutcherson on Vibes. Nice. All right. And I'm just going to read these titles. And I have so many more Beatles picture sleeves. I love when John gets a batch together. It looks so cool when I photograph them and advertise them and let everybody know that they're coming up. But I have a few that I'll slip in. And we still got a whole crate of Kiss box sets, and we're about to do an awesome one here in a minute. So here's what's left, and if you need a price, let me know. Right now, there's only 2 no bids. Literally one of the first auctions I put down tonight. A 38 special OG Japanese pressing for $25, and an OG this is the only Kiss record, an OG Rock and Roll Over for $75. An OG Rock and Roll Over, that is $75, okay? So that's available on that. And the next thing I have is, this is at 135. Hicks, you're out. Dukes is at 60. And Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson's at 12. Chris Gardner, you're out. We have Golden Seal soundtrack sealed. Ginger and Fred was sealed. Suburban Lawns, baby. If you need price or information, let me know. The Manhattan soundtrack. Johnny Kinson and the New Motive Band, Jonathan Edwards, the Guess Who, Johnny Lytle, Be Proud, The Essential, Jimi Hendrix, Blues Magoo's Electric Comic Book, Wham, Make It Big, big album. Speaking of George Michael, Wake Me Up Before You Go Go, Careless Whisper, 2 of their biggest songs can be found on this album. Dukes is out. Travis has that for $70, and I think it was just really between him and now Mike Torres. Mike, it's up to you on that one, and it's up to James Hicks on the Ace Frehley picture disc. We also have Magic 61, which is a 1961 hits comp. The Michael Jackson, Paul McCartney's now at 15. This Girl Is Mine. You know she's mine. And then Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. This is an 82 UK picture disc. An original picture disc from the UK. This one wasn't released in the States. There, starting in the late 70s, there was a rush on picture disc. And literally, Rush was on picture disc too, the band. But y'all know there was Abbey Road, Bob Seger, Hart. I've never seen Joan Jett. I think that was only UK. I've never seen that one before. The Grateful Dead was that one called Oxo Moxo Oxo, 1971 press. That is the original label. The cover's VG minus immediately because there's tape and chipping. So VG minus cover, but clean vinyl, and there's some discoloration. Are we out of a Japanese? Maybe. There's a whole box for tomorrow behind the counter. There's literally a box the size of this crate that we're going to be auctioning tomorrow. Tonight is Kiss and Kiss and Kiss with some bonus stuff. Ace is at 150. James Hicks, you're out. The Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson's at 18 with Danny Thomason. And the Dukes of Hazzard is at 85. Joan Jett is $39.99. Also, we have CCR, 2 albums in one, Green River and Willie and the Poor Boys. Esquivel, Infinity, Elton John, Blue Moose. This is just a recap. If you need a price, let me know. Bo Diddley, the Winter Brothers Band. Somebody said they opened for Leonard Skinner. Somebody said they opened for Leonard. The Winter Brothers was an opening band for Skinner on that last tour in 1977. That keyboard player was a friend of mine. Wow. So that's the story on the Winter Brothers there. Also, the Amazing Rhythm Aces is $9.99. Morton Gold, Pure Prairie League Live. Laura Yeager. Yeah, Laura Yeager. Ambrosia Life Beyond L.A., Ronnie Montrose, Morton Gold, West Point Symphony, Jazz at the Philharmonic, early jazz, 1944. We have Roadie soundtrack, This Way Up, that's a funk album, Jefferson Airplane Bark, George Hamilton, Zappa, Duran Duran, Zork Monsters, and then this pretty pricey jazz album, Curtis Amy and Frank Butler, Groove and Blue, a 61 stereo Pacific Jazz, $99.99. And these are all best offer, okay? The picture disc is sold to Jeff Church for $150. The Dukes of Hazzard is at $99. And the Michael Jackson single is at $18 with Danny Thomason. This Girl Is Mine from Thriller. What an album. D-Kong gets Duran Duran for $30. I will start those soundboards in just a second, but first we got to do this box set. All right, back to Kiss stuff. Boy, look at this. This looks awesome. Hotter Than Hell, 74 to 75. Let's see what this is. Wow, what a box set. So, Kiss, Disc 1, Parthenon Theater, Hammond, Indiana. October 18th, 1974. Disc 2, The Brewery in Lansing, Michigan. And disc 3 and 4 is Winterland, California, 75. It's 4 picture discs, 2 posters, 5 coasters, 8 handbill postcards, a promotional hanger, and a 76-page book. They only did 250 copies. This is a $295 start. Wow. So I don't try to handle these box sets too much just for wear and tear, but Paul has examined everything. Yeah, I don't even want to touch it, okay? Everything's in here so nicely. That's pretty cool right there on the top. So it's 4 picture discs, 3 different shows, and then a whole literally packet here of extra stuff. Replicas, hangers, coasters. $295 start. $295 start on the Kiss Hotter Than Hell box set. Okay, let's leave that right there. The last bid was Duran Duran or a claim or offer. That's already sold. Dukes is at $105, and the Winter Brothers was $12.99. The Winter Brothers was $12.99. Christopher Dean says, my band played with the Winter Brothers in Boston with the Allman Brothers Band. Wow. The Winter Brothers. Yeah, nothing. When I first looked at it, I was like, Johnny and Edgar? Nope. Recorded at Capricorn Sounds, Macon, Georgia. Makes a lot of sense, right? Southern rock for sure. My best price on Joan Jett right now is $35. $35. Another amazing Kiss box. I'm assuming we're done on MJ and Paul. It was really just up to anybody that wanted to outbid Danny at 18, and he's about to get it, okay? And let's go through a new arrival. So right now, we're about to go through this first crate that Laura has marked. It's going to be sticker price, and we've been doing best offer stuff for like 3 hours, so we're going to have to change everybody's mindset. These are going to be straight claims, so take them or leave them. Now, I haven't done any kind of prize or sticker at all tonight. The first thing I'm going to do over here is put some kind of prize or something inside of this crate, okay? Let me figure out what I'll do, okay? We'll make these sticker price, and let's see what we got here. I'll try to go through these as fast as possible because we got so much other stuff in here, okay? So much other stuff in here. Or so much other stuff tonight to go through. Okay, I've made my mind up. Let me write this down. Let me figure out where Paul moved all of my... Let me figure out where I put all of my sticky notes. I haven't got to make any signs tonight. Wow, there's another John crate, and then there's the 3 from Friday that I never did get to, and it doesn't look like Paul got to them either. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Let's do C. All right. A on not Winter Band, Winter Brothers. The Winter Brothers Band. Yeah. Winter Brothers Band sold to Danny Thomason for $8. Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson sold for $18. Okay. Dukes, are we done? Sold to Travis Woods for $105. Thank you, Travis. I have a dealer friend who possibly has some of these signed. They're not cheap whatsoever, but if somebody's interested, I could get more information. I think they're signed by like Schneider and some of these people that's still around that do active like signings. Okay. Hotter Than Hell let me make sure I do all this in order. Chad offered 20 for Joan Jett. I said 35. We sold Winter Brothers Band. Did I miss Jonathan Edwards? It's still in that crate. Rush 12, Miles 30. I think Joseph McCormick is not watching live. Joseph, I don't think you're watching live, okay? And then Kiss is at $295 with Steven 666 metal. This Kiss box is at $295. The Hotter Than Hell box set is about to sell for $295, okay? I can't take 40 for Rock and Roll Over, but thank you for the offer. Let's get some new auctions introduced over here. Let's go through this first crate of straight priced, and let's do this. Okay? We need another auction. Has Chad finished drinking all of his Monster? Not yet. All right. Everybody's missing the Laura stickers. Jonathan Edwards, $14.99. She has time. I'm sure she'll make one whenever she has the time. Try to get at least a couple crates priced, and then all the auctions she has to get ready. So if she has time, I'm sure she will. If not, maybe we'll make time for at least, like a couple times a week. That way they become really desirable, right? They become really desirable. What soundboard was requested earlier? I'm trying to knock out these box sets before it gets too late. Here's another incredible one. Originals 2. Kiss the Originals 2. This is an unofficial picture disc box set. Houston 76, Rock and Roll Over 76, Love Gun 77, 5 posters, 10 photos, 76-page book, and only did 100 of these. Wow. Kiss Originals, a $295 start. Kiss Originals, $295 start. The Originals 2. The tours that touched a rock and roll explosion, Destroyer, Rock and Roll Over, and Love Gun. Okay? Jonathan Edwards, George Burleson was $14.99. Okay? $14.99. Jonathan Edwards. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to read through this crate. It's all sticker price, new arrivals. This Kiss box is about to sell for $295. Also $295 on that one. Okay, first thing, any coins or silver yet? No, not yet. Next thing is, I'll tell you a bizarre thing I see. Those items from that plane crash, they're like out there, and you can find a lot of them signed by Artemis Pyle, which I think is a little bizarre. But, man, there's a lot of them out there. I see them on eBay all the time. It'll be like piece of the fuselage or something, and Artemis Pyle has signed it. I think it's almost kind of strange. But, yeah, they're out there. There's and there's people out there actively right now. Like, I just got a Facebook ad the other day. Somebody's out there metal detecting, digging up that stuff and, selling it. I was like, boy, that's a little odd in my opinion, but collectors want it, evidently. Seawind. Seawind is a soul jazz album, EX condition, $17.99. Cindy Lee Berryhill, Who's Gonna Save the World, VG Plus condition, $9.99. John Denver's Greatest Hits, VG condition, $9.99. And then Hank Williams Jr., Your Cheating Heart, VG $9.99. I didn't ask about Jonathan Edwards. Mark Chesler. Mark Chesler. I want the Jonathan Edwards. If you go back to that crate, just tell me how much. Mark Chesler. Okay, I misread that. Not only did he say I got the wrong person, but he said he'll go ahead and just take it. $14.99. That's sold to Mark Chesler, not George Burleson. This Kiss box set is sold for $295 to Steven 666 Metal. Now, you bought from us before, right? And then Patrick Mathis has this box set for $295. Next thing is Take It to the Max, a.k.a. the Max Demian Band, VG Plus $9.99. Hank is sold to Christina Curtis. That's sold. And then we got the Bobs, Songs for Tomorrow Morning. EX Condition, The Bobs, $9.99. And Niels Lofgren. Niels Lofgren is EX $9.99. And we have Crack the Sky, Safety Numbers, EX $14.99. Originals is at $300 with John Morris. So we got new bids coming in on that. So if you want to bid on that, call it Originals or Originals 2. It's a box set. We have other KISS stuff to put up. So help me out by putting Alive 2 if you want to bid on this. Alive 2 is a 77 US Santa Maria OG. It has the original on her sleeve and the book. It's in VG Plus condition. Alive 2 is a $25 start. Alive 2 is a $25 start. Are you ready, Hezzy? It's the Hoosier Hot Shot National Barn Dance. EX condition, $9.99. Voyage 3 is EX, $9.99. Joseph McCormick is trying to bid on Miles Davis, but what he doesn't realize is he's not watching live right now. So if you see that MD pop up, that's somebody watching behind time. They are watching behind time. Okay? So first thing we're going to do is this. Sea Wind is EX edition, $17.99. It's called Sea Wind, and it's self-titled. Looks like it has a French chateau on it. $17.99. And then Over the Edge, that's the soundtrack to Over the Edge. Cheap Tricks on here, The Cars, Van Halen, Jimi Hendrix. VG condition, $9.99. And then Jody Watley, EX $9.99. By the way, this is a new arrivals bin from Laura, one of two tonight. These are new arrivals, sticker price, no more, no less. Over the Edge is sold to Mega Blast 9. Alive 2 has a bid for $25 and now $27. This originals box is up to one person, John Morris. John, if you want to bid, it's up to you. The price is $305. $305. KISS Originals 2. The price is $305. Alive is at $27 right now with Alan Smith. Okay? And then is Jody Watley a single or album? This is a full album, EX $9.99. If you don't want it, Chad Snyder does. Mick Jagger, She's the Boss, EX $14.99. You got out for the nice copy of Sabbath, a match signed jacket. I do. I've got to get you one. I hadn't forgot about you. China Crisis, Flaunt the Imperfection. This is EX edition, $12.99. And Richard Marx, Repeat Offender. Richard Marx is in VG condition, $9.99. Loggins Maceda, Native Sons, EX $12.99. Chad Snyder, you get Jody Watley. Okay? And then next thing I have is Motels. Motels is EX condition, $12.99. Has the Destroyer audio file gone through yet? Destroyer audio file. I'm going to be honest, I didn't know we had such a thing. I had no idea. Destroyer. Not for sure. Honestly, I don't know what that is. Okay. Okay, Tony Freeman on RM. Richard Marks. Now, Tony, you said earlier I didn't get a Laura sticker in my order. Now, I'm not for sure what you mean by that, because if you got, there's about the only way that we give those out is if you claim a record that has the Laura Crate sticker attached to it. So if you got one and it wasn't on your record, then something happened. It fell off, but if you just think they come in every order, that is not correct. They're rare as hen's teeth. We keep those things like allocated. It's locked down like they're locked down. We have Spartacus by Triumvirate. Spartacus is VG Plus $14.99, and Joe Walsh recorded live. That's VG Plus $14.99. Okay, this KISS box I lost what I think was a new bidder there. The bid was $300, $295, $3, and then $305. So Patrick Mathis, this is sold to you for $305. JSA letter in March, early April. At the earliest. I wouldn't be surprised if it's much later than that. That would be the best scenario, Danny. Stuff from 3 months ago still hadn't come in the last time JSA was here. Okay? So the last time JSA was here, I hadn't got letters back from those. That was like 4 months ago. So, yeah. November, December, January, February. I was told 6 months, so March, April. I told they're 6 months back. I heard they're 6 months back on letters because so many sports autographs are being submitted. I heard it's because of sports autographs. Evidently, just like anything, sports autographs that require letters now, like Shohei and all the big MLB, NBA people, it's like peak season to be submitting stuff. So there's that. I will bring Coletco stickers back here tomorrow. A KISS audiophile destroyer. I'm going to try to pull up the hot pictures because an audiophile. When I hear audiophile, I'm trying to figure out what that looks like. Let me open up over here and see if I can find this. I don't have stickers back here to sell tonight, but we do sell them. KISS Double Platinum. Let's see. Peter Criss Originals. KISS Alive, Hotter Than Hell. This Destroyer. Oh, they call that. That's just a brand new sealed copy. That was our first auction. Yeah. Those are that's gone, but that's a brand new in-print record. So all the KISS remasters, every one of them that they make every day, those are called 180-gram audiophile pressings. I don't know how audiophile it is, but the entire KISS catalog that's in print, they're all called audiophile pressings. The hop sticker says audiophile on all of them. They say, so like I can order you a brand new one of those. They're $36.99. We had a sealed one we auctioned here. It was like one of our first warm-up auctions. It was a sealed copy. So all the new KISS remasters, they say on the hop sticker, audiophile 180-gram remaster. I don't know how audiophile they are. Usually audiophile would have to be high-quality vinyl and analog. I don't think they're analog. I think they're digital remasters. Okay? So the next thing we have here, I'll bring up stickers tomorrow. Here is the last bid on Alive 2, okay? The last bid on this Alive 2 was Chuck Ortolano. Chuck Ortolano has this for $28. A 1977 U.S. Santa Maria OG pressing with the original inner sleeve and book. This is what's up for bid. It's in VG Plus condition. A $28 start on KISS Alive 2. Next auction is KISS, the solo album box set. This is the solo albums of 40th anniversary. So it's all the solo albums. It's an official release, and it comes with a really cool slip mat. Boy, I wish they made these. I wish I could sell these. Like, I could buy them wholesale, and we could sell dozens, if not hundreds of them. They only made 2,500. It's all the solo albums remastered on colored vinyl. A $250 start. Okay? Blaine Zapnick wants Niles Lofgren. Okay, you were messing me up there. Niles, this one here. I thought you were trying to buy something Miles Davis. Niles. I guess it's Niles Lofgren. This is what Blaine's trying to say. Okay? KISS has a bid for $40 with Joseph McCormick. Chuck Ortolano and Alan Smith, you're outbid. I had one large crate sticker. It was the one you wrote down, ELO. I had it that had sticker, and I got the album today. Interesting. Okay, let me write down that for Ed to hunt that. Okay, that's highly unusual. I'll add that to Ed's many problems. He'll probably love this. Okay, there's that. I'll figure out what happened to that. If it ends up lost, we'll commission Laura out to get you a replacement one. Okay, I'll have her set aside some special time if it got lost because of us. Make sure you check the front and back of the jacket. Make sure you look inside of the jacket. They might put those inside of the jacket or something when they ship them. I would look all over that ELO record. Look inside of it. Look down in it. Look behind it. Look underneath it. Look on the side of it. Okay, back to this lower crate. Does Kiss Alive, not back to the lower crate, does Kiss Alive 2 contain the song Take Me on the back cover? No, this is not the rare jacket. We would definitely made a note of that. This is not the rare jacket, okay? All right, this has a high bid of $40 of Joseph McCormick. The Kiss box set is at $295. Next thing is Craig Nuttycomb. It's just a lifetime. EX edition, $9.99. Andy Frazier, fine line. Andy's EX $12.99. Also, we have Pagliaro, Pagliaro, a 1976 French OG. That's EX condition, $9.99. Horse Lips, The Man Who Built America. That's EX $9.99. And Yellow Jackets. This is EX $9.99 Gold Stamp Promo. Also, we have Gray Slick Dreams, $14.99. You Ain't Seen the Last of Me, John Schneider. Speaking of the Dukes of Hazzard, $9.99 for John Schneider. Quarter Flash is $19.99. And Montrose, $19.99 for Montrose. Kiss Alive 2 is sold to Joseph McCormick for $40. The Kiss solo album box set is a buy it now for $250. No bid, $250 buy it now. Also, Chuck Berry, Rock and Rollin' New Year's Eve. This is $19.99, a Record Store Day exclusive. Manny Ray wants to know anywhere on the Kiss box. Well, the lid doesn't have any seam splits or anything. The bottom of it has a little bit of shelf wear there, but no, the box is really clean. It's EX or better, I would grade it. And then we have Christina Curtis on John Schneider. Christina Curtis on John Schneider, Donna on Yellow Jackets, and Manny Ray gets the Kiss box for $250. All right, I have another one. We've done 4 Kiss box sets in a row. This is kind of a box set. Largo 77, the Definite Soundboard recording. It's an unofficial on yellow vinyl, live at the Capitol Center, Largo, Maryland. There's no DVD or no 7-inch, limited to 100, yellow vinyl, and it's kind of like a binder style with a book, $175. Chuck Berry is sold to Bill Samus. Also, we have $14.99 for Selena Gomez. Selena Gomez, $14.99. And we have Moon Martin Mystery Ticket, $9.99 for Moon Martin. So that's Kiss, if you want to bet on this. Let's put up something else. I still got Kiss World. I still got Unmasked. I still got Rock and Roll Over. I still got a Hotter Than Hell. I still got a bootleg with Paul Stanley. I still got another bootleg picture disc with Paul Stanley. And Ace Frehley. I'm about to do that one. I got Remasked in Tokyo, Psycho Circus. So let's do the Ace Frehley. That way we can keep the bidding a little bit more separated. So this is Space Invader, which is a double picture disc, Ace Frehley with insert, limited edition, original plastic, and that's a $30 start. This is a new arrival crate, sticker price, first read through, and then I'm just going to read the title so we can go right into her other crate. And then we got more Buy Now Best Offer. Lester Bowie, The Great Pretender. Lester Bowie's a jazz album, $14.99. Jafria is sealed, an OG never opened, $19.99. And the Forrester Sisters' Greatest Hits, that is $9.99. We also have another auction to put up from the Surprise Crate. I love pulling stuff from the Surprise Crate. Let's see who's paying attention when I put up a copy of The Clash, London Calling. This is a 1980 US 2LP. London Calling, the Clash. It's EX condition. It's a 1980, a $35 start. $35 start. Ace has bids for 30 and now 35. We have Anita Baker, Rapture. Anita Baker is $14.99. Jill Whitworth on the Jafria. That's so to Gerald Whitworth. Martha Davis, Policy. Martha Davis is $9.99. And Rock and Roll Dance Party with Roy Loney. That's $12.99. Now Ace is at 40. Final call to get a bid on Largo 77 for $175 start, okay? Also, we have Steve Jones Mercy. Steve Jones is $9.99. This is called Private Lightning. Private Lightning is $9.99. That looks interesting. She's holding a violin, $9.99. And then Russia. Russia can be bought for $9.99. That'd be a really good price if you could buy the entire country of Russia for $9.99. But also, you can buy that record for $9.99. This is Blue Stingrays Surf and Burn. Blue Stingrays is sealed on blue vinyl, $19.99. Paladin Charge. Wow, that's some awesome artwork. Paladin Charge, $29. That's a music on vinyl press. Is that artwork from who I think it is? It looks like it could be. It's from this era. Roger Dean, yep. I was going to say that's got to be Roger Dean. Paladin Charge, that's something that looks like from the 70s. Music on vinyl press, $29.99. Ace 42, Ace 45, and this is a music on vinyl press, okay? Let's put that right there. The Clash is a $35 start. Ace 40, 42, 45. Can I get the details on Russia? Russia is self-titled. It's called Russia by Russia. It's got a promo sticker from Warner Brothers and a gold stamp promo. No condition notes, 1980, $9.99. Travis Wood's got Anita Baker. I was waiting for somebody to claim that. And then Mega Blast, if you don't want Russia, Danny Thomason does. Christopher Yoakum on Paladin. That's so to Christopher Yoakum. Lee Ritenour, that's always a cool cover too. Looks like Moby Dick, the Moby Dick painting. And it's instead a Gibson hollow body guitar. That is a sealed copy for $9.99. Joe Bidwell, Victory Road, and this is $9.99. And we have Selena Gomez, Lose You to Love Me, a picture disc. Selena Gomez, $19.99. Danny Thomason, you do get Russia. Kiss is a no bid, a buy it now for $175. Ace Frehley has a bid of $50 with Susie Breedlove. And Sean Miller's in on the Clash at $35. Mike Owen on LR, and LR was Lee Ritenour, but Donna was first. Donna was first on Lee Ritenour, okay? Now, we're going to just read the titles left in here because I feel like it's the time's ticking. I remember looking over here one time tonight, we had 296 people watching on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and X. Now we have 225. So on average viewers for 30-second time periods, we have about 70 people less watching now than we did about 2 hours ago. So I've really got to expedite going through stuff a lot faster. Susie has Ace Frehley for $50. Final call. We got an offer on Largo for $145. I'd be willing to do it for $155. That would be $20 off, and it will be yours. The Lee Ritenour is called Captain Fingers. Captain Fingers, okay? Clash also just has one bid for $135. We had some people request some of these soundboards. Let's do Des Moines, Iowa. Des Moines. Kiss off the soundboard. So this is the original lineup. Gene, Paul, Ace, and Peter. It is on Purple Violet. Purple Violet, 2LP, Purple Vinyl, 2022 sealed. $45 start on that. Off the soundboard. 1977. Largo sold to Steve 66 metal for $155. Ace Frehley is sold to Susie for $50. And Clash has a new bid for $40. Yeah, exactly. Des Moines. They obviously misspelt it. I don't know who. We need to call and contact the city council. They obviously misspelt it. There's that. How about Iowa, 1977? I'm about Iowa, 1977. Let's go ahead and put up, so there's Kiss, there's that. If you want to bid on this one, let's put this one up, and let's call this one Largo, maybe. Let's contact Largo. Largo, let's put Largo if you want to bid on this one. This is one of those bootlegs that feature different people on the cover. This one is Paul Stanley. Purple vinyl, Largo 1975, $55 start. Okay, there's that, and I'm gonna touch my toes right quick. Oh my gosh! I hope y'all didn't hear that. That was my knees. Okay. Don't forget, there's a Laura. If you bought something from that crate, you might want to stick around. Or if you hadn't bought something, there was a token, a gift in this crate, okay? Cindy Lee Berryhill. If you need a price, let me know. Wow, these should sell. I mean, I hope everybody has it. But John Denver's greatest hits, you get Country Roads and Take Me Home, you know, to a place where I belong. West Virginia, Rocky Mountain High, VG 999. Take It to the Max Demier Band. This one was called The Bobs, Crack the Sky, Voyage, Hoosier Hot Shots, Sea Wind, Mick Jagger, China Crisis, Loggins and Messina, Motels, Triumvirate, Joe Walsh, Craig Nuttycombe, Andy Frazier, Pagliaro, Horse Lips. And that was all the check condition stuff. George Burleson is like, you know what? I do need some John Denver. Take Me Home, Country Roads, to China, where Mike Owen is buying this record. And then Scott Owen wants the Motels and EX 1299. Dang it, Laura was right next to me when I was singing. I feel sorry anytime Laura's walking by and I'm in the middle of song. She's probably like, gosh, this is why I'm leaving. Selena Gomez is so Natasha Pickett, and my singing has literally called, Laura has left the building. My singing is, Laura is like, I'm out. That is so to Natasha Pickett. Okay, let's update the Clash right quick. Sean Miller, $42. Kevin Walker, that's up to you, sir, if you want back in. And then off the soundboard, just one bid for $50 with Christina. And then if you want to bid on this one, put Largo. Largo's a $55 start, okay? And then here's the non-check condition stuff. Gray Slick Dreams, Quarter Flash, Montrose, $19.99. I always like this one. Ronnie Montrose on guitar and vocals. It looks like a movie poster. It's called Montrose. I think it's just self-titled, or Warner Brothers Presents Montrose. Yeah, $19.99. There's another Selena Gomez still available, Natasha. It's called Revelacion, which is spelled Revelacion. Sorry, my French, Spanish, German, and Hindu isn't too good. $14.99. Moon Martin Mystery Ticket, $9.99 on that. Lester Bowie, The Great Pretender, The Forster Sisters, Martha Davis, Roy Lonely, Steve Jones, Private Lightning, Blue Stingray, Surf and Burn. This looks like a reissue of something from the 50s. I think it is, or early 60s. It's on blue vinyl. I feel like I think this is one of those like a pricey OG surf records. $19.99. And then Joe Bidwell, $9.99. The Clash, I lost a couple people bidding. Sean Miller has it for $42. It's a 1980 US EX. Christina gets Des Moines for $50. And Largo can be bought for $55. Okay. Largo is we have probably sold 100+ Largo, Maryland bootlegs. Probably one of the most well-known Kiss concerts. And I think Largo is where Alive was recorded. No, Cobo. Is it Cobo Hall? Is where Alive was, some of Alive recorded from, I think. Natasha gets the other. There's Cobo and Largo. Or is Cobo Hall Cobo Hall's in Michigan, I think. Either way, man, those are two well-known Kiss concerts. They're heavily bootleg. So you'll see possibly 100 different Largo Marylands out there. There's a bunch. Natasha gets Selena Gomez. Thank you. And Natasha also on SG. And SG was for, what was SG? If you could let me know on SG, Selena Gomez. That was probably for Selena Gomez, yeah. So you got both Selenas in there. Okay, let's do the other lure. And congratulations, Bill Samus. I didn't forget who got it. Bill Samus basically just got $10. He claimed the Chuck Berry record, and I'm going to sell it to him half off. And that was Chuck Berry minus $10. So whoever's tagging this, he claimed it at full price, and I'm going to sell it to him $10 off. So Bill Samus, that's the same as me handing you a $10 bill and saying thank you. So that's sold to Bill Samus for half off. Thank you. I've been doing stuff like that. So we've kind of been short on time here lately for Laura to get as many records as I'm trying to get her to price every night. She does a lot for us. She gets all these auctions ready, and it's not easy to get all these. So I think for her to get at least 2 records every night, we've kind of having to cut back maybe on her doing Laura stickers because she hadn't been making them really, I think, because of time. Like she just left, and those things don't get drawn quickly. So she has said, well, we might just do them here and there. I'll leave it up to her. Hey, that's totally up to her. So when she doesn't have time to do it, I've been putting prizes. So instead of a Laura sticker, you might win like $20. You might win $5. You may pay twice the price, but she has basically, I'm leaving it up to her. If she has time, I'm sure she'll make one. Kevin Walker has Clash at $50, and Brian Studdard on Blue Stingrays. That's sold to Brian Studdard, okay? We're ready for another crate. Kiss Alive was recorded in 8 different cities. There we go. It's the Kiss Originals 2, a Japanese import. It was a box set, and it's already sold. It was a box set, and it's already sold. Okay? All right. We're ready for another crate from Laura. So let me peek in it. Let me figure out what to give for a prize, and we need to update some more auctions. Let's do another Kiss soundboard. Let's do this one here from, now, if you're a Kiss fan, you probably already know this, but they had a guitarist, Mark, short time. So this is Kiss in, boy, look at this name, Poughkeepsie, New York. Poughkeepsie, New York, or Poughkeepsie. This is at the Mid-Hudson Civic Arena, November 28th, 1984. That night, you could have went and seen Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley, the 2 original and founding members of Kiss, along with Eric Carr, the drummer, and Mark St. John. So Animalize is a $35 start. For those that are basic or beginner knowledge in Kiss, just some trivia. Paul and Gene are essentially the first, or, you know, they've always been with Kiss. Of course, we think of the original 4, Peter, Ace, Paul, and Gene. Paul and Gene have been there since the inception. Paul Stanley has never not been in the band, and Gene Simmons has definitely not ever not been in Kiss. So these other 2 slots have changed over the years. That's this concert, Mark St. John and Eric Carr. So if you ever have something Kiss, there's only been 2 members that have never changed, Paul and Gene. They've always been in the band from day one. The other 2 slots have changed throughout the years. Clash is sold to Kevin Walker for $50. Okay? This soundboard recording is gotten bids for $35, $35, and $35. Does the Kiss Largo have the poster? 1 LP, 2 LP, and yes, it has this poster. Capitol Center, November 30th, with Mott the Hoople and Styx. Yep. Now, Jeff, I know you're local and some other people, so I've been slowly getting ready for this 24-hour blitz sale. I'm going to try to have 2 before Black Friday, which, folks, time flies here because it seems like my days run into each other. I have some large Kiss items that I'm trying to get sold and hopefully people come pick up. I've got some Kiss Destroyer doll. Is it Destroyer or Love Gun? Let me step up here and look at them. I've got Kiss Destroyer dolls, like the 4-foot ones. I've got the Kiss bust, and I have a Kiss table. I've got some stuff that's almost too big to, well, it is too big to ship, but I am about to liquidate it because it has been up here for a long time. I mean, a long time. And I really need somebody to come buy these. And I mean, probably the cheapest you could get them in America right now. The Destroyer dolls, the bust. I have the COAs with the bust, and I have this homemade Kiss table with the high top chairs. So I got to figure out who really wants it, and hopefully somebody locally can come big it. I also got gigantic stuff like this that I've never shown. I've got cardboard cutouts, and I've got stuff like this too. I mean, I think we've still got dozens of things like this. I mean, you see how big it is. It takes up this entire table. It's heavy. It's a clock. So we've been pricing and putting stuff like this out for the store, literally waiting for when we have this big online walkthrough sale, which will be an event you don't want to miss, and we can arrange shipping. So that is that's some stuff coming up very soon, okay? The rock and roll over table. No, this is like a homemade thing. I think it looks like the table's round, and I've had a couple people tell me it's fan made. It's not official. It looks like a record, and it's the Love Gun label. I think it's the Love Gun, and there's 2 chairs. Now, Jeff Church was first on Largo. That sold to him. Can I wait for the government to reopen? That might not be a bad strategy. Kiss 42. Tyson, you were second on Largo. And Iron Maiden Power Slave puzzle. I think I have one. First of all, let me start a new crate. This crate is full. The 4 figures, well, I'll tell you this. The price depends on if you need them shipped. If you need them shipped, or if you can come pick them up. Because here's what I'll do. I'll price them to you if you know you're going to come pick them up, and you can pay for them now and just pick them up as soon as possible. If you need them shipped, then we got to negotiate if you're going to pay shipping, or if you want us to get a quote and box and labor, because you're talking about 4 items that's the size of this table that's going to cost quite a bit to ship, pack, and I mean, somebody here working might spend 2 hours on the whole deal. So, and there's 4 busts, and here's my sticker price. Here's what they've been priced for a long time. The figures, $999.99, best offer, and the busts are marked $800. I think at one time I had 1,000 on those. I think I've had them marked 1,000 and 1,000. Just here's my price, make an offer, etc., etc. Okay? Soundboard, this one right here is at $45. $45. Jeff Church has this at $45. Steve McGee, you're out. And the only thing I consider is the table. Okay. I know some people watching right now, bidding and buying is local, so they can come up from like wherever. Some people watching is like right down the road. Some people's in Georgia or Alabama, so it's not too bad to come pick up an item if it's not too far away. But some people's like, man, I'll pay $300 shipping so I don't have to drive from Florida. That wouldn't make much sense. There's a certain price I think somebody's willing to pay not to have to drive, 5 hours. I wouldn't do it. I would rather just pay the shipping. But it's not cheap whatsoever to have this big stuff shipped. You almost have to do freight or get a crate, or yeah, it's a lot of work. They have to pack it. Y'all know we do professional packing here. I mean, they spend, some of these guitars we've sold, $5,000, $10,000 items. I mean, we wrap it up like it's a bomb that we don't want to detonate. Kiss 45, final call. Time for another auction. Let's do this one. If you want to bid, put HTH for Hotter Than Hell. This is actually an unofficial, but it's cool because it's on orange vinyl. This is on orange vinyl. Hot, hot, hotter than hell. It's an unofficial, unknown year and country, and it has a poster with it. It's on orange vinyl, a $25 start, and it includes this hotter than hell poster. Okay? $25 start. Columbus, Georgia. Google, COLUBS, Columbus, Georgia. 5 hours and 20 minutes if you're driving in the middle of the night right now with no traffic. 5 hours and 20 minutes, 351 miles. I would not want to drive that. That's painful to me. Whew. I'd be all over the road. I can't drive that long anymore. I used to, but not anymore. I get drowsy after about an hour. Bebop Deluxe Sunburst Finish. These are new arrivals, Laura, sticker price. EX $22.99. Bebop Deluxe EX $22.99. These are sticker price. Groundhog Black Diamond VG $9.99 for Groundhogs. Excuse me. REO Speedwagon Live, unfortunately, from the Dick Connery collection, EX $14.99. And we have Cowboy. I think that's the same, maybe Cowboy as, yeah, the same Cowboy from Capricorn Records, EX $14.99. And Jenny Darren, Queen of Fools, Jenny Darren, EX $9.99. And we have Profits, Cycle the Moon. Profits in EX Edition, $22.99 gold stamp promo. Jeff Church, this is sold to you for $45. Thank you. John McPatriot, these are sticker price. And we have Taxi Expose. Taxis and VG Plus $9.99. Johnny Diesel and the Injectors. VG Plus $9.99 for Johnny Diesel and the Injectors. Let's do another soundboard. Let's do Tokyo 2001. Why are these different colors? Why are these different colors? Oh, one has alternate S's. Okay. See? Let's do the one on the left that has different S's. This is the German import. This is a 2021 German pressing, sealed, of Tokyo 2001. That's with Paul Jean Ace and Eric Singer. I think that's about the time they did the reunion, and then Peter left after the reunion. $45 start, correct me if I'm wrong. Johnny Diesel's VG Plus $9.99. Dwight Twilly Band, Twilly Don't Mind, EX $17.99. Here's kind of the status for right now. Coming up next is more new vintage stuff that has been marked that has not been shown. And I know these hadn't been shown because I see stuff in here like, well, I'm not going to say, that hadn't been claimed. I'm just going to make you wait. Like, here's a record. I know what this is. I see this quite often. What happened to that? Yeah, Sunny Day Real Estate. Wow. John priced a Sunny Day Real Estate album. And there's Mac Davis. I can definitely tell we hadn't been to this crate. That's coming up next. Dead Boys, Early Stones, Charlie Parker. So, yeah, that was stuff Friday that I never did get to. We hadn't got to that stuff yet. Okay, that stuff I have not, from Friday I didn't get to, and it hadn't been shown tonight. So coming up after this crate is at least 4 more crates of new vintage stuff. 4 more crates of new vintage stuff. REO is sold to John McPatriot. Thank you. Hotter Than Hell has one bid for $25, also to John McPatriot. Sheena Easton, Best Kept Secret, EX $9.99. The Birds, Farther Along. The Birds is EX $17.99. The Tramps, 3. The Tramps, they were known for their big hit, Disco Inferno. It's not on this album, but just to give you an idea of the music. EX $14.99. Agnetha Fox Song. Boy, I don't think I said that. I almost said something different. I Stand Alone. She is known for being in a band called ABBA. That's EX $12.99. ABBA. This is Melissa Manchester. Hey, Ricky. EX $9.99. And Radio, Ray Parker Jr. and Radio, that's EX $9.99. And Hulse the Planets. Wow, this is pretty cool. This is EX $9.99. Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin, when he would do those long extended versions of Dazed and Confused, he would get into some stuff, almost Hulse the Planet. He would do a little snippet of Hulse the Planets in his guitar solo. EX $9.99. The soundboard just has one bid for $45. We're about to sell it. And Hotter Than Hell has a buzzer beater bid. Christina Curtis is in at $27, which means, John McPatriot, you've been outbid. That also means we need another bonus surprise auction over here. And what better bonus surprise auction to do than Wilco? Sky Blue Sky. Wilco is a 2007 US 2LP and CD. Near Mint Minus. Wilco is a $35 start. We have Lisa Rich. Listen here. Lisa Rich is a jazz album. EX $12.99. Did I say Mac Davis or Miles Davis? I said there's a Mac Miles Davis coming up in the next crate. Buy it now, best offer. That way you do not go to sleep. Hopefully nobody does. Probably the worst decision you could make of your life right now would be going to sleep. Probably the worst. The O'Kanes. That is EX $12.99. Midnight Cowboys soundtrack. Everybody's talking. I don't hear a word they're saying. John Voight bitch you? John Voight bitch you? EX $17.99. Also, we have Bebop Deluxe. That's a 74 UKOG. Look at that cover. Axe Victim. Bebop Deluxe is EX $22.99. Christina, let me know if you want back in on Hotter. She's back in at $33. And then Kiss is sold the soundboard to Tyson Morgan for $45. And then Wilco's a $35 start. They parody that movie too in Seinfeld. Kramer gets the nosebleeds. All right, I'm going to do a quick buy it now. Tokyo soundboard, $35 buy it now. That is just what we just sold, but this is the US edition, black vinyl. $35 buy it now for Tokyo. Okay, and then let's do this other bootleg back here. This looks really cool. Rio Rock City. This is a test pressing. This is a test pressing of this bootleg from 2022. They only did 25 test pressings. Rio de Janeiro, 1983. 1983 with Vinnie Vincent. Now, anytime we say Vinnie Vincent's in the band, I have some people absolutely lose their mind. This is a 1983 concert, bootleg test pressing, $75 start, okay? And then over here, we have Christina Curtis on Tokyo. She's going to buy this for the $35 buy it now, okay? And then John McPatriot's out. That means Christina gets the Hotter Than Hell orange vinyl bootleg for $33. And then over here, Wilco, a $35 start, and Kiss is a $75 start. Next is Straub's Grave New World. Straub's is EX $17.99. That was the last check condition record. That means the rest of this Laura crate is all EX plus or better, mostly near mint minus. The wonderful, happy, crazy, innocent world of the crew cuts. The crew cuts is sealed $9.99, and Junior Walker and the All Stars Hot Shot, that is sealed for $14.99. I also have another Kiss auction. And let's do something over here from the bonus crate. And this is a sealed OG copy of Asylum with hop sticker. This is 85 USOG sealed with hop. It is a cutout record, so there's a notch up here. That means at one time this was sitting in a discount bin. $65 start, okay? There's Junior Walker. And what does check condition mean? Let me step up front and grab a bottle of water. And while I'm walking, I'll tell you that right quick. So check condition means it's been graded. It's been graded anything less than excellent, commonly abbreviated by me EX. So EX means excellent. You won't see a lot of people use Excellent anymore. They don't use it on Discogs. They should, because in my opinion, there's a pretty big jump between VG Plus and Near Mint. So EX or better is non-check condition. So check condition starts at VG Plus, or excuse me, check condition starts at EX. So yeah, we need to petition Discogs to add that EX. There is a huge difference, in my opinion, between VG Plus and Near Mint Minus. So when I'm listing stuff on Discogs, or when I'm buying on Discogs, I'm like, dude, VG Plus, I don't want a VG Plus record. But then when someone says Near Mint Minus and they're kind of a new seller on there, I'm like, do they really know what Near Mint Minus means? Near Mint Minus means it's beautiful, you know, like almost no marks. So I'm going to mute my mic for like 10 seconds. But I remember when I first started record collecting, I had one of those old Goldmine books, you know, the American Catalog of Records. I'm sure some of y'all have used them. I'm sure some of y'all know what I'm talking about. They're kind of obsolete now because prices change, but they're pretty good for reference. They're about this thick. And in the beginning of the book, there's grading definitions. And of course, EX is listed. And so you'll hear people say, I use the Goldmine Standard, which has been around since like the 70s, I think. Maybe the 80s at the earliest. So, but for some reason, people have gotten away from that. So we use EX because trying to sell stuff so fast, we have to be specific when I'm reading through a crate quickly. But we also group stuff together that's near mint. So all these are EX plus near mint. So you don't even have to worry. Like, I mean, this looks like it's brand new. And this is who? Ha. I can't say it. Boy, that's a lot of vowels. Tawahata, $9.99. Welcome to my dream. Also, we have Robin Gibb. He was in a band called the Bee Gees. I don't see that one as often. It's a solo album, sealed. Walls Have Eyes, $14.99. Wilco is a no bid, $35 start. Jerry Foster, Looking Back, that is sealed for $9.99. And Selena Gomez and The Scene, Kiss and Tell. Selena Gomez is on pink vinyl, $29.99. And Queen, that is their debut album, a sealed reissue remaster, $24. That's a modern pressing, sealed, $24.99. Idle Eyes, $14.99. That's a self-titled album. Also, Pat Todd and the Rank Outsiders. There's Pretty Things in Palookaville. $14.99 on that. All right, this Kiss is sold to Bill Samus for $75. Asylum can be picked up for a $65 buy now. That's a sealed copy, unopened, an OG Asylum. Final call to get a bid on Wilco, just because Tim just asked. It's a $35 star. One more soundboard here. The next soundboard is Kiss off the soundboard, Virginia Beach 2004. 2022 green vinyl sealed, $55 start for off the soundboard, and that's the green vinyl. By the way, for you late night crowd, Paul bought a CD collection on Friday. So there's 2, 4, 6 crates over here behind me of CDs. I actually know the guy they came from. He messaged me, and I said, yeah, we'll buy your CDs. And it's all like classic rock. To give you a sample, the first crate has Queen and Poison and REO Speedwagons and Billy Squier and Santana. It's mostly, I know the guy, and he's a classic rocker. So Pink Floyd, that kind of stuff is coming up for late night CDs, okay? Next thing over here is this, William Drugovich on Pat Todd. Thank you on that one. And then Mark still get the sealed Asylum for $65. And then we have Ronnie Dyson, Phase 2. That's a funk soul album for $14.99. And Oregon, that is a jazz album, of course. Oregon, $14.99. Widowmaker, that's the band with Dee Snider from Twisted Sister. That's a music on vinyl, $29.99. Tim Voldus on Wilco for $35. That is a bid. So in case somebody was waiting to snipe that, final call. And 2022 green vinyl. And 2022 green vinyl, This is a $55 start. Tim, you probably got that in like between the buzzer of me saying you were bidding and you were making it a buy it now. $35, and if anybody was trying to snipe it, now you got to go through Tim Vogness. He has it for $35. Final call. We have Lee Rittenhour, Fill the Night, sealed $9.99. Scott Arnold, maybe in your dreams, I know you're already trying to get a discount on something, maybe in your dreams, those should be more like $9.99 CDs. We have Emil Richards, The New Time Element. Emil Richards is a jazz album, sealed for $14.99. Donna gets Lee Rittenhour and Levi Hilton on W for Widowmaker. Okay, I was going to make sure you wasn't trying to snatch Wilco. I'm glad you clarified. Thank you for Widowmaker. Mike Owen, second again to Donna on Lee Rittenhour. Wow. We have Angela Bofield, Angel of the Night. That's sealed for $9.99. Michael Denner, Tom Thumb, The Dreamer. That's sealed $9.99. I wonder if Natasha's still watching. She bought the other two Selena Gomez. There you go, Natasha. Where are you, Natasha? Gary Lewis is sealed for $9.99, and Tim Vogness gets Wilco for $35. Well, you got it. You did lock in a bid, but it's yours. And nobody bid on the last Kiss soundboard. $55 bot now for Virginia Beach. That's Paul Jean, Tommy Thayer, and Eric Singer, which was that last installment of Kiss. All right, let's put up another bootleg over here. This is Kiss Remastered in Tokyo, Japan 2001, an unofficial, a $15 start. $15 start. We have the best of Freddie and the Dreamers. That is sealed for $9.99. Bill Black's combo plays the greatest hits. That's sealed for $9.99. And Cheryl Dulcher, Blue Sailor. That is sealed for $9.99. And we have Jill Croston, sealed for $9.99. And the last two was Selena Gomez, Rare, greenish vinyl, $24.99. And Madam X, sealed for $14.99. Madam X. Kiss is a $15 start. And over here, I also have going up for auction this, and we're going to go right into another new Buy It Now Best Offer crate, okay? Right into another Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Right into another Buy It Now Best Offer crate. But not before I put up Alive. Okay, this is a 1976 U.S. reissue. A 1976 U.S. reissue, a 2LP Terre Haute. VG++ on the vinyl. Cover has pretty significant cover wear. No rips, tears, or rotting, but the notorious heavy ring wear for Kiss Alive. I think that's why that really clean copy sold for like $70 earlier. This one's going to be a $15 start. William Drukovich on Madam X and Hulse the Planets. Yeah, if he's waiting for me to recap those, just going to go right into another crate, okay? Hulse the Planets was EX $9.99. And you know what I forgot to do? Or did I? No, I didn't. I didn't write down a free gift. Here's what I'll do. I wrote down a note, a to-do note. Okay. I'll write something down in case somebody buys it in the future. Or if somebody buys it later tonight. Handing out free money. I do it all the time. I walk up to Seth and be like, here, you want this $20 bill? And I go, psych. And then I dab on them and I walk off. Oh, boy. Okay, let's put that right there. Kiss has a bin. This so to Robert Vladicek. All right, let's go through this next crate. Do you have a creatures in your Kiss bin? La 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 la. Nope, not in that one, and not in this one. Now there's two more, but I really can't get to them right now. But so not right now. Okay. And Doug says I've seen Chad do that to Seth. See, Doug knows. Oh, Seth. He was pretty upset after that game Saturday. So, let's see. We were sitting in Neyland Stadium after that 4th and 1 pass that freshman dropped. Seth said, "Give me the keys," and he left with like 8 minutes left in the 4th quarter. That was the 3rd time I've seen Seth leave a game early, and I stayed behind with everybody else. And he's left. That was just this year. I've seen him leave games, like him wanting to try to leave games in the 2nd quarter. I'm like, dude, just relax, okay? Just relax. I mean, you're going to like have a heart attack. The world will be the same tomorrow, win or lose. It's sad, but we'll get through this together, okay? I have to pat him on his head and be like, just calm down, man. It's okay. When you get home, your little baby son's still going to be there. He has no idea that you almost like started crying at this football game. Everything's going to be okay. All right? Bo's going to be sitting there waiting for you. It's all right. Tennessee's going to lose. They're going to lose a lot. It's Tennessee. These are buy it now or best offer. Cat Stevens, Numbers, a Pythagorean theory tale. $16.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. The Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request. $34.99. No lenticular cover. Still very cool. Early Stones album there. $34.99. And 20 collector's records of the 50s and 60s. $9.99. The Music Explosion, the Mystics, the Tokens, $9.99. And we have Brazil. Bud Shank, Chet Baker, $19.99 for Brazil. Also, Jethro Tull Aqualung, $19.99. Sitting on the park bench. That's the first label, too. $19.99 on that. Kiss is officially sold to Tyson Morgan for $15. And if anybody wants a live, it can be bought for a $15 buy it now. A live for a $15 buy it now. It's available, okay? That makes 4 no bids tonight so far. 4 no bids. We'll have to go over those in just a second. We got more stuff to put up. Not before I show you Essential Hendrix Volume 2. This has the bonus single with it. $39.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. This is called Genesis in the Beginning. Wow, that's on Mercury. This doesn't come through too often. $49.99. Is this the... So this isn't the same Genesis. Just so you know, this isn't the Genesis you're thinking of. This is a different Genesis. And this Genesis is much more scarce, probably than even that first Genesis album called Revelation, or Genesis, what's that first one called? But yeah, that one's a little bit different. Scott O'Man on Alive, $15. But I've seen that album before, and for some reason in the back of my head, I feel like I've listened to it. And I'm going to grab another Kiss record. And this next Kiss record is this. It is another bootleg, and it's going to be a picture disc. And this is Kiss live in Sport Hall, which I think is Germany. Made in Germany, an unofficial picture disc. Ace Frehley featured on the artwork. A $30 start. $30 start. So this is part of a Kiss show from Germany. Paul Stanley featured there on the artwork, $30 start on that one. And for, Genesis Revelation. So, this is, in the beginning, Genesis, a different band. And just FYI. Okay, moving on. Dead Boys. Dead Boys, 1987, $24.99. Also, we have, for $19.99, Richie Valens and Jerry Cole. Richie Valens and Jerry Cole on the Crown label, $19.99 on that. The Alan Parsons Project, Vulture Culture, $19.99 for Mr. APP. Roger Miller, Off the Wall, Rogers, $9.99. Mac Davis, Greatest Hits, $9.99. Folks, there's the man himself. Baby, Don't Get Hooked on Me, $9.99. Dead Boys is sold to William Drugovich. Mac Davis sold to Mega Blast 9. and the Rolling Stones Live on the German Horzu label. This is pretty cool. Got Live if you want it. Alternate cover, sort of, on the German Horzu label. Beautiful vinyl, $39.99. Kiss has a bid with James Hicks for $30. If you want to bid on this one, put rock and... Oh, man. How hasn't nobody asked about this lately or tonight? I didn't realize we had a blue teardrop. This is a 77 club copy, which has the famous misinking of the Paul Stanley blue teardrop. So, quick story. These were only made through the RCA Club. I guess you call it it's not really a misprint or a, it's just got like that spot. And it's on every one of them from this club copy. Blue teardrop cover. Pretty desirable. And it's only through this 1976 RCA Club edition. $25 start. $25 start. Okay? That's Kiss Rock and Roll Over. Blue teardrop. I didn't know we had that. And I guess nobody noticed it in the hot picture enough to zoom in and look at it. So no one has asked about that tonight. I honestly didn't know it was a blue teardrop until right now. It's not in a crazy rare Kiss record, but I'll tell you what, we get asked about it a lot. And I'm going to take a drink of water. So Kiss Rock and Roll Over. We have bids. It's a $25 start. We got bids for $25, $18, and $27. I think the last one we had of these sold for close to $100. Just saying. Okay? And make sure you put Rock and Roll Over. Okay? R-A-R-O. Because over here is this Kiss bootleg picture disc, which is a $30 start. And to my knowledge, 0 people have bid. Moving on. $99.99. $99.99. This is Sunny Day Real Estate Diary, a 1998 OG pressing on green vinyl from Sub Pop. $99.99. U2, The Unforgettable Fire. Wow. $29.99. It's one of my favorite U2 songs. That's beautiful too. Look at that. Also, A Sort of Homecoming. Also one of my favorite songs. And Love Comes Tumbling. And Bass Trap. So there's 3 songs. And then the 3 Sunrises. And that's a 5-track. That's a 5-track 1985 UK Unforgettable Fire from their album Unforgettable Fire. That's really cool. $29.99. Okay? Was a Santanic, a 67 pressing. I don't have an exact year confirmed for you on this one. It could be, because some 67s are on blue labels, even without lenticular covers. Okay, so even the ones that don't have lenticular covers can be 67s. I would have to run the matrix to confirm it, but it's definitely an older copy. Travis gets U2. Some cool stuff right in there. The picture disc, Christina, was a $30 start. Yeah, so $5 more, and I'll say final call to you. Update on Rock and Roll Over. 3 people have placed a $40 bid. Patrick Mathis has it for $40. It is OG, obviously. Well, actually, it's a 77 club. It's not even an OG record. They didn't come out in 70. This happened in 1977. It happened in 1977. And it's not like they made him to have a teardrop. It's just a printing error. It's not, they didn't say, hey, let's give Paul Stanley a teardrop. It's just a printing error. So it was a mess up 77 club copy. It's at $42. Okay? Now, James Hicks said he bid $30 first. James Hicks said he bid $30 first on the picture disc. He put earlier Kiss 30. He was probably talking about this. Okay, so actually, Christina, you've been outbid. Now Rock and Roll Over is at 42. What's next in this crate? I'm kind of curious. Squeeze. This is an interesting one. Look at the cover. Squeeze is $19.99. It's actually a 10-inch, 6-track. It says 6 Squeeze songs crammed into one 10-inch record. $19.99. Also, Poco Cantamos. Poco was $9.99. And the best of Billy Cobham, $14.99 on Billy Cobham. We have Mel Torme live at the Masonette. Folks, that's the Velvet Fog, okay? That's the Velvet Fog, Mel Torme, $9.99. Wow. When the whole world's smiling, it's smiling at you. Christina Curtis, we have the picture disc at, ooh, oh, it's a pretty good neck adjustment there. I almost took my breath away. Okay. Scott Yoakumstaller first on the Velvet Fog. That's so to Scott Yoakumstaller. Michael Ruttman was second. The picture disc has a new bid for $40. And Nat Reynolds wants Squeeze. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is update Rock and Roll Over, which is now moving to a final call. The high bidder is Gerald Whitworth at $42. $42 on Rock and Roll Over. That's a final call. It is the original and the only version of the blue teardrop cover. Okay? The Paul Stanley picture disc is at $40. Christina's out. Sunny Day Real Estate for $60. I wish I could check this right quick. I would do, not having looked at it first, I'm going to say $85 on that one. Martin Mull, Days of Wine and Neurosis. Martin Mull, $9.99. I feel like I didn't say that right. Peter, Paul, and Mary album is $9.99. Nadia's Theme, The Young and the Restless. $9.99. Nadia's Theme, The Young and the Restless. Chuck Mangione's on here. Tim Weisberg. Pablo Cruz, Jesus. 0 to 60 and 5. Goodness gracious. If that doesn't sell, I'll be shocked. Literally. Whoa. The song remains the same. Wow, this looks really nice. $64.99. I wanted to get it out of the sleeve to show you the book and that it's a textured cover and it's extremely nice. $64.99. This is a buy it now best offer crate. New vintage arrivals. Buy it now best offer. We got 3,400 more to go through. I've got 3,400 more crates like this to go through. Introducing Lobo. $9.99. Simon and Garfunkel. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Not thyme. Not theme. That's pronounced time. I'm not one to be giving spelling lessons. That's on the Orange UK label. $14.99. Okay? Jim B just paid his invoice. Took you long enough, didn't it? How long have you had it? 6 hours? Should have been paid hours ago. Over here we have Rock and Roll Over 45. Picture disc 50. He meant to bid 50. Okay? He bid 59, but he meant to bid 50. Christine, if you're still out, let me know. If not, then you can still bid because his first bid was an error. He put 59, but he meant 50, okay? Led Zeppelin has an offer for 55. We're going to go ahead and sell that to Mike Owen. And then next thing over here is out on picture disc. We'll make sure. And then Rock and Roll Over has a bid for 50. Okay? That's where we're at on those. Next is Lou's Blues Review Party. This is a 1987 press, $9.99. Ring Around the Rosie, Rosemary Clooney and the Hollows. Oh, Rosemary, just $9.99. The Early Bird, Charlie Parker, $24.99 with Miles Davis, Max Roach, Duke Jordan. That's old Charlie Parker, $24.99. And Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town, $14.99. Okay, the picture disc is Rock and Roll Low. Okay, so first of all, Sunny Day Real Estate. Who was the first person to make an offer? Or who's the first person? Because it's marked 100. Somebody offered 65. And then I said 8. Somebody offered 60. I said 85. And now we have an offer for 75. Okay, I might let it roll for $75. But Darren, we got to give dibs to Dustin Hodges. Okay? And Jim B has offered 80. I've already said 75. So what we're going to do is it's Dustin's and then Darren's. Darren's out, Dustin's out. So sell this to Darren Johnson for $75. That is an auction hype-worthy record that just got slipped into this John crate. He had it marked for 100, and I, for some reason, went ahead and did 25% off and sold it for $75. All right, let's go ahead and sell James Hicks's Paul Stanley picture disc for 50. I'm assuming Christina was out either way, 59 or 50. So that's sold to him. And then Rock and Roll Over. Rock and Roll Over is an 1977 repress from the club. Now, the only way you can get this variant is this pressing. It's not on the OG US. It's not on the OG club. It's on this 77 club copy. And this has a high bid right now at $50 with 78 Trans Am. The cover is VG and so is the vinyl. The high bid is $50. We're also right in the middle of a vintage OG, mostly OG record, buy it now, best offer. Now, Patrick Lear, you have first dibs on Charlie Parker, but it will be sticker price because coming right in behind you is Donna at sticker price. We have the section, $29.99 on the section, and Rick Wakeman, Country Airs piano solo. That one doesn't come through too often in Rick Wakeman's catalog, $14.99. You handing out deals tonight, buddy. I know, I gotta relax. I mean, these are like just been priced and I'm doing like 25, 40% off, 30% off. I'm about to start turning on my Chad, you better counter offer thing in my head. I like slinging records out of the crates, but sometimes I'm like, whoa, what did I just do? I just sold a $280 record for $75? Jesus. Remain calm, Chad. Donna gets Charlie Parker. That's sold to Donna. We have Wes Bruce and Lang, Why Don't Ya? $19.99. Now, no one has bid on Kiss since I gave the last comment. So that means to me, nobody else wants to bid on this. It's been at $50 for 4 minutes. That tells me nobody else is interested in bidding on the blue teardrop. That's the signal y'all were sending me. Beep, 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 beep. Chad, we don't want to bid anymore. We hadn't set out, but we also hadn't placed another bid. So we're done bidding. You can let him have it for 50. We'll give it about 60 more seconds. Rick Wakeman is sold to Mike Bartlett for $10. Gerald Whitworth gets Rod Stewart for $10. Cleopatra soundtrack, music by Alex North, $19.99. Don McLean, Homeless Brother, Shrink and Hype, $9.99. Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits, shrink wrapped, but it looks a little dingy. Looks like it might have some moisture damage underneath it. $14.99. Jim Croce's Greatest Hits, $14.99. Jefferson Airplane, Volunteers, Volunteers of America, $24.99. That would be the first label for that. And Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo, $19.99. This is sold to D. Kong, 78 Trans Am, for $50. Didn't hear back from anybody else. That was the signal y'all were sending. Chad, we're done bidding. John McPatrick gets Ted Nugent for 15. And we have our next auction going up right now. That is Cycle Circus, a 2014 U.S. sealed $15 start. Now, 2014 was the OG release year. This is the non-lenticular cover, so most people consider that the repressing or reissue. It also has been in print as a 2014 for like 11 years. So if you order one brand new today that was manufactured in the last 6 months, it's going to show up as a 2014, just FYI. The Outlaws bringing it back alive, $29.99 for the Outlaws, and 25 years of recorded comedy. This is a comedy compilation record. Everything from Lenny Bruce to Cheech and Chong, National Lampoon, Monty Python. It's a comedy record, $19.99. Cycle Circus already has bids for 15 and now 22. Deep Purple, Mark I and Mark II. Deep Purple, Mark I and Mark II, a 74 German press, $34.99. The Rock and Roll Therapy Schoolhouse, Billy Wiggle and the Wiggles, a Belgium Rockabilly, $9.99. The comedy record, first, George Burleson on Volunteers for 20. The comedy record, so does Scott Arnold. Todd Saw on Croce's Greatest Hits. Next is from Elvis Presley Boulevard, Memphis, Tennessee, recorded live. 1976 tan label, $19.99. Cycle Circus is up to one person, Larry Gonzalez. Danny is sending a reminder to go find the Iron Maiden poster or puzzle. Let me go see if it's up here on the shelf. If not, then you're going to have to give me some additional time to go hunt it. Next auction. This is an 87 OG club copy of Kiss Crazy Nights. An 87 OG club copy. $55 start. It is sealed. BMG Direct. Paul Stanley was very hairy. That is a very hairy chest. $55 start. I'm going to split the difference with you on this one, Patrick. I took your last $6 offer. $8 on that one. The Gil Evans Orchestra plays the music of Jimi Hendrix. $19.99. Also, Fighting Thin Lizzy. This is a 2014, $29.99. What is the Kiss info on Cycle Circus again? A 2014 U.S. reissue sealed for a $15 start. Gil Evans 12, Gil Evans 15. Patrick said sold on this for $8. We have introducing the Four King Cousins. That is the Four King Cousins there. They look straight out of a James Bond movie. $9.99. Echoes of a Rock Era, the groups. $19.99. The Heartbeats and Shep and the Limelights. Stanley Jordan, Magic Touch, $14.99. The Beatles, Hard Day's Night, $39.99. This one is not signed by Paul McCartney. $39.99, unlike this one back here. Alvin Lee and Company, $19.99. Donna Passes on Gil Evans. So I've already shot myself in the foot and reduced this one by $5 if anybody wants it. That's the Gil Evans Orchestra, legendary jazz composer, doing Jimi Hendrix music. That's got to sound pretty wicked. The Ventures, I Walk a Line, and Other Giant Hits. The Ventures is $9.99. And the Rolling Stones Some Girls, OG in Shrink, Hop, Near Mint Minus, OG, $69.99. Crazy Nights has a bid for $55. It's up to Larry Gonzalez on Cycle Circus. He's bid $24. Cycle's now at $24. Crazy Nights is at $55. The Ventures is sold to John Durden for $7. The Beatles $25. The Beatles $35. Okay, there's that. What else do I need to do? A womp bomp boot omp bomp 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 tutti frutti, a Rudy, tutti frutti, a Rudy. I don't know if this was my bottle of water from the other night or Paul's, so I better just toss it. It's half drunk, and that Diet Coke has expired. meaning the ice is melting, it's not any good. And we are continuing right now with a quick read through, okay? Just reading the titles, that way we can knock out one more for tonight. All right, just got to knock out one more for tonight. The sign Hard Day's Night is $7,500. $7,500. Crazy Nights, only one bid, and we're about to sell it for $5,500. Okay. What press is Kiss Cycle Circus? This is a 2014 U.S. reissue. And like I said, there's only two versions. The original with the lenticular and this one. This is the reissue, of course. Okay. Before I read those, there's 4 no bids. Kiss Off the Soundboard is on green vinyl, $55. 38 Special, Japanese, $25. And then OG Rock and Roll Over, Japanese, $75. Okay? Here's what's left. If you need a price or more information, just let me know. Cat Stevens' Numbers, a Pythagorean Theory Tarot. 20 collector's records of the 50s and 60s. Brazil, 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 Bud Shank. Jethro Tull, Aqualung. The Essential, Jimi Hendrix. Genesis, In the Beginning. Richie Valens and Jerry Cole. Alan Parsons Project, Vulture Culture. Roger Miller, Off the Wall. The Rolling Stones Live, a German pressing. The Rolling Stones, Their Satanic Majesty's Request. Poco Cantamos. The Best of Billy Cobham. Martin Mull, Days of Wine and Neurosis. Peter, Paul and Mary album. Nadia's Theme. Introducing Lobo. Simon and Garfunkel. Lou's Blues Review. Rosemary Clooney. The Sector. Wes Bruce and Lang, Why Don't Ya? Cleopatra soundtrack. Don McLean, Homeless Brother. Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits. The Outlaws, Bringing It Back Alive. Deep Purple, Mark 1, Mark 2. Elvis Presley Live. Fighting by Thin Lizzy. Introducing the 4 King Cousins. Echoes of an Era, The Groups. Shep and the Limelights and the Heartbeats. Stanley Jordan, Magic Touch. Alvin Lee and Company. Gil Evans Orchestra. The Rolling Stones and the Beatles, A Hard Day's Night. Kiss Crazy Nights, a sealed copy, is sold for $65 to Patrick C. Smith. Let me find that again. What happened to that bid? Let me confirm that name if I can find it. There it is. Patrick C. Smith Sr. Yeah, over on YouTube, $55. Cycle Circus at $30. Let me browse up here for the puzzles. If not, Danny. Oh, well, if we got people buying Iron Maiden stuff, then the first thing I showed tonight was the Iron Maiden blanket. Of course, there was a pre-order up for it in the group. I've got 2 left. It's a 60 by 80 fleece blanket. Feels really soft. The shrink has busted on that one. $79.99. $79.99. It's a queen size blanket. Sherpa fleece. Iron Maiden the Trooper. It's available. Psycho Power Slave puzzle. Their Seventh Son. Rush, Guns N' Roses Appetite. And what happened to that one? Let me see if it's behind this Snoopy thing. Nope. That was in the Hatchet Ed bin from the other night. I'm just trying to figure out what we done with them, Danny. It was in the Hatchet Ed bin from the other night. It's around here somewhere. Honestly, I'm got to do some more hunting. I don't know. It probably got pulled out and laid somewhere. It will pop up. Whenever I find it, it's yours, okay? Unless somebody bought it. I don't think somebody bought it, okay? Is that the sector or the section? The sector or the section? The Thin Lizzy was a 180-gram reissue. 2014, $29.99. The sector or the section? Let's find that out. Sector or section? It was the section. $29.99. That is a top loader. It's on Warner Brothers. The section self-titled. Okay. All right. So no luck on the puzzle yet. Yeah, I hadn't got to really move anything around or clean up since I did the show Friday night. And of course, there's stuff over here. Paul's kind of crisscrossed where he did his own thing, and I honestly don't know where much is. I was lucky to find those 2 crates of new vinyl from tonight. I got 1 more crate of new buy now stuff John actually marked today. There's actually 3 more left, but it's hit 11 o'clock, and we now have 197 people. And there's a lot of stuff in here I think should have sold that's still available. So I can tell some people are getting a little sleepy. Some people have already elected to go to bed. I'm going to do 1 more crate of new stuff, and then it's time for discounts and CDs and miscellaneous and all that other cool stuff, okay? Derek Clark took the words right out of my mouth. Hard crowd tonight. Well, it's just getting a little bit too late. If that would have been shown 2 hours ago, there would have been half of that left in there. It gets to a certain point, everybody's either gotten sleepy, or they're asleep and they're just listening to me, or they're watching with one eye open, waiting for something to pop up that might wake them up. So if you are still like actively focused and watching, you could see some stuff in this next crate that you might be like, holy moly, I knew he was going to bring out something. This is why I'm not getting any sleep and I'm just staying up all night because I want to buy this record right here. Here is all the new vinyl that came in today. This is all that's left. The Cranberries MTV Unplugged, never on vinyl, comes out Friday. 2 in stock, $33.99. Deicide, available. Hasn't been released ever in the United States officially. Serpents of the Night, $44.99. And then Wings. Speaking of Paul McCartney, he is currently right now probably, I don't know, he's probably done with his concert in Georgia. He's probably done. He's probably about to head to Tennessee. I wish I knew where he was staying at. Not to stalk him, but maybe if he comes in tomorrow, you might be at the hotel to get an autograph. Maybe if you're lucky. I don't know where he would stay in Nashville. There's some nice hotels down there. But anyway, this is Wings. This comes out Friday. It's a 3 LP, 32-track new Wings box set. 2 posters and stickers curated by Paul McCartney. That comes out. There was a pretty big, we had a whole crate of these earlier. So I've got 3 Wings left, 4 Deicides, and 2 Cranberries. That's all of the new vinyl that came in today. It was just pre-orders. And honestly, I didn't get to order Friday night. I know I didn't order Saturday or Sunday. We might be pretty short on vinyl come tomorrow. I doubt there's anything tomorrow. And that means as soon as we start, there's going to be about 7 really upset people that ask me how many crates of new vinyl before I can even say the first word. I give them a hard time about it. They give me a hard time about it. But they really give me a hard time about it. Within the first 10 minutes, there's some people like, Chad, if you don't tell me how many crates of new vinyl got delivered, I will literally show up there and burn that place down. I'm like, good gosh, just relax. We're going to get to it. But I mean, I'm just like, man, let's take it easy. I mean, I've had like threats like, listen, if you don't tell me how much new vinyl showed up at that store, I'm going to absolutely blow my top. We have AC/DC. I'm holding a Kiss record. This is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $60. Okay? Wings is $114.99. Psycho Circus is sold to Chad Snyder for $32. Next is this. Next is this. Forcing Paul to sign autographs. I wouldn't do that. We have 1980 U.S. Terre Haute OG with poster and insert. John Robb knows I'm talking about him. John Robb holds the record for asking me within the first 10 minutes of the show how many crates of new vinyl. If I don't tell him, he'll keep asking. He knows that too. He's like, I'm just going to keep asking you till you tell me. And so I keep dragging it out. I make sure we wait till literally the show has really started. Because I'm like, if I tell you, you're going to either stay or go. But if I don't tell you, hopefully you still stay. This has the poster with it. This is a 1980 Terre Haute OG Kiss Unmasked with the poster. With the poster. Look at that. This is OG with insert and the original inner sleeve. $30 start. No new vinyl order. There was a small one today. There probably won't be one tomorrow. And I'm going to go ahead and let y'all know. The first 15 minutes of the show, I'm going to have some people that might lose their cool on me, okay? So first 15 minutes of tomorrow, bear with me, because I'm going to have some people that's going to freak out on me when I tell them no new vinyl got delivered. It means I'm going to have to spend the next 6 hours tonight ordering a ton to make up for it. I could have some people lose their minds tomorrow. These are buy it now or best offer. The American Breed, Bend Me, Shape Me. That is $9.99. These are buy it now or best offer. Your pick. Crusaders, Street Life, 300 South, $14.99. Linda Ronstadt, Living in the USA, $9.99. The Gary Moore Band. That's from 1974. Gary Moore, $24.99. Kiss is OG. It's complete, and James Hicks has it for $30. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that one is the following. Led Zeppelin. You may or may not have heard of them. It's called In Through the Outdoor. It's a 79 USOG. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, a 1979 USOG with the brown bag and cover variant A. Cover variant A. This is a $30 star, VG++. Bend Me, Shape Me, sold to Chuck Haley for $7. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Chuck. Herman's Hermits on tour. This is Peter Noon and Herman's Hermits, $9.99. Steppenwolf Slow Flux. That's FLUX, $19.99. And we have Elvis, You'll Never Walk Alone, $9.99. That's Mr. Presley there. Does Linda Ronstadt, can I see the uncovered cover? Uncovered cover, you mean unmasked cover? Kiss Unmasked. There's the cover. It has one bid for $30. Does Linda Ronstadt have the original inner sleeve and OG? Yes to both of your questions. Yes to both of your questions. Elvis sold a Mega Blast for $9. The Gary Moore is called the Gary Moore Man Grinding Stone. Grinding Stone is from 1974, $24.99. Robin Trower, Victims of the Fury, $19.99 on that. McKendree Spring, Spring Sweet, $14.99 for McKendree Spring, Spring Sweet. The Baker Groovitz Army, $19.99 for Baker Groovitz Army. Wings, Good Night Tonight. Don't say it. Don't say it. That's a disco single from Paul McCartney and Wings, $14.99. Unmasked has a new bid for $30. Led Zeppelin is a $30 start. Linda Ronstadt is sold to Peter Haas. Seth Franzoni wants a Wings box set. Stuck inside these four walls. Stuck inside forever. Never seeing no one. Wow. Silly love songs? Jet. Live and Let Die. Venus and Mars Rock Show. We're gonna get high, high. There's that. Okay. That is sold to Seth Franzoni. 2 remain. Richie Lander, I know you want one too. Just say I'll take one. That will leave just one. And then we have Chad. When you say original owner sleeve, are you talking about the inner or outer? I'm actually saying original inner sleeve. I'll show you in just a second. The Kentucky Colonels, $14.99 for the Kentucky Colonels. Rockspurs Getting Off, $19.99 for the Rockspurs. The Temptations House Party, $14.99. Dire Straits So Far Away. This is some kind of UK Vertigo 10-inch deal here, $19.99. I Have Kiss for $30. I got Linda Ronstadt for $7. Peter Haas got Linda Ronstadt for $7. Yes. Unmasked is not at $30. Charlie Marks has this for $35. James Hicks, you were outbid. An inner sleeve, an original inner sleeve. Most people ask that when they want to know, does it come with an original inner sleeve? This is like what an original custom inner sleeve would look like. It is a sleeve that is released with the album. Typically, it has lyrics, pictures, liner notes, and information. Some albums didn't all come with an original inner sleeve. It just come with like a generic. And then some come with company sleeves. Like OG Led Zeppelin records from Atlantic, they all came with like advertisement sleeves. We'll find one here in a second. That looks interesting. Moonrider. Moonrider is $9.99. Moonrider is in a company sleeve. Now, it's on a label called Anchor, but Anchor, as you see down here at the bottom, is marketed a subsidiary of ABC Records. This is a company inner sleeve. So some of them just say ABC. Some of them could be Warner Brothers. They could be Atlantic Atco. There's company, there's custom, or what we call original inner sleeves. I call them custom, or most people call them original. Okay? Did I not pull Linda back? I didn't. Well, thank you. Boy, I almost made a mistake there. Thank you. That's so to Peter Haas. My bad. Okay. And so Led Zeppelin's a $30 buy it now. Led Zeppelin has the original brown bag. That's the original outer sleeve and the original bag that it came with. And this came with an inner sleeve too. This one actually changed colors when you put water on it. So when you put water on this one, it changed colors. This one has been undampened, and it can be bought now for a $30 buy it now. That's also an original inner sleeve. See, it literally says the track listing, it's Swan Song. It's kind of a hybrid. It's got mostly, it's kind of a both. It's a custom inner sleeve though. All right. Yep. Some inner sleeves are pretty tough to get. VJ, the first label the Beatles was on, or at least had albums on here in the States. A lot of people want VJ inner sleeves just to put with their Beatles records. They're like $5 a pop. I've literally had VJ records in a half-off crate, and I'm like, dang, this is a VJ inner sleeve. Like a Beatles guy pays $6.99 for this. Now, I missed something here earlier. Michael Ruttman got Dire Straits. I almost missed that because I was given a 101 on what a inner sleeve was. So let me tag that. I'm actually going to put that in a brown cardboard backer. And Michael Ruttman claimed this first. And then Josh Brown, you made an offer. But Michael Ruttman earlier was ahead of you. He was ahead of you earlier claiming it right there. And then you were next. And then he claimed it again, and then you were next again. So he was first on that at sticker price. These are all new arrivals, best offer. $14.99 for Bobby Mack. And then Gary Moore is sold to John McPatriot for $22. That's sold to John McPatriot for $22. And Led Zeppelin is sold to Christopher Yoakum for $30. The last bid on Kiss Unmasked was Charlie Marks at $40, and it's sold. Let's put this away. This is sold to Charlie Marks for $40. A lot of people like buying records when they know they're complete with that original inner sleeve. That's why a lot of people ask that. New auctions right after we show McKendree Spring, $14.99. British Traditional Ballads. This is $14.99 in the Southern Mountains. See, this is just a generic inner sleeve. That's just a white generic inner sleeve. Now, that might be the original, but you don't really know because it's just generic. It may have not even been in an inner sleeve at some point. Some records aren't. Some of those really cheap budget records, they didn't have inner sleeves, which is crazy, but they didn't. Seal Sylvian from the New York Dolls, RCA Special Radio Series, $19.99 on that. And Tartaglian Theorem. That is lounge music from 1968. That's got to be pretty wild to listen to. $19.99. This is the best of Kiss World. The best of Kiss World is the first time this was on vinyl, 2019. I think prior to that, it was a CD-only deal. Kiss is a $20 start. Kiss World, the best of Kiss, that's a $20 start. We have Rabbit, W-R-A-B-I-T. Rabbit is $14.99. And Ian McLaughlin, Bump in the Night. Ian is $14.99. And Paul Revere and the Raiders, all-time greatest hits, $16.99. Derek Clark says Moon Rider is a country rock with X-Family and Future Jam members. Hit single, Angel Mercury, fans of the Grateful Dead. I know we have some fans of the Grateful Dead watching. Moon Rider. Country rock with X-Family and Future Jam members. They have a single, Angel of Mercy. Fans of the Grateful Dead will like that album. There you go. Moon Rider. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Kiss Animalize. A 1984 US OG sealed copy. A sealed OG copy. Not a club. A real retail copy. It is going to go up for a $55 start. Is the Rabbit a Trevor Rabin disc? Let's see here. Lou Nadu, Dave Alpin. Are you talking about the members? I think he had something to do with this band, but he's not on this album. Okay. Next is Let Me Go, Heaven 17. That's a 12-inch single with 3 different mixes, $9.99. Moon Rider is $9.99. The Quadrophenia soundtrack, The Who, $24.99. And Hello, My Name is Blotto, What's Yours? That is $19.99. Heaven 17 is sold for $7 to John Durden. And we have the Swingin' Moods of Nat King Cole, $16.99. Let me try to find another auction over here. Not Kiss. And we have U2, All That You Can't Leave Behind. A 2020 remaster, 180 grams sealed, a $45 start. U2, All That You Can't Leave Behind. 20th anniversary, 2 LP remaster. It's a beautiful day. $45 start on that. Kenningston Market, Avenue Road. This is $14.99. Todd Saw on Paul Revere's Greatest Hits. That is so. George Burleson said he'll try Moon Rider. He's one of the many Grateful Dead people that's watching. Hank Williams Jr. with the Mike Curb Congregation, Sweet Dreams. Wow, that's a Hank Williams Jr. I don't see too often. $24.99 in shrink wrap with a hype sticker. Wow. I love hype stickers. Next thing is Animalize does have a bid for $55. We have Revolution. Now, they marked out the R. I don't know if that was intentional. Hedge and Donna. $14.99. Hedge and Donna. Great Speckled Bird. $14.99. Great Speckled Bird. I think that's self-titled. Billy Squire, Signs of Life. $19.99. And Lester Flatt, Before You Go. He is sealed. $24.99. And Air Supply's Greatest Hits. Lost in Love. Another sealed, $14.99. Christina Curtis got Hank. Danny Thomason was second. We have Ronnie Millsap, One More Try for Love. Ronnie Millsap is sealed, $14.99. Final Call on Kiss, sealed, $55. Final Call on U2, sealed, $45. And we're about to make Kiss World a buy it now. This is who? The Bobby Bloom album is sealed, $19.99. Francis Sinatra and Francis A. and Edward K. This is Frank Sinatra and Duke Ellington. It is sealed, unopened, $19.99. And John Stewart, The Lonesome Picker rides again. A 1971 promo marked $19.99. And Keith Jarrett Staircase. Keith Jarrett is $19.99. Ella Fitzgerald at the Opera House. Ella Fitzgerald is $24.99. That's on this black Verve label. And Bob Dylan, Planet Waves. Bob Dylan is $24.99. Dylan, Robbie Robertson, Danko, Helm, Hudson, Emmanuel. I love how you literally read that off and you're like, oh, wow, that's the band. $24.99. Johnny Rivers, Secret Agent Man. I love how it has this little Secret Agent Man. Is that an actual sticker? That's actually printed on the cover. Secret Agent Man. Johnny Rivers, $12.99. And Jerry Mulligan and the Concert Jazz Band live, a UK, $14.99. All right, U2 was sold for $45 to Oh So Adventure. Patrick C. Smith gets the Sealed Kiss for $55. And the best of Kiss, Kiss World, is a $20 buy it now. $20 buy it now. Crazy, Crazy Nights, Rock and Roll All Night, I Was Made for Loving You. God Gave Rock and Roll to You, Detroit Rock City. Beth, Lick It Up. Heaven's on Fire. Tears Are Falling, Unholy, Hard Luck Woman, Psycho Circus, Shout It Out Loud, Calling Dr. Love, Christine 16, Love Gun, Shandy, I'm a Legend Night, Modern Day Delia, and Hell or Hallelujah. Kiss World is $20. Now, Oh So Adventure said Kiss 3 price. What is Kiss 3? And that is sold to Oh So Adventure for $20. Okay, and then George Burleson on Dylan for $20. Jim B is smacking his lips. He says, it's almost nonsense time. I got some bills to pay. I need you to slip up and sell me a record too cheap so I can flip it on Discogs and make an insane profit. Man, just chill, okay? I've already sold some stuff way too cheap tonight. I'm already down, and now you're trying to kick me in the face. I'm begging for mercy. What we're about to do is we're about to start some on-sale stuff. And before I do that, we're going to put up some new auctions. And then we're going to start putting CDs up while we're showing half-off records. We're going to get started on this collection right now as soon as I stretch my right leg out. Oh, man. I know I do a lot of standing here, but I stood for that entire Tennessee game, and I stood for the entire Paul McCartney concert. My one and short only day off, really, Sundays, wasn't much of a day off. It's probably the most exhausting day I've had in a while. Yeah, and I missed Air Supply offer. Sheldon Bergenhire. Sorry. Sheldon, I meant to pull that sold to you earlier. All right, let's put up some new auctions. Half off coming up right now, and I'm about to start showing some of this new CD collection, which is mostly classic rock and rock related. Let's get started with, of course, a Kiss record. It is Kiss night, and we have Kiss Alive 2. And this is OG. This is Kiss Alive 2. It does have like a label maker baby tag up here at the top. You know, like Tim Watley bought, Elaine bought it for Tim Watley, then he re-gifted it to Jerry. And then he gave it to Elaine for a Super Bowl Spring Sexorama. This is a 1977 OG. It has the original inner sleeves, and it has the Kiss Army booklet with it. Now, this doesn't go with it, does it? Yeah, it does. All right, so there is the merchandise. That's a 77 OG. It has the evolution of Kiss, and it has both inner sleeves. $40 start. Kiss Alive 2. Not a bad copy, and with some work, you might be able to get that off. I think it's going to leave behind, yeah. Looks like they tried already. It's going to leave behind some problems, but not bad on the disc, the very important part. And let's just go ahead and just read these, and if you need a price, let me know. Crusaders, Steppenwolf, Herman's Hermits, Robin Trower, McKendree Spring, Baker Groovett's Army, Wings, the Kentucky Colonels, the Rock Spurs Getting Off, the Temptations, Rock Mac, McKendree Spring, British Traditional Ballads in the Southern Mountains, Sylvian, Targetalian Theorem, Ian McLaughlin, Rabbit, spelt with a W, the Quadrophenia soundtrack, Blotto, Nat King Cole, Kensington Market, Gray Speckled Bird, Hedge and Donna, Billy Squire, Lester Flatt, Ronnie Millsap, Barry Bloom, Sinatra and Ellington, John Stewart, Keith Jarrett, Ella Fitzgerald, Johnny Rivers, and Gary Mulligan. Chad, has Ed talked to you about LPs? Yeah, he left me a message, and that's my bad. Sorry if you're waiting on me. That's on me. Yep, I have a sticky note over here. Here, I'm going to make a new one and large my important ones. I've been writing down next to me tonight with this. Patty Williams. And also, I honestly think I pulled up Patty K's messages. The Patty K that I never can say her last name. And I was like, I don't see anything here. And then I found out when he handed me the sticky note, it was Patty Williams. So I think I got y'all two mixed up. Patty Williams. I won't forget your last name, right? You know, my name is Chad Williams. And then over here, items to sell. Now, as always, if you would have addressed that to Paul, he might have been just telling me. I don't know if he's told Paul about it. You or anybody, if you ever have anything to sell and you're reaching out to Ed, if you want to deal with me directly, say to Chad, here's my message. I know for sure I have a message from Chuck Haley and Stacy Metternich too. Now, if you ever have something to sell and you want to act quick on it, you talk to Mr. Paul, because he has about 3 major roles here at Collectco. And the top role is he's now the principal buyer. I let him buy collections that literally could fill up a semi. He knows what he's doing. So there's that. If you need to reach him, and of course, sometimes it's coins or something like that. He's like, hey, this person has coins. He'll let me know. And then I'm really bad about not replying to him because I just add it to my to-do list. I run out of time. So I have replied to people like 3 weeks later, and they're like, bro, we sold that a long time ago. And I'm like, dang it. This is why you got to address them to Paul. Immediate responses get high priority if you start the message with Paul or Ed. Paul or Ed. Okay. So what we're going to do, we have filled up a crate. We are at 2, 4, 5, 6. Let's try to get to 8 crates of vinyl tonight. That's my normal quota. And CDs, okay? Kiss Alive has a bid for $40. Let's get right into some discount. How about we start with flip crate stuff that hasn't been claimed, and I might resort it right quick and reduce some of this even further. And I bet a lot of people watching right now aren't in on the 9 o'clock videos. And either way, these are going to be some insane, I mean, it's going to be more than half off. I have to reply to Craig. We got to get, if you're going to be mad at me this week because we don't have Collectco shirts in, Craig Thomas, it's not his fault. It's not his fault. It's my fault. I have to do a count on the pre-order. Okay, let me just end the show right now. Let me just stop the show. I have, plus where I wasn't here in the building the last 48 hours, I have, I've got about 9 hours worth of work to do, and that doesn't count ordering vinyl, cleaning up, eating, sleeping, exercising, and getting stuff ready for tomorrow. Okay, Craig, I've wrote down your 2. Anybody else need to reach me? I will reply to you at 2 a.m. Does anybody else need me top priority to response tonight? I will make time. Top priority response. Let me know right now. I'm making a list and I'm checking it twice. This is signed by Paul McCartney, $7,500. $7,500. Hold on to the railings on the toilet when you hear that. Todd Saw gets a live 2 for $40. Okay? Hold on to those railings if you're sitting on the commode. Holy, did he just say 7,500? Ozzy is about to be sold to Oso Adventure. $1,500. Does anybody else want it? Oso is in on the Ozzy. He's not, but I know he wants it. $1,500. Yep. Paul, great provenance with it. JS8, of course, and signed in Washington, D.C. after he won. He signed it at the Library of Congress. And after winning the Gershwin Award for Popular Music. It's a restored jacket. The jacket's been professionally restored. So the back is you can kind of have an idea of what it probably did look like. The value of this comes in the fact that it's an original U.S. Mono jacket. It's an original U.S. mono jacket. Very tough to get signed U.S. album jackets from Paul McCartney. The best place to message Coletco is on Facebook, if you have Facebook. If not, it's through email. I'm going to pull up some of these people right now and make sure y'all are actually in our inbox. And sometimes Ed just don't know how to reply to something. Okay? Yeah, like Todd, your last message was for me, and that's probably why it hadn't been replied to. And then I replied to you already on my personal message. You hadn't opened it yet. I replied to you as Chad Williams. The same message you sent Coletco, I replied to you the other day as Chad Williams, not Coletco. Okay? So I replied, you hadn't opened it yet. All right. What time is it? It is 11:34. Now, it feels like 12:34 because time has recently changed. I know. It feels a little weird right now. It feels like much later than it should be. It's 11:34 here in Tennessee. Okay. Lots of different prices in here. Most of these were from the discount crate, so a lot of them are more than half off. So this is pretty much more than nonsense. Okay? Some of these are more than nonsense. I'm going to tell you the price. No more, no less. They're already discounted. If not, they're going to get put up in front in the store. They might appear in a flip crate later. But some of them's already more than half off. Some of them's pretty close. This is $2 more than half off. $19.99. It's a 1978 OG. $19.99. It's a German pressing. An OG pressing of the Cars, $19.99. What's been the best offer on Sign Ride the Lightning? I've had basically 3 people tell me they would take it for $10,000 if they could make payments. One guy I know for sure would do it, but I'm not ready for payments right now. I need a $10,000 payment on it. So obviously I don't have a $10,000 offer because those don't count. So really I don't have an offer on it yet. I have 0 offers on the Ride the Lightning. I've got 3 people, one person serious wanting to make payments, not doing payments. 2 people have asked would I consider doing payments. So really no offers. I don't have a bird in the hand. I have some birds flying around trying to get into my hand, but no bird in the hand. This is sold to Scott Dwallow, $19.99. Okay? $19.99 sold. Next, this was marked down more than half off, $14.99 for James Taylor's Greatest Hits. $14.99 for James Taylor's Greatest Hits. Something in the way she moves. Carolina in my mind. Fire and Rain. Sweet Baby James. This was also marked down $14.99. $5 off. Genesis. VG Plus. Seconds Out. Those 2 records were $14.99. They're going to remain $14.99. Okay? Then I've got some $6.99 stuff. $6.99 for the Forrester Sisters. Sincerely, $6.99. Exile Mixed Emotion, $6.99. Spirit of 84 by Spirit. That is more than half off at $6.99. Adventures in Utopia, also a bargain at $6.99. And let's pause there. So $6.99, and then those 2 others were $14.99ers. James Taylor and Genesis. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Ace Frehley. This is a 2016 Origins Volume 2. It has the alternative cover. It's an FYE exclusive. They only did 1,000. It's in shrink. $95 start for Ace. Fleetwood Mac was $14.99. That was $14.99. And Live Cream Volume 2, also $14.99. And that's another beautiful UK copy from that import collection. $14.99, $14.99. Cream and Fleetwood Mac. And then we're into two $9.99 records. The Hollies and Shh by 10 Years After. Once again, no condition notes. A clean record. And the Hollies is a compilation. Those are $9.99 and $9.99, okay? So first thing we have is, let me put these two $14.99 records back here with the other $14.99ers. And then we need to put these two $9.99ers back here behind these $6.99ers, okay? There's that. Now we're in $6.99 again. Jean-Luc Ponty, Individual Choice. Rick Springfield, Hard to Hold, sealed. I repeat, sealed for $6.99. Miko, Encounters of Every Kind, $6.99. The Rascals is $6.99. Rod Stewart, Blondes Have Fun. Blondes Have More Fun, $6.99. The Outlaws, a German press, a 2LP. A German press with a nice jacket, $6.99. Patrick Lear wants Shh for $9.99. That's so to Patrick Lear for $9.99. Also, $6.99 was Robert Palmer Clues. Robert Palmer, Maybe It's Alive. Peter Frampton, I'm In You. Player, Baby Come Back. And Dr. Hook, Pleasure and Pain. And Orleans. Orleans was $6.99. Orleans, $6.99. Final call to get a bid on Ace Frehley for $95. 2016 limited edition 1000 FYE exclusive. Mike Owen on Jean-Luc Ponty for $6.99. Genesis is still available. Genesis is still available. Whoa, threw some records around over here. Let's see. Okay, that's all $6.99. Rainbow was just $14.99. Bent Out of Shape. It is a German press. Rainbow, $14.99. Georgia Satellites, $14.99. Keep your hands to yourself. Those are nice records for $14.99. Okay? First is John McPatriot on Rainbow. Now, if you have Facebook and you're like, dang, $14.99? Can y'all believe this is the leftovers? These are the leftovers of a 9 a.m. vintage crate. So make sure you're in our private group. Right now, you need to find out, am I in Whole Lot of Records, the private group over on Facebook? If not, I'm going to share you a link and you're going to join. You will buy these records or face consequences. First question is, what's on the Outlaws? Are you talking about a track listing? Oh, no, a track listing request. And then Danny Thomason says he'll take it. John got Rainbow. Josh Brown sold on Genesis for $14.99. And then Patrick C. Smith on Georgia Satellites for $14.99. Then Todd Saw, and then Chris Frazier. Okay. The Outlaws bringing it back alive. It probably has everything you could want and then some. Intro, Relay Breakdown, Stick Around for Rock and Roll, Loverboy, There Goes Another Song, Side 2, Freeborn Man, Prisoner, I Hope You Don't Mind, Side 3, Song for You, Cold and Lonesome, Holiday, Hurry Sundown, and then Side 4 takes up an entire Side 4, Green Grass and High Tides. Kristen Starr, you are now obligated to purchase that record for $6.99. Next record is $6.99 stuff. Yep. $6.99. Crosby and Nash, Whistling Down the Wire, $6.99. Hot Street Chicago, $6.99. Greg Kihn Band, Conspiracy, $6.99. The Brandos, Honor Among Thieves, $6.99. And The Best of Eddie Rabbit, $6.99. He says he'll take it. Danny was second. There's a hidden rule. If you ask for a track listing and Craig's not watching, you automatically have to buy the record. Of course, I'm joking, but I will put a ton of pressure on you. You'll feel like you're in a high-pressure situation to buy a used car. Next thing is this was $14.99. So this was half off. Lonnie Smith, Keep On Loving. Half off on Groove Merchant. And it's a white label promo. Lonnie Smith, $14.99. I'm keeping these sorted as I go so I don't screw anything up. Ace Frehley, by the way, is a $95 buy it now. And David Lee Roth is $134.99. This is a David Lee Roth box set. David Lee Roth box set, the Warner Brothers years, 1985 to 1994. 1984, 1995. What am I saying? 1984 to 1994. 1985 to 1994. It's 4 albums. 2 of them have never been reissued. Okay, what's next? More $6.99s. Yes, more $6.99s. Alberta Hunter, Amtrak Blue, $6.99. Todd Rundgren Faithful, $6.99. Hannibal Brooks soundtrack, that is sealed, $6.99. Golden Goodies Volume 15, sealed, $6.99. Dr. Boogie presents Rarities from the Bob Hot Vaults, $6.99. Antonio Carlos Jobim, $6.99. The Best of the Letterman, which is signed by one of the original members, $6.99 for the Letterman. Okay. What's next in here? 4, 9. Okay, these next 2 were $14.99. David Bowie Live, VG Condition, $14.99 on David Bowie. The Early Beatles, a Jacksonville press. It is OG Rainbow label, VG $14.99 on the Beatles. This was $9.99 then. David Sylvian, 75% off. 75% off. David Sylvian, Gone to Earth, $9.99. $9.99. Mike Owen gets David Bowie for $14.99. Of course, all the no-brainer stuff immediately getting grabbed that's been discounted for the 9 a.m. flip crate. By the way, what's not left in here, I'm going to offer as a bundle. I always do. So you might want to consider these before they get sold in the bundle later. More $6.99. Firefall Elon, nice vinyl, but it's from the Dick Connery collection. Pete Seeger, We Shall Overcome, $6.99. Yachts Without Radar, $6.99. Leon Russell Carney, $6.99. Bee Gees, 2 Years On, $6.99 for Bee Gees. Okay, now what are we into? We are into $14.99ers again. These have been the best ones so far tonight. UFO, No Place to Run. EX Condition, UFO, $14.99. CCR, No Conditions, Bayou Country, $14.99. And Michael Jackson Thriller, VG Plus, $14.99 for Thriller. Wow, some good $14.99 stuff there. I'm going to go ahead and bring over the first crate of CDs and start reading these out for $6.99. Okay? We're still going to be doing vinyl. We still got to do at least a half-off crate. But I'm going to go ahead and show y'all some of these CDs that's going to be available for $6.99, okay? First thing I have is The Best of Santana. Guitar Heaven, the greatest guitar class of all time, Santana. And by the way, this has Chris Cornell on it. Whole Lot of Love with Chris Cornell. That's epic if you've never heard it. Scorpions Worldwide Live. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. The Rolling Stones, Jump Back. The Best of the Rolling Stones. Seether, Poison, The Parish. And then we got Unchained Melody, Righteous Brothers, and The Best of REO Speedwagon Live. Those are all $6.99. Danny Thomason wants UFO. That's sold to Danny Thomason for $14.99. And then, let's see, these are $9.99. $9.99. The Who, VG Condition, original label, $9.99 for Who's Next. That's an essential. The Edgar Rennie Group, they only come out at night. EX, $9.99, original label with Frankenstein. Nazareth Playing the Game. That's a UK copy, just $9.99 for Nazareth. Squeeze is $9.99, half off in shrink wrap. Manfred Mann Band, Blinded by the Light, half off at $9.99. Sting, The Dream of the Blue Turtles. Wow, a lot of stuff didn't get claimed in that video. $9.99 on Sting. Rare Earth Ecologies, a German press for $9.99. And Ted Nugent, Survival of the Fittest, $9.99. Golly, there's some great $9.99 stuff. So what's left over? What's left over is essentially a whole crate, and that's a week and a half worth. So not bad. This is about the leftovers of what? 9 crates you seen right there? Not bad. That's all that's left. And if you want something else in here, I'm not going to read the whole crate. I'm just going to lead the $9.99 and up stuff. First thing is Chuck Haley says he wants Jump, and we sold Seether to Charlie Marks. So Seether is $6.99. Chuck Haley put Jump. Jump was Jump Back, the best of the Rolling Stones. And then the next comment is who else was on Santana with Chris Cornell? A lot of people. Chris Cornell, Scott Weiland doing Can't You Hear Me Knocking, Rob Thomas, Yo-Yo Ma, Chris Daughtery, Nos, Chester Bennington, and Ray Manzarek doing Riders on the Storm. Wow. Joe Cocker, Johnny Lang, Gavin Rosdale, Pat Mohan, Jacoby Shaddix. Next is Chad Snyder on MN for Manfred Mann. That is $9.99. So to Chad Snyder, Mike Owen was second. Price on the Bob Hite. That was in the $6.99 department. The Dr. Boogie Presents Bob Hite from Canned Heat. That was up here somewhere in the $6.99 department, right in here. It's Dr. Boogie Presents Rarities from the Bob Hite Vaults. Yeah, that's the big Canned Heat guy. Literally big as in the size of his body, $6.99. Levi Hilton takes the Santana CD, and these are all $6.99 CDs. Levi gets that. Patrick Lear gets that for $6.99. And then here's what's left, okay? Here's what's left for $9.99. David Sylvian, Ted Nugent, Rare Earth Ecology. Sting was sold to Patrick C. Smith Sr., Squeeze, Sweets from a Stranger, Nazareth Playing the Game, Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night, The Who's Next, and The Hollies. The Hollies on Polydor Star Sundin, which is a compilation. All I need is the air that I breathe. More $6.99ers. If you're not first, you're last. That's what my daddy used to tell me. The best of Toyson. Toyson. Poison. The best of Pure Prairie League. Linda Ronstadt live in Hollywood. Whoa. Rush, the spirit of the radio. Rat, Tell the World, the very best of Rat. Ringo Starr, Icon. Paul Rogers, Now. Poisoned, another Poison. Poisoned, and Queen Rocks. Is that a live? Or is it a compilation? Queen Rocks. That's got to be a compilation. Weird artwork, though. Is this like a bootleg? Hollywood Records. I've never seen that. Queen, $6.99. Okay, next is Jerry Rock wants Nazareth and Greg Ken. All right, Nazareth is right here. So did Jerry Rock, and then Greg Ken was that in the $9.99? That was in the $6.99 still. Yeah, you're talking about Greg Ken Conspiracy, right? Which is right here. Yes, that is sold to Jerry Rock for $6.99. Okay, I'm about to show the $14.99, but first, now there's 2 poisons, so Levi gets dibs. I know there was probably, those are kind of separated, but that's how I always do this. If you're first on the artist and it appears more than once, you can have dibs on both. So Levi, you can take the best of or poisoned. Let me know. Okay, those are not available on vinyl. I wish they were. My goodness. If I put a pre-order up tomorrow for the best of Poison, that was literally a Walmart exclusive, truly exclusive to Walmart, I bet I could sell 100 copies tomorrow. Not available, though. Then Chris Frazier was next. Scott Oman got the best of Rat. Topographic on the Linda Ronstadt. These are all $6.99. All the Kiss stuff is sold. The only Kiss stuff I have left is bonus extra stuff. Everything in that post today is gone. Susie on Rush. Chuck Haley on Rhino. I bet he meant Ringo. And Levi gets both poisoned. And Kristen said, I'll do Ted. Ted was this Ted Nugent for $9.99. The $14.99 leftovers was Live Cream Volume 2, a beautiful copy, a UK copy with a great track listing. Deserted Cities of the Heart, White Room Politician, Tales of Brave Ulysses, Sunshine of Love, and Stepping Out. Lonnie Smith, Keep On Lovin', promo. CCR Bayou Country. Michael Jackson, Thriller. The Early Beatles, Fleetwood Mac, and James Taylor's Greatest Hits. That's all that's left in the $14.99. Yep. You got to get here early for Kiss, and you got to stay the whole time. Usually I put up the first auction at 6 o'clock. Every hot picture, even if it's 50 or 60 Kiss records, there's generally nothing left behind. It all gets claimed. So you got to get here early, and you got to stay all night if you want to buy Kiss stuff. It will get gone. All right, let's do a half-off nonsense crate. There's 3 unsold auctions, yes. I got Billy Squier, King Biscuit Flower Hour. Billy Squier, Emotions in Motion. Billy Squier, Don't Say No. Bob Seger, Stranger in Town. Bob Seger, Night Moves. Bob Seger, Against the Wind. Billy Squier, 16 Strokes. That's his greatest hits. Supertramp Classics. We have Silvertide, Show and Tell. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Trouble Is. And Bob Seger, I Knew You Win. Okay? First thing is this. Condition on James Taylor. No condition notes. VG Plus condition. VG Plus cover, near mint minus vinyl. $14.99. $14.99. Okay? Yeah, Ace Frehley's still unavailable, but he wasn't in the hot picture. This is something I just pulled out of new stuff. 2016 U.S. limited edition FYE alternative cover. That is $95. The first auction of the night is still available. 38 special. 38 special is a $25 buy it now. And Kiss off the soundboard is a 2022 green vinyl sealed. $55 on Kiss off the soundboard. Green vinyl, $55. Okay. Gerald Whitworth is first on BS. Now, Gerald, that could be for Billy Squier or Bob Seger. You got to let me know, and then let me know exactly which ones you want. Chris Frazier next on Bob Seger. Susie next on Billy Squier, but that holds up everything. I can't sell any of them right now until we hear back from Gerald Whitworth. And that leaves unclaimed Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Silvertide, and Supertramp Classics. Goodbye Stranger, Logical Song, Bloody Well Right, Dreamer, $6.99. So Gerald Whitworth wants Billy Squier. Do you want 16 Strokes, Don't Say No, Emotions in Motion, or a live King Biscuit Flower Hour? Or do you just want to go ahead and take all 4 of them? He says he wants all of them but the hits. All right, so these 3 are sold. These 3 are sold to. These 3 are sold for $6.99 to Gerald Whitworth. Okay, that means next is Chris Frazier gets Bob Seger Against the Wind. That means Susie gets Billy Squier 16 Strokes. And we have Kenny Wayne Shepherd. No discount on the CDs. So Danny, $6.99 if you want it. If not, Kristen Starrett wants it. Ace Frehley is sold for $75 to Oso Adventure. That just leaves one Kiss auction. Art Green Vinyl, Virginia Beach, if anybody wants to make an offer. Okay, and then I'm going to offer these as a bundle. So first thing I do is I count all the $6.99 records. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Okay, then I basically cut those in half again. And then I make the $9 records $5. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then I make the $15 records $10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm at, let's say, $210. Now, a little bit more pricier than most bundles, but you saw exactly what you're getting them for. $3.75 each approximately. These for $5 and these for $10. And the average price of these back here for $10 would be probably like what, $30 originally? So I'd say on the average, this crate is going to be like 75 or 80% off sticker price. That's what happens if you buy the whole crate. $210 is where I'm at. Okay, Danny gets Kenny Wayne Shepherd. There is no Bob Seger Deluxe. We're going to do one more crate of vinyl, which is going to be a half-off nonsense crate while I keep showing some of these CDs, okay? These are all $6.99. If not, Paul has already photographed some. I'm going to photograph these. They're going to get posted in the group, and they're going to sell. These are good titles, and we still got that other collection. Bob Seger, Face the Promise. Modern Vintage, 6 a.m. Styx, World Live 2001. Styx, Big Bang Theory. Styx and REO Speedwagon, Arch Allies, live at Riverport. And Stern Tyler, We're All Somebody from Somewhere. Excuse me, Steven. I was like, who's Stern? Steven Tyler from Aerosmith. When I saw the picture, I was like, if that's Stern Tyler, he just looks a lot like Steven Tyler. All right, let me find that half-off crate. Anybody interested in the bundle? Old Man Hilton says, S, thank you. Sticks all. Double platinum sold for $300. So I stand corrected a moment ago. Out of that entire gallery, this is the only Kiss auction that didn't sell. Off the soundboard, 2004, sealed green vinyl. At this point, I'm begging somebody to make me an offer so I can say everything is officially sold. I have shown this 38 special record, a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing, about 20 or 25 times. I'm begging somebody to make me an offer. It's not happened. I'm, at this point, begging. Styx, okay? Now, I'm assuming you want all 3 Styx CDs. So let me show everybody how CD time works to really expedite what happens here, okay? Here's what happens when I'm the expedite CD. When I show CDs and you see 2 or 3 of the same artist and you have a feeling you're first, if you can go ahead right now, as soon as you see that there's multiples, and start letting me know which ones you want, we'll be able to go through like 9,000 tonight. If after you know you're first, and I have to wait to see which ones you want, it could take a lot longer. I always tell everybody, just go ahead and take them all. That's me as a salesman, and that's probably the best thing for you. So Levi, there was 3 Styx CDs. Big Bang Theory, Styx Worldwide Live 2001, and Styx and REO Speedwagon. Now, whatever you don't want, I love Burt Jordan's 3-letter word. He put all. That's one of the best things you can put when you're buying CDs. I'll take all of them, especially when these things are in alphabetical order. You could end up with an entire artist discography. Okay? Then Levi Hilton said 6 and Tyler. So he didn't even want Styx. He wants 6 a.m. So his S was for 6 a.m. And he gets Steven Tyler. Oso offered $45 for Kiss. Sold. Oso Adventure, $45. Okay? The high offer on 38 Special is $20 to Gerald Whitworth. Sold. There's no auctions left. That is the conclusion of tonight's offers. Next on 38 Special was Scott Arnold, then Tim Turner. Joe Sontag, you were next on Steven Tyler. That means all 3 Styx CDs are sold to Burt Jordan. Tim Turner, you were 4th on 38 Special. Danny was 5th. And Christina was 6th. Okay? Nobody wants this bundle. Does anybody want to make a bundle? I was at $210. One more hand of CDs before I pull out a new crate of half off. These are going to be $6.99. Thank you, Levi Hilton. Sorry for the confusion. Okay? First thing is this. Queen, Live at the Bowl. Open, or is Queen on Fire. The Rosington Collins Band, Love Your Man. Or excuse me, the Rosington Band, Love Your Man. A collection of Rockettes hits. They're 20 great songs. The best of David Lee Roth. Wow, he was in really good shape. He looks like he did karate or something, right? He looks like he could kick somebody in half. Rolling Stones 40 Licks. Nice. I had to order that one time on eBay. Smoking OPs. That is a tough album and CD to find. Bob Seger doing covers. Look at that. Scorpions, Deadly Sting, The Mercury Years, $6.99. Okay, first of all, John Griffin wants to get James Taylor for $14.99. So that's out of the bundle. And then Neil says, can you flip through the crate again? I have this. I'll read you off the titles. And now the price is $195, okay? $195. Bee Gees, Leon Russell, Yachts, Pete Seeger, Firefall, Letterman, Antonio Carlos Jobim, Golden Oldies, Hannibal Brooks soundtrack, Todd Rundgren, Alberta Hunter, Eddie Rabbit, The Brando, Chicago, Crosby, Nash, Orleans, Dr. Hook, Player, Peter Frampton, Robert Palmer, Rod Stewart, The Rascals, Rick Springfield, Utopia, Spirit, Exile, Forster Sisters, Seal Sylvian, Rare Earth, Squeeze, Edgar Winter, The Who, The Hollies, Cream, Lonnie Smith, CCR, Michael Jackson, Beatles, and Fleetwood Mac. It's a good bundle. There's some good titles in there for $195. Okay, so back up at the top, the first thing is Topographic got Queen for $6.99. John Durden got David Lee Roth. That sold to John Durden for $6.99. Victor Guerra was second, then Tim Graham. Burt Jordan got the Rolling Stones, 40 Licks, sold to Burt Jordan. Chuck Haley put Tease. Whatever that was, it already got sold. Charlie Marks on Scorpions. That sold. Susie next on David Lee Roth. Danny Thomason on Smoking OPs. Susie next on Scorpions. Chuck, you were next on Rolling Stones. Scott next on Scorpions. And then what's the details on who's next? Well, first of all, we got to make sure that these aren't sold to... these are going to possibly be sold to Neil Rigler, hopefully. Right, Neil Rigler? And then we have Rossington Band and Rockettes. That's the only two still left in there. Rossington Bands and Rockettes. Now, I'm finally going to go grab and pick out a half-off crate. But first, we have our first stack of CDs, and we're about to go through a lot more. So we're about a third of a way through this first crate. And over here next to me is 6 crates of CDs. So that's coming up. And I'm going to have to do this half-off crate quick because I think everybody's in a CD mode all of a sudden. CD bundle. Or bundle 150. Let's see. I was at 195. So the way I broke that down, Neil, these were $3.75 and then $5 and $10. So there's some really good $10 stuff back here. I will do it for $175 and say I'll regret it. But I'll do it for $175 just to get it off the table. Okay? Just to get it off the table. Here comes some more $6.99ers. I hope y'all are ready. I think I've got everybody's interest, okay? Please be as specific as possible because some of these are very similar. This was a collection that was stored in alphabetical order, so a lot of these are very similar letters. REO Speedwagon, the second decade of rock and roll, 81 to 91. REO Speedwagon Live, nice. Stones, Exile on Main Street. Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll. Stones, Sticky Fingers. REO, You Can Tune a Piano. Shaw Blades, Hallucination, Shaw Blades. I think that's Tommy Shaw and somebody named Blades. Tommy Shaw from Styx. Shaw and Blades. Bob Seger Live Bullet, that's an essential. Here's his other great live album, 9 Tonight. There's Greatest Hits Volume 2. And there's Greatest Hits Volume 1. Working on those night moves. Living on some... dun-dun-dun. Working on those night moves. Neil Rigler, I'll even blow the air horn if you say yes. Come on, everybody chant it with me. Come on, Neil Rigler. Come on, Neil Rigler. Seeger. Whoa. Seeger, did y'all see that? Seeger. Tommy Shaw. REO. Stones. All sold to Burt Jordan. REO. So 3 REO Speedwagons. 4 Bob Segers. And Tommy Shaw. And who's Blades? Jack Blades. Danny wants Greatest Hits Volume 2. Got it. Kristen got Live Bullet. Got it. Volume 1 and 2. Volume 2's already been sold, Chuck, but I will give you Greatest Hits Volume 1. Jack Night Ranger. Okay, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Or I forgot who he was with. So that's the Shaw Blades. Never seen that. I know that's not available on vinyl. All right, sold to Neil, $160. But you don't get the air horn because it wasn't $175. So too bad, too sad. No air horn. But I will give you an invisible handshake. A lot of cool stuff going out of here. That was a cheap price point, but they've already been left over from the flip crate, so time to move them. These will never be shown again now. They are retired, and they're going to Neil Reigler's house. Thank you, Neil. Thanks to everybody who bought something out of there. Sorry that Who record, Wolverine, was held up in the bundle. So if we didn't work out a deal, I would have showed it to you. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for. I am going to sing the Canadian National Anthem. From sea to shining sea. Ooh, here's a crate that Paul went through I've never went through. How about we go through a half-off crate from Saturday night when I wasn't here, and we'll go through it half off, and I've never even seen these records. And I usually never do this. I usually read through them again, and I do them best off for myself. So here we go. Canadian National Anthem. Derek Clark, he knows it. He's watching up in Canada. Sorry, I'm a patriot. I am red, white, and blue. I'm an American. Can't be singing any foreign national anthems here. That's a great way to lose a lot of customers, okay? We do have a lot of Canadians watching, though. They know I'm a patriot. Okay, Stars and Stripes forever. If I have to, I'd go to war. I hope they just don't put me on the front lines. I need to be like behind a computer or something. But if I have to get a rifle and a helmet, I'll do it. Okay, here we go. And I'm going to start showing CDs. Half off crate, no more, no less. Video is blank. You probably need to reset Facebook then, because we are live and we are rolling. Jim B says he's no longer buying from Coletco. Jim, I don't even know if you are an American. I don't even know where you live. The Rolling Stones, this is $20, a 1974 Presswell press. Holy moly. A beautiful record. These should not be half off. This is truly what we call nonsense. $20 off, $20 on the Stones. Moonlight Sonata, Morton Gold, $5. Somebody wrote on it early 60s. $5 on Morton Gold. The Big Soul Band, Johnny Griffin Orchestra, a 1960 mono on Riverside, $12.50. $12. Moonlight Sonata, so did John Durden. Over here, we have Quiver. Quiver's a 74 promo, $12.50. A white label promo for Quiver, $12.50. Mel Torme, the Torme Touch. Mel Torme. Folks, we have the Velvet Fog again. There he is, the Velvet Fog, Mel Torme, $5. Man, I would love to fly an F whatever, a F-14, what do we got, 14s now, 20, what are they? Golly. Imagine getting behind the wheel of one of those. Golly. I would join right now if they told me I could do that for about 2 years. I would take a hiatus from Coletco. It'd probably take you, what, 2 years just to learn how to fly before they probably even let you in one, don't they? How long do you got to be in the Navy before they allow you to fly one of those? 10 years? Surely it's not like right out of the chute. Does anybody, we got to have some people watching that was in the Navy that knows. Or a stealth bomber. How long before they say, all right, you're going to get in this thing and fly it by yourself? They'd be like, Chad, you're not getting there. You'd fall asleep. They'd be like, Chad, we're not going to let you fly this thing. You're definitely going to fall asleep and crash it. All right, we got CDs for $6.99. Miles Kennedy, The Ides of March. Gary Moore, 1982 Ballads and Blues, 1994. Motley Crue's Greatest Hits in the slip booklet, or in the slip case, $6.99. We have Motley Crue Live. Live Entertainment or Death, Motley Crue live. And let's pause at Steve Miller, Book of Dreams, Steve Miller, Fly Like an Eagle. One more, Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf is $6.99. We're tagging some CDs here for $6.99. Levi Hilton put M. Now that could be for Miles Kennedy, Gary Moore, Motley Crue, Miller, or Meatloaf. He wants Motley Crue live, okay? So Motley Crue live is sold to Levi Hilton for $6.99. Chris Frazier was next. He put MO for Motley Crue, or it could be for Gary Moore, or it could be for, no, it's probably not for Meatloaf. So Chris, if you want Motley Crue, or if you want Gary Moore, you'll have to let me know. Okay, and then Victor next on Motley Crue. We got to hear back from Chris Frazier first. He does want Motley Crue. Was that for Greatest Hits? Let me know. Okay, and then next is Chris Frazier. No, next is Kristen Starrett on Gary Moore. That for sure goes to him. Danny Thomason, third in line on Crue. Chris Frazier gets Meatloaf. Chuck Haley was next. Chris Frazier does get Motley Crue's Greatest Hits. That leaves Miles Kennedy and both Steve Miller bands. Back to the half-off nonsense crate. We still got Mel Torme, Quiver, the Big Soul Band, and the Rolling Stones, a beautiful copy. The Incredible String Band, a 72 promo, $12.50. Netherlands, Dan Fogelberg, $5 on that. Crosby and Nash live, $10 on Crosby and Nash. Tom Paxton, Outward Bound. Tom Paxton is $10. Frampton, Breaking All the Rules, $5. Niels Lofgren, Night Fades Away. Niels is $5. Los Flechazos, a 1989 Spain press, $20, half off of $39.99. And David Lindley, El Rayo X, $5 on that. One thing about going through CDs, I'm reminded two things, and this is why CDs are still very popular. One is stuff that's not available on vinyl. This Motley Crue has never been pressed on vinyl. This live album, if it has, it's got to be something very, very rare, limited edition or something. So I get excited for two reasons. One, seeing stuff not available on vinyl that I know people's going to buy. Number two, all the stuff that could be pressed on vinyl that's not pressed on vinyl yet. So there's a lot of stuff that is still to be released for the first time on vinyl. You'll see a bunch of these in the next couple hours here on CD. David Lindley is sold to Peter Haas for $5. Thank you. More CDs. The Best of Dave Mason. Ted Nugent live at Hammersmith. To my knowledge, I've never seen either one of those on vinyl. Nazareth live. This is out of print. Hair of the Dog. That is not in print on vinyl. $6.99. Night Ranger, Hole in the Sun. And Ted Nugent, Caveman. When we're done with this half off, we're about to go exclusively to CDs. We got Orchestra Soul by the Lost Boogaloos from 1967. That's $13.50. And we have Tender Fury, a 1988 alternate rock sealed for $20. Tender Fury, 1988, that is sealed for $20. Topographic wants Nazareth Hair of the Dog for $6.99. And Kristen Stark gets Ted Nugent live. And Susie on, did you want Nazareth live, Susie, or Hair of the Dog? Hair of the Dog's already claimed. And then next we have Les Baxter, The Sounds of Adventure. $7.50 on Les Baxter. Oh, wow. And OG, On the Sky, Shrink Wrapped and Hop Sticker with the Chicago Bulls theme song. $10 on that. Also, Donovan's Greatest Hits. $5 on Donovan. And Concert for the People of Campuchia, The Clash, Elvis Costello, Ian Dury, Paul McCartney, The Who, $15 on that. So she wanted Hair of the Dog, and Gerald Whitworth wants live. So that is sold to Gerald Whitworth. Charlie Marks on Alan Parsons Project, that's sold to him for $10. And we have Zager and Evans, $7.50 for Zager and Evans, okay? Quick flash here. These are all from the same artist. There's one outlier, but I was going to wait and do all these at the same time, okay? We have REO Speedwagon, a 3-disc box, Find Your Own Way Home. That's going to be a steal at $6.99. Then REO Live at Rockplast, REO The Hits, REO The Ballads, REO 9 Lives, and Rolling Stones Made in the Shade. All of those are $6.99. Sully on REO, and let me know which ones you want. Maybe you want all of them. Peter, you were second on Alan Parsons. Jim B next on REO. Second Honeymoon by Deaf School. $10 on Deaf School. Also, Mother Mania, the best of the mothers of invention. $20 on that. And Loudfield, some Blue Days, Black Nights. An 86 UK. That is Loudfield, some $10 on that. Sully wants the 3 CD set. I have a strong feeling that's the one Jim B wanted. And then Burt Jordan got the Rolling Stones. Chuck Haley got REO Speedwagon Hits. And Christopher Yoakum, you were second on Rolling Stones. Patrick Lear on Lau. And Victor Guerra on the best of the mothers of invention. Last crate here, we're doing everything in here half off before we do exclusive CDs for about the next, I don't know, hour probably. Nice. Neil Young after the Gold Rush with the poster. No condition notes. Neil Young is $20. Flash in the Pan is $7.50. Crosby and Nash, Whistling Down the Wire. Crosby and Nash is $10. Quiet Village, The Exotic Sounds of Martin Denny, $5. 3 REOs remain. We're going to go ahead and grab another handful right quick. And we're done with our first crate of CDs. There's that. And this, we're about to get in some great titles over here. Holy moly. That one I definitely need more. That's a nonsense. That'd be really nonsense if I sold that for $6.99. I just sold one, but here we go. These looks like some pretty dang good titles. First thing we're going to do, though, is Charlie Marks on Quiet Village. Martin Denny is the Queen Rocks, the second CD. Queen Rocks is already sold. That sold earlier. All right, here's a new fresh, and this one's pretty random. Yeah, there's some of the same artists, but these are pretty random. The Best of Prince, Pink, Funhouse, The Greatest Hits of Pink, Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, Ted Nugent, Love Grenade, Nickelback, The Long Road, Nickelback, Feed the Machine, Nickelback, Get Rollin', that's their most recent album. Nickelback, Live from Nashville, that came out just last year. Ted Nugent, Full Bluntal Nudity, or Nudity, and Night Ranger 7. I'm looking at it. You're kidding. We sold a Queen earlier. Queen Rocks. Is that the Queen Rocks, the second CD? Okay, this is the one that was a bizarre compilation. Sorry. I could have swore we sold something earlier called Queen Rocks that was live. I know we sold Live Queen earlier. This appears to be a studio. I honestly don't know what this is. I mean, I know every song on here, except maybe 2. I know every song on here very well. But it looks like it's some kind of budget label. It doesn't say anything about being live. There's one retake. I Can't Live With You, the 1997 Rocks retake. So I honestly don't know. So $6.99 on Queen Rocks. Earlier I was like, I'm not for sure what I'm looking at. Pink Greatest Hits, that's sold to John Durden. Vicki Allison on Very Best of Prince. Chris Frazier on Pink. Now, if that's for Pink Funhouse, if it's for Pink Floyd, you'll have to let me know, okay? Topographic, second on Pink Floyd, unless that's what Chris Frazier didn't want. Burt Jordan on both Pink. Now, was that for Pink or Pink Floyd? And Pink Floyd was his request. Okay, you're possibly third in line. And Queen Rocks is sold to Scott Arnold. All right, so we're going to go back up at the top. Chris Frazier wants Wish You Were Here. Okay? That means Topographic, you're next. I've got Division Bell. Okay? Division Bell, if that's not what you wanted, let me know. Burt Jordan, that means you might be fresh out of luck. And Peter Haas. The only thing left is Pink Funhouse. And then Night Ranger, Ted Nugent, Nickelback, and Ted Nugent again. Okay? Topographic does want Division Bell. Let's finish off the half-off records. Alan Parsons Project, the best of Alan Parsons Project, $10. We had a copy of this earlier. A 72 UK, their Satanic Majesty's Request. $20. I want y'all to look how cool this is. I don't know if Paul showed this to you. This is a 72 copy in stereo. But look at the way they made the jacket. Okay, so if this record was still sealed in stores, you could have peeked at the inner sleeve. And if that was blue, it's in stereo. And if it's in red, it was in mono. So they had this inner sleeve tucked in there where you could see the blue on the font or the red. And of course, London did mono and red, and they did stereo and blue. So that's a really cool. It's got literally a die cut hole in the back of the jacket so you could see if it's mono or stereo. $20 on that. Alan Parsons sold a topographic, and Christina got the Rolling Stones. That's sold. Also, we have Alice Cooper, Love It to Death, $12.50. He does not have the thumb being stuck out of his jacket to make it look like his ding-a-ling. Merle Travis Guitar Standards, $7.50 for Merle Travis. Deep Purple is a sealed late 70s press. $20 on that. Mike needs to put back Division Bell, so this instead is sold to Burt Jordan. Burt Jordan gets Pink Floyd the Division Bell instead. Robert Gordon, Too Fast to Live, Too Young to Die, $10 on that. And Marshall Tucker, Running Like the Wind, $7.50. Neil Young, the half-off price was $20. The vinyl's near mint minus, and it has the lyric poster. So the vinyl's EX Plus, near mint minus, and it has the lyric poster. Time for a new handful of CDs. Let's grab, oh wow, let's grab these right here. These are $6.99. Man, I wish this was available on vinyl. Oh, man, that would be awesome. The Outfield Playing to Win, which is like an outfield greatest hits. Look at this. Ozzy at Budokan. Wingspan, a 2LP. Paul McCartney and Wings greatest hits. That's what I was talking about earlier tonight. That's the last time Wings did a compilation except that new box set that we have. Mammoth 2, Wolfgang Van Halen. Marshall Tucker's greatest hits. Paul McCartney back in the United States. Live 2002. If that's available on vinyl, it's pretty tough, like very tough because it came out then. Louisiana's LaRue, Bayou Degradable, the best of Louisiana's LaRue. And Paul McCartney, Tripping the Live, fantastic. Another live, and this is the highlights. That's part of a bigger box set. Tripping the Live, fantastic. Okay, so first thing is Christina Curtis gets the Alice Cooper out of here. Burt Jordan got the sealed Deep Purple out of here. And then what was the soul jazz record from Riverside? That one was the Big Soul Band, Johnny Griffin Orchestra. 1960 mono arrangements by Norman Simmons. Riverside 331. And that was $12.50. Next is Chris Frazier first on Ozzy Budokan. Ozzy Budokan sold to Chris. Scott Oman second. Charlie Marks next. Victor Guerra third. Kenny Rowe gets Wings. John Durden on Mammoth. Susie next on Ozzy. Then Danny. Susie on no Van Halen in here, Susie. No VH. And then Chuck Haley got Marshall Tucker. And he got Louisiana's LaRue. And there's that. And over here, we have still got the outfield, of course, they're known for Josie's on a Vacation Far Away, and then the two live Paul McCartneys. Nice. What's his track? He's changed his track listing a lot. I think there's just some songs in here he can't sing too well anymore. He did a lot of these last night, though. His voice is still, I mean, he's 80-something, but still, for what it is, it's amazing. And then over here we have, is the Stones in here? OG. Let's see. Yeah. George Piros. The Dead Wax says Rolling Stones. Yeah. This is a beautiful copy. The only thing on it right now is this dust. $20 on that. MIT Lab wants both McCartneys. Okay, and then Mammoth has already sold. John Durden got that one, and she wanted Mammoth. Okay, that still means you were second. Wolfgang Van Hay, oh yeah, you're still second. Okay, Patrick Lear on the Stones. All right, and I'm just going to read these titles. This is all that's left out of that half-off nonsense bin, and we're ready for new CDs. No Jimi Hendrix over here. No Jimi Hendrix over here. Let's go ahead and do another handful of CDs. I want to make sure everybody's locked in for CD time. This is a great collection, great titles, and they're all just $6.99 all night long. This kind of genre all night long until I think everybody's going to sleep, and then I'm going to stop showing them. They keep selling like they are. They're going to keep coming out. Nickelback, Here and Now. Nickelback, Silver Side Up. The Best of Stevie Nicks. The Essential Molly Hatchet. Molly Hatchet Live. Eddie Money, Shaking with the Money Man. Mountain, extended versions, as in Mississippi Queen. And let's pause right there with Barry Manilow. Okay, we'll pause right there with Barry Manilow. The Essentials, a 2-CD set. Okay? And the first thing on this stack is the following. That was on Stone. Chris Frazier on ST for Stevie Nicks. If that's not right, let me know. ST was for Stevie Nicks. And then John Durden on The Essential Molly Hatchet. Burt Jordan next on Stevie. Susie on Eddie Money. Chris did want Stevie Nicks. And Danny, there's only one Molly Hatchet, Double Trouble Live. You can say sold or pass on that. That left Nickelback, Barry Manilow, and Mountain. Okay, and Sully wants Mountain. $6.99 CDs. Here's what's left in the half-off crate. If you want a price, let me know. Quiver, Mel Torme, The Incredible String Band, Netherlands Dan Fogelberg, Crosby & Nash Live, Tom Paxton, Peter Frampton, Niels Lofgren, The Los Fachazos, Los Boogaloos, Tender Fury was sealed from 88, $20. That means it's $20 off. Les Baxter, Donovan's Greatest Hits, Campuchia, Zager and Evans, Deaf School, Flash in the Pan, Crosby Nash, Merle Travis, Robert Gordon, Marshall Tucker. Neil Young is still available unless Chesler got it. Did Chesler say he wanted this? He asked about it. I want to make sure he didn't make a claim. Neil Young was $20, by the way. All right, new CDs. Let me grab these last two that I didn't show, and let's grab a new handful. Okay? And we'll start right here on top where I left off. This one obviously doesn't have any artwork. Oh, and then what did Scully at, or not Scully, Grog. Chad is the Amy Grant, $65. All right, so Jazz, let me find that for you. That's Grog on the Curtis Amy. Sold to you as soon as I find it, okay? Consider it sold. Consider it sold. All right, here we go. Michelle Branch, The Spirit Room. No artwork. Michelle Branch. Night Ranger, Greatest Hits, Rock in Japan. Ozzy, The Ozman Cometh. Ozzy, Randy Rhoads Tribute. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. Ooh, Tom Petty, The Best of Everything. That's a good one there. Ozzy, Bark the Moon. Somebody's about to get really lucky on the Ozzies. Ozzy, No More Tears. And then Pink Floyd, the double pack of The Delicate Sound of Thunder. Into the Distance, a ribbon of black, stretched to the point of no turning back. Mark Chesler said he will take Neil Young. Okay, thank you. Anybody else on anything in there? Let's go up to the top. The first person was Scott Arnold. All right, you're very lucky. You got dibs on No More Tears, Bark at the Moon, Blizzard, Diary, Tribute, and Ozman Cometh. Or you can take them all. Okay? Chris Frazier's next in line, and then Levi. Then Scott Oman. Shakedown got the sweet Tom Petty. Topographic was next. Sully got Night Ranger, Greatest Hits Live. Burt next on Ozzy. Scott first on Pink Floyd. Susie next on Ozzy. Danny next on Ozzy. Victor next on Ozzy. Burt next on Pink Floyd. Danny, Victor, Old Man, Scott Arnold takes all the Aussies. He just broke a lot of hearts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sold there. No More Tears, Bark the Moon, Blizzard, Diary, Tribute, and Ozman Cometh. Those are all done. Okay? And this entire crazy stack of CDs is going right around the corner with the other crazy stack we've already sold before we have a small earthquake here in Tennessee and these all fall to the ground and collapse, even though probably an earthquake would be the least of our worries, or CDs crashing would be the least of our worries if we legitimately had an earthquake. All right, here we go. And then Jeff Church wants Nickelback Live in Nashville and Nickelback Get Rollin'. Their newest CDs. Yep, right here. Yeah, I can tell they're new just because I know I deal in new vinyl and new releases, but also they don't really release new CDs anymore in jewel cases. Most new CDs only come in like these paper packs. So there's that. And those are sold to Jeff Church. Does the Neil Young After the Go Rush have lyric sheet? Yes, it has the lyric poster. I don't unfortunately have the pressing for you though. John didn't mark the pressing. Okay. No information on that. So while I'm grabbing this hand of CDs, I need y'all to understand this right now. We are officially in full-blown CD mode for the rest of the night. If nobody else wants this half-off crate, I guess I can offer it as a bundle deal, but I'm about to flip over this crate so I have a better place to lay CDs. And I'm going to count these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 albums left. Here's my price if anybody wants a bundle deal, just to go ahead and knock these out. $95 for those last 22 records. $95 for those last 22 records. So we have filled up 7 full crates. That would almost fill up 7.5 crates if we can get that bundle sold to somebody. So think about it. If you want them, they're just $95. I know we got a couple bundlers watching. I'd love to do a bundle deal with somebody. I just grabbed an incredible stack of CDs. $6.99 until y'all drop. We're halfway through the second crate. There's 3, 4 more after that one. Go ahead and say it. Holy moly. Holy moly. All right, here we go. Oh, wow. All right, hope everybody's got their fingers ready. Here we go. A double pack. Queen Live Killers. Nice. The Very Best of Robert Palmer. Pat Benatar Heartbreaker 16 classic performances. Robert Plant Now and Zen. Oh boy. Pink Floyd Animals. One of my favorites of all time. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits with the original artwork. Tom Petty Live. Oh man. The Wall. Oh man. Dark Side of the Moon. Echoes, the best of Pink Floyd. ZZ Top, Antenna, and the very best of ZZ Top, Ranchero Texicano. Nice. Those are all $6.99. Great price for CDs. Up at the top, what is in the left crate? Buttons, and we have a button collection. Give me 1 second, I'll show it to you. I need to get these out of here anyway. Yep, some's already fell down in here. Give me 1 second, okay? Stand by. Let me tag these CDs before we have problems. Shakedown gets Queen. Okay. Shakedown got Queen. Scott Arnold was second. Burt Jordan third. Topographic, you're first on Pink Floyd. You can have dibs on Animals, The Wall, Dark Side, and Echoes. Okay? Your pick on those. Burt Jordan put Flits. He put Flits. That was obviously a miscue. I bet he meant Floyd. Chris Frazier was third on Floyd, then Victor, and then Scott Arnold. John Durden's got dibs on both ZZ Tops. Victor next on Floyd. John Durden does get both ZZ Tops. Susie was next, and then Burt Jordan on ZZ Top. Jackie Reynolds got Robert Plant. Or was that Robert Palmer? Was that Robert Palmer or Robert Plant? He is going to get all 4 Pink Floyds. That's so to Mike Bartlett, Topographic. That leaves Tom Petty, and Pat Benatar. Now, it says performances, but that is studio recordings. Okay? That's one of the few ZZ Top albums that's never been reissued. And Jackie, your pick on RP for Robert Palmer or Robert. Those are both RPs, aren't they? Yeah, RP. Okay, and then I need to move. How can I get this? These two buttons have failed. There we go. Oh. All right, so it was a Bryan Adams button, a Status Quo button, a Robert Plant pin, a Born to Rock button, a Michael Schenker button, I think, a Huey Lewis button, and a Y and T button. All of those were $12 the other night. No claim. $12. I sold them in a bundle deal. Jackie Reynolds wanted Robert Plant. Susie, you were second. Robert Palmer still available. Okay, new handful. Let me get this crate a little bit closer to me. That way we can go through them faster. All right, here we go. Coming up. $6.99. Neil Young, Decade, 2 CD double pack. Southern Rock Best of compilation. Sweet Home Alabama, the country music tribute to Lynyrd Skynyrd. Now That's What I Call Music 6. Backstreet Boys, Destiny's Child, NSYNC, Britney Spears, U2. Harley Davidson Motorcycles Road Songs Volume 2. Pink Floyd Live. That's a fairly new release. That's the Live 1974. Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. Ted Nugent Double Live Gonzo. Ted Nugent Carrot Touch Fever. And Outlaws Live Hitting the Road. He said he would do the buttons for $10. Sold to Charlie Marks for $10. Okay? Sold to Charlie Marks for $10. Let's stack those up right here. Thank you. I've been meaning to show those again for like the 10th time. The other thing that was in there, which has went surprisingly unclaimed, this is $75. It's a 1980 vintage inflatable robot. It is how tall? 30 inches tall, inflatable robot. $75 on that. Okay, back to CDs. First thing we have was Shakedown on Pink Floyd. That was on this right here, Live. Sold to Shakedown. Thank you. Next was, whoops, sorry, got out of place. Scott Allman put Now. Now That's What I Call Music. That's sold to Scott Allman. Chuck Haley got Neil Young Decade. Chris Frazier next on Pink Floyd, then Topographic. Danny got Lynyrd Skynyrd. Scott Old Man Levi Hilton first on Ozzy. Then Chris Frazier. Robert next on Pink Floyd. Susie next on Ozzy. Bert next on Pink Floyd. Victor next on Pink Floyd. Levi wants to pass on Ozzy. That's a $10 billion restocking fee. Now it's sold to Chris Frazier. Sold to Chris Frazier for $6.99. And then Darren Ray was next. So Outlaws didn't get claimed. Neither did Ted Nugent or Harley Davidson or Southern Rock Best Of. Scott Allman says he also claimed Tom Petty's Hits. Okay, when did you do that? I see that now. Tom Petty Hits. That's this one right here. Sold to Scott Allman. Sorry. If I missed something, be sure to acknowledge it to me. I'll take care of you. Scott Arnold wants Harley songs. A lot of 30 tracks. Wow, that's some good stuff. I just glanced at it. I should have read some of those, but it's sold anyway. Okay, right behind me. The crate's right behind me now, so I don't even... Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Holy moly. Oh, gosh. Here we go. Oh, wow. Van Halen, A Different Kind of Truth. Van Halen, the best of Van Halen. The Who, Then and Now. The Who, The Kids Are Alright. Yes, Not a 125. Yes, Reunion. Mammoth, the first one. Van Halen, Diver Down. Van Halen 3. 3 Doors Down, and 3 Doors Down, another 700 miles. That's 3 Doors Down, self-titled. Oh, wow. Jim B has to turn out his volume. Okay, here we go. Chris Frazier, first on Van Halen. You got a lot of choices. A Different Kind of Truth, The Best Of. Technically, Mammoth could be in there. Wolfgang Van Halen. And then Diver Down. And Van Halen 3, those are rare on vinyl. That one and this one. Next on Van Halen was Scott Arnold, then John Durden. Topographic first on Yes. Let me know on 90125 or Yes Reunion. Topographic would be next on that. Susie fifth on Van Halen. Victor Garrett put check, but he meant Van Halen. Bert Jordan wants all the Van Halens. John Durden on Mammoth. And then Scott Oman 3. Okay, so let me go up to the top and figure out who was first. I've already forgot. Chris Frazier. And he wants the first one. He wants Different Kind of Truth. Okay, so that's so to Chris Frazier. The next person in line is Scott Arnold, and he wants all of them. Scott, you get these 3 for sure. Do you want Mammoth as well? Because, I mean, that's technically could have been under Van Halen. So let me know. That's kind of borderline iffy there, but let me know. If not, then it definitely goes to John Durden. I mean, some other people put Van Halen. John was next on Van Halen, so... And he put Mammoth later, so it's definitely his. No Mammoth. So this is definitely so to John Durden then. Okay. He's passing on the 2 Yes. Okay. Scott Oman on 3. And 3 Doors Down. Do you want the self-titled or another, I guess, 100 miles or 700 miles? I'm not for sure what that's called. I don't know what that symbol is. It looks kind of like a 7. Your dibs on those. And then next is Danny. Lots of people next on Van Halen. MIT Lab got both Who's. Those are sold to MIT Lab. And then Van Halen 3 has never been officially. No, it hasn't. Scott Oman on 3 Doors Down. No. A Different Kind of Truth has, but it's rare. Pretty pricey LP. And Van Halen 3 has never been released to vinyl. That's right. And for the longest, for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge and Balance wasn't available. I think y'all know that because we used to sell OGs for hundreds. They do still sell for hundreds. Okay? The only thing we don't have left, the only thing that hadn't sold is, Yes, Reunion. Don't know. I know this isn't available on vinyl. Okay, and then Scott Oman wants 90125. What did you pull out for auction? What did you pull out possibly auction? Okay, I'll show in just a second. Here we go. 3 Doors Down, 17 Days. Theory of a Dead Man, Dinosaur. Robin Trower, Bridge of Size. Thin Lazy. How about Thin Lizzy? Live and Dangerous. Tesla, Real to Real. Train, For Me It's You. Train, My Private Nation. Uncle Cracker, Happy Hour. Uncle Cracker with You Make Me Smile, da, 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 and Uncle Cracker 72 and Sunny, and Van Halen Fair Warning. I love Fair Warning's first track, Main Street. All right, first thing here is Scott Oman on 3. 3 Doors Down, sold to Scott Oman. Next is Scott Oman on T for Tesla. No, he put Test for Tesla. Danny next on T for Tesla. But Danny, your T also locks down a couple more. Theory, Thin Lizzy, and Train. Now, if you don't want any of those, just say pass. But your T locks down those, actually. Scott Arnold for sure gets Van Halen. Victor next on Tesla. Susie gets both Uncle Crackers, and that only leaves Robin Trower, Bridge of Size, unless Danny's T was for that too. I have a feeling he was after Tesla, though. And I don't think any of the Trains, Theory, or Thin Lizzy's had been claimed anyways. So Theory is so to Danny Thomason. And I don't think any of the Trains or nobody was next in line for those anyway. So both Trains and Thin Lizzy and Robin Trower still available. Train is no longer available. Scott, let me know if you want For Me It's You or My Private Nation. What did I pull out earlier? I pulled out this. Queen's Greatest Hits, 1, 2, and 3. How about a $10 start? It's a 3 CD box set. It is a 17.3, so what is that? 10, 20, 30 times 7 times 3, 21. 51 tracks. $10 start. $10 start on Queen. We'll put that up for a quick auction, okay? $10 start. Danny got Theory. And then Scott Allman gets both trains. Okay. Then Danny got Thin Lizzy. And Topographic got Robin Trier. Wow, nothing left in there. That last handful left nothing. My stack is almost topsy-turvy. Let me straighten this up. Let's do one more handful. And, oh, wow, okay. Let's do, ooh, okay, ooh, aha, oh, whoa, no. Shinedown, Amaryllis, Shinedown, Us and Them, Train, Drops of Jupiter, Nickelback, Dark Horse, Nickelback, All the Right Reasons, Nickelback, No Fixed Address, Van Halen, Women and Children, Van Halen 2, Van Halen, 5150 and OU 812. Nobody has bid on Queen. Final call for a $10 start before I make the Platinum Collection a buy it now. You've got a couple options. You can go ahead and bid, or you can try to grab it for a buy it now. Your pick. Okay? Scott first on Van Halen. Let me know if you want OU 812, 5150, self-titled 2, or for Women and Children first. Mega Blast was second. Scott Allman got Train. There was only one this time. And then Danny on Shinedown. Do you want Us and Them or Amaryllis? Us and Them or Amaryllis. And then Queen has bids for 10 and 10. That means Nickelback, and Nickelback did not get claimed. 3 Nickelbacks. He wants David Lee Roth and 5150. David Lee Roth. Well, are you talking about all the David Lee Roth albums and 5150? Let me think about this for a second. David Lee Roth is on this one, not that one, and not this one. So he wants all 3 Roths and 5150. Okay, I got you. It took me a second. No OU 812. Yeah, Roth, and 5150. Okay. So that means next in line, OU 812 was Mega Blast, but he's already claimed. Denise was second. And so this Van Halen is still left. Okay. Danny Thomason got both Shinedowns. Queen has bids for 10, 10, 11, and 15. And we have a gigantic stack of CDs. So let me take these in here to the... Whoa! Ah! Oh. There's got to be a first time for everything. Oh, no. Oh, no. I've finally done it. I let them get too tall. Oh, no. Let's see what happened. I think I saved them all except 4 over here. And then 2 hit the floor. Oh, no. I got these very bad out of order. Okay, all those are okay. Let's go through the ones I dropped and make sure they didn't break, and then we'll have to check them. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. I've never done it until right then. It took 20,000 CDs to finally do it, and I'm sorry for whoever's watching the sale because those just got really bad out of order. So it finally happened. All right, these over here are okay. Let me make sure the jewel case. I mean, everything tonight didn't have cracked jewel cases. So, yeah, don't need to see the stack. I kind of moved it too quickly. All those are okay. 2 hit the floor over here. Okay, let me see if I can get to them. They're actually in a pretty bad spot. I'm going to have to climb underneath this table to get to them. Oh, boy, here we go. Oh. All right, so here's the only two that really hit hard. Shine Down, which Danny Thomason, It's Okay, and the jewel case didn't get cracked. And Van Halen 2, which I think was Scott Oman's. It didn't even pop out. It's okay. And surprisingly, the hinge didn't break. The hinge didn't break, and the cases didn't get cracked. These are okay. Let me make sure one didn't slide underneath the cart or hidden underneath here. No, I don't see any. I see some trash underneath there, some old sticky notes. Hey, I actually came out clean. Okay? Now, these are very much out of order, so everything's okay. Scott Oman. Scott Arnold. Yeah. That's the only two that hit the ground. They didn't crack and they didn't get scratched. Or damaged, I should say. So, we got lucky. My first ever CD spill. Y'all caught it live on candid camera. Yeah, I think what's happened, they moved my light up. These stacks are way... I used to have a light, like a little desk light over here, and that would be my threshold of when to go restack CDs. And honestly, they moved this light up, and none fell down in here, right? We're good. Okay. Queen is Greatest Hits 1, 2, and 3, the Platinum Collection. The high bid is $15 with Chuck Haley. $15 with Chuck Haley. Everybody else is out. That's what's up for auction, okay? Right back to CDs. All right? Let's not try to stack them up to Jupiter anymore. I'm going to skip over all these compilations. I'll come back to them, but there is a ton of compilations in here in the rest of this crate. I'd rather get over here to something more recognizable, artist, you know, okay, because compilations are tough because we got to do track listings. Here we go. Hank Williams Jr., Habits Old and New, Original Classic Hits, Volume 5. Hank Williams Jr., Born to Boogie. Hank Williams Jr., I'm One of You. The Very Best of Dwight Yoakam. No artwork on this one. Dwight Yoakam's Greatest Hits from the 90s. No artwork, though. Volunteer Jam, Classic Live Performances, Volume 1. Volunteer Jam, Classic Live Performances, Volume 2. Van Halen, Balance. Uncle Cracker, No Stranger to what? The Best of Van Halen, and Van Halen FUCK. Okay, Queen has new bids for $16 and $18. Travis has Queen for $18. Scott Arnold on Van Halen. So you got dibs on several then. You just got dibs on Balance. You got dibs on Best of and FUCK for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. Vicky's first on Dwight Yoakam. Vicky, let me know if you want Very Best of or the Very Best of the 90s. You got two chances there. Danny on Hank Williams Jr. There's three different ones, Danny Thomason. I'm One of You, Born to Boogie, and Habits Old and New. You got dibs. Next in line on Van Halen's are Chris Frazier, then Burt Jordan. Christina wants all the Hanks. And then Burt wants all the Van Halens. Shakedown, Volunteer Jam. I'm assuming you want both Shakedown. He wants all of them but Best of. Okay, so he wants the 2 studio albums here. So does Scott Arnold. The Best of Van Halen still available, and that's if Chris Frazier wants it. And he does want Best of, so that's so to Chris Frazier. Hank Williams still pending to Danny. I'm One of You only. Okay, so this is so to Danny for $6.99. These two here, next in line was Christina Curtis. She gets the other 2 Hank Williams Jr.'s. And then Uncle Cracker went unclaimed. I'm going to put him up there. And then Vicky wants both Dwight Yoakams. The last bit on the Queen box set is a final call. I don't think Danny went out. He's the only one. It's at $18 with Travis Woods. Okay? And let's see here. Excuse me. I think I got into some dust when I climbed underneath this table earlier. Here, let me try to get these artists together. All right, those should be really good, and shows should this. All right, here's a pretty good stack. Some of these comps I know. Y'all know them, I know them, we all know them. or they're similar to ones we've already had like this. Here's Harley Davidson Volume 1, Legendary Road Songs, and that's just as good as the other one. Here's Volunteer Jam 567, never available on CD. That was the first time it was on CD. It was vinyl only. Yes, Highlights, the very best of Yes. I guess when CDs were very popular, people used to say, this isn't available. This is the first time it's on CD. Like we say, this is the first time it's on vinyl. Yes, the very best of Yes. That was the first Yes CD I ever bought. It's a greatest hits. The very best of The Who. And then we got a run of ZZ Top. Fandango, Eliminator, Tres Hombres, greatest hits. And then Fast Times at Ridgemont High. And then that's a great soundtrack, Armageddon, the album. Over here, Chuck says Flag, best of Van Halen. Somebody was ahead of you. Chris Frazier was ahead of you. He was next in line. Chris was next in line on Van Halen, and he did get best of. So, Chuck, he was ahead of you. Danny bid 20 on Queen. Vicky Allison on Harley Davidson. Scott Arnold was next. Queen got a new bid for 24. Danny, you got outbid. Scott Arnold's got dibs on ZZs. There's 4 different ones. Fandango, Eliminator, Tres Hombres, and Greatest Hits. Chuck Haley first on Yes. Mega Blast next in line on ZZ. Chris first on Fast Times. Scott Oman next on Fast Times. Danny Thomason next in line on ZZ. Chuck Haley first on The Who. Robert next on ZZ. John Griffin got Armageddon. And George Burleson got Volunteer Jam. Queen is sold to Travis Woods for $24. And then ZZ Tops are Scott's, all except Greatest Hits. So these 3 are sold to Scott Oman. Next in line on ZZ Top was John Durden. He's passing. Danny, ZZ Top is available. And then Robert, you're next in line. Okay. And then Chris says change Van Halen to Chuck Haley. All right. So change this to Chuck Haley. The best of both worlds. Chris says you can have this, Chuck. So that's sold to Chuck Haley instead. All right. Chad, please don't spill these again. That's pending to Danny and then Robert. Next handful. Let me hand pick some more out of here. Actually, let's knock out this artist here. He was very popular a moment ago. Who is this here? Okay. I got a couple more country in here. And yeah, let's do these. All right. Scott Arnold's on the ZZ Top. Yes, sorry, we got 2 Scotts watching. Whoever's tagging, make sure y'all keep it straight because we got 2 hot and heavy CD buyers, Scott Oman and Scott Arnold. Okay, we have Hank Williams Jr., Stormy. I'm going to be honest, that's some very cheap looking artwork. And then we have Hank Williams Jr., The Pressure's On. I like that one. I've always thought that one's cool in front of the train, so he balanced it out there. Carrie Underwood, Some Hearts. We have Keith Urban, Be Here. We have the Songs of Hank Williams Jr. That's a Bocephus celebration. Hank Williams Jr. Major Moves. Hank Williams Jr. America Club. And Hank Williams Jr. Whiskey Bent and Hellbound. So Danny does get ZZ Top's greatest hits. Another non-rap collection. Jim B, I told the same thing to Donna earlier. Let me just tell you something about rap and jazz. Very few people have it. It just doesn't happen. CDs, cassettes. Jazz much more than rap, but it's just not out there. Maybe 1 out of every 100 collections might have a handful. Okay, here we go. It's just not going to happen. If it is, they wouldn't be $6.99. They'd be, Paul would take them and individually price them for $30 and $40 a piece. They'd be tough to get. Hank Williams, he wants Pressure and Whiskey. All right, so there's that and Pressure. All right, those are sold to John Durden. Danny, you're next in line. And Danny, you can have the following. We still got America Club, Major Moves, the Bocephus Celebration. That's people covering Hank Williams Jr., so not really Hank Williams Jr. And then that's Stormy. Okay, Susie Q got Carrie Underwood. Chuck Haley next in line for ZZ Top, and nobody claimed Keith Urban. Danny's dibs. Whatever Danny doesn't want, Christina Curtis wants the rest of them. Chuck, you were next on ZZ Top. Here comes some more. We're in a fresh new crate. Here we go. Great stuff here. 3 doors down. Us and the Night. 3 doors down. Slash. Living the Dream. Slash. Apocalyptico Love. Slash 4. Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits. Shinedown. Planet Zero. Rod Unplugged. Shinedown, Somewhere in the Stratosphere. Shinedown, Leave a Whisper. Shinedown, The Sound of Silence. Rod Stewart, Still the Same. Great rock classics of our time. $6.99, okay? John Durden, and then it's up to Danny on Hank Steele, and then we're already into a new stack, okay? So Scott Hilton put S for Slash, and he wants all 3 of them. All 3 slashes are sold to Levi Hilton. Scott Oman was next. Victor was next. Chuck Haley on Rod. There's 2 different Rod Stewarts in here. Make that 3 different Rod Stewarts. There is Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits. There's Rod Stewart Unplugged. And Rod Stewart, Still the Same. Great rock classics of our time. Boy, I'm tongue twisted. Susie was next. Danny on Shinedown. Danny, there's Shinedown, Sound of Whisper. Shinedown, Leave a Whisper. Or excuse me, The Sound of Silence, Leave a Whisper. Somewhere in the Stratosphere, Planet Zero. And then 3 doors down, sold to Sherry Darnell. Sherry Darnell also got Keith Urban. Okay, and then Christina on Shinedown. And Shinedown, Whisper, and 45. Okay, give me 1 second on that, because Danny's pinning on those. Hank Williams, Stormy, and Covering, yes. Is that a third? The Hank Williams Jr. that's still available, it's up to you to let me know which ones you want, is America Club, Major Moves, Stormy, and The Songs of Bo Cephas, a Hank Williams Jr. celebration. Scott Oman said Flag on 3 doors down. I may have missed something. Hold on a second. 3 doors down. Okay, so your 3 wasn't for... Oh, that was Slash 4. My bad. I thought that album was called Slash 3, and that's why I skipped you. Scott Oman Sherry was first on 3 doors down. Danny gets all 4 Shinedowns, and Chuck Haley wants Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits. I don't think there was another Rod Stewart. There was. Susie, you're next on Rod. There's Unplugged and Great Rock Classics of Our Time. Okay, let me know on that. Danny gets all 4 of these Hank Williams Jr.'s. Those are sold to Danny Thomason. Okay, go. Folks, hold your breath. I'm picking up another stack of CDs. I'm not going to show them to you. Okay, here's the stack of CDs. Earlier, when I picked those up, I didn't shuffle them so they were balanced. So when I moved them, they were all crisscrossed, and it just, the physics didn't work out. The physics said, not today, Chad. You didn't remember your Physics 101 from Mr. Geist class. Mr. Geist class. He taught physics. I didn't make an A, I promise. But I forgot about some basic stuff there. All right, here we go. We have Velvet Revolver, Libertad. We have the Pat Travers Band. We have Theory, Wake Up Call. Theory of a Dead Man Savages, Train Alive at Last, Replugged Live Tesla, 38 Special Anthology, Velvet Revolver Contraband, 38 Special Live at Sturgis, 38 Special Strength in Numbers, and 3 Days Grace Humane. 3 Days Grace Humane. Off to another fresh start of CDs. We have Velvet Revolver, Pat Travers, Theory, Train, Tesla, 38 Velvet, 38, and 3 Days Grace. Victor Guerra put but he meant Velvet for Libertad. Or, Victor, do you want Contraband? Libertad or Contraband? Your pick there. Scott Oman first on Tesla. That was the only one. Sold to Scott Oman. Danny Thomason on 3 doors down. No. Theory of a Dead Man. So to Danny Thomason. Chuck Haley, you're first on 38 Special. I have Strength in Numbers, Live at Sturgis, or Anthology. Or, Chuck, you can take all 3 of them. The only thing not left is Train. Oh, there's 2 Theories of a Dead Man, too. Danny, there's Theory of a Dead Man Savages, Theory Wake Up Call. So let me know which ones you want there. There's actually 2 Theories. And then we still got Pat Travers and 3 Days Grace. Victor wants Velvet Revolver, Libertad. That's sold to him, $6.99. How much longer? At least a half hour or 45 minutes. at least a half hour, maybe 45 minutes. I said I'd slow down when I think people have stopped buying. Doesn't look like nobody has stopped buying. Now, when I go through a stack and there's a bunch of incredible stuff that doesn't get claimed, red flag goes up. So Velvet Revolver went unclaimed, contraband. Danny has dibs on both theories. And then that leaves 3 Days Grace, Train, and Pat Travers. And Chuck has dibs on 38 Special. He just wants Anthology, a.k.a. Greatest Hits. Okay? And then those two are still pending to Danny. I got a couple more box sets, too. Not for sure if we'll auction them tonight. But let's go ahead and do some more. We'll start right here with John Durden's favorite band, so he doesn't go anywhere. Van Halen, 1984. Volbeat, Steal the Deal, and Let's Boogie. The Johnny Van Zant collection. Van Zant, Brother the Brother. Van Halen Live, Tokyo Dome. Joe Walsh's Greatest Hits. Gary Wright, Dreamweaver. Stevie Wonder, The Definite Collection. Wallflowers, Bringing Down the Horse. Danny Thomason does get both theories of a dead man. Scott Arnold first on Van Halen. Scott, do you want Tokyo or do you want 1984? And then John Durden next on Van Halen. Scott Arnold also put V. Now, he put another V comment, so that locks him in possibly for Volbeat or Van Zant. And then after that, John Griffin's next on Van Halen Live. Danny Thomason on Johnny Van Zant. And then Chuck Haley on Stevie. All right, so we definitely can sell Chuck Haley, Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits. We're going to sell Susie, Rod Stewart, Rock Classics All the Same. The first Van Halen is sold to Scott Arnold, 1984. The next person in line is John Durden. Let me know sold or pass on Live Tokyo Dome. John Durden. Live Tokyo Dome. And then Scott Arnold's V was for Volbeat. Danny Thomason, do you want Van Zant, Brother to Brother, or Johnny Van Zant Collection, or both? Danny Thomason's next on that. Victor, you're next in line on Van Halen. Possibly. No, you're not. There's no Van Halens left. Scott Arnold, I've already tagged him for Volbeat. Sherry Darnell on Joe Walsh. John Durden did get Van Halen Live, Tokyo Dome. And that left the Wallflowers and Gary Wright Dreamweaver. Gary Wright is now sold to Brian. Danny gets both Van Zant. The only thing left is the Wallflowers. Okay? Next handful. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This guy had a great collection. Great music. All right. Here we go. Shinedown, Threat to Survival. Shinedown, Somewhere in the Stratosphere. Smith and Myers. Slash, World on Fire. Shinedown, Attention. Styx, Return to Paradise, 2 CD. Stone Temple Pilots, Thank You, the best of Stone Temple Pilots. Rod Stewart, Absolutely Live. Styx Live, The Grand Illusion, and Pieces of 8. Double CD. Styx Greatest Hits with a dusty jewel case. Styx Greatest Hits Part 2. Styx The Grand Elusive Crystal Balls. Live, 1976, 1978. And Van Halen, live, right here, right now. Scott Oman wants 3 Days Grace from this stack. Human. All right, I just seen that pop up, so let's go ahead and do that right now. Levi Hilton put S. That was literally for everything in the stack, so you get one S. Okay, so let me know which S you was after, and then which albums, because your S is what tied down pretty much the entire stack. Is the Slash the same I got earlier? No. This is all from one guy's collection, so there should be very little duplicates. There should be. I haven't seen a duplicate yet because it's all one guy's collection. Okay? Next is Danny on SD. That's another Shinedown. So Levi just gets Slash. That means Danny has dibs on Shinedown, which is going to be several. Danny, that is for these three: Attention, Somewhere in the Stratosphere, or Threat to Survival. Victor's next on S. He wanted Slash. That's already been sold. Christina's next on Shinedown. Susie put H. And Chuck Haley put Styx, Greatest Hits 1 and 2. Okay, got those for Chuck. Susie gets Van Halen. And Topographic on Styx. Do you want the Grand Elusive Crystal Balls? Styx Live. And that leaves Rod Stewart, STP, another Styx as well, Return to Paradise 3, and Smith & Myers. Danny gets all three Shinedowns, okay? So only thing pending is these three Styx to Topographic, Mike, and then Smith & Myers, Stone Temple Pilots, and Rod Stewart, the only ones unclaimed there. All right, let's do some more. $6.99. I'll see how we are. We are halfway through our next crate, and it is all pretty much great sellers. Let me give you some artists that's coming up. Def Leppard, Dio, Boston, The Cult, Alice Cooper. Okay, I won't say any more. Those are some coming up to give you an idea of what's happening, okay? First, we have this. We have Highway to Hell, Dirty Deeds, High Voltage, For Those, Flick, Aerosmith Gems, Tribute to Aerosmith, Rod Stewart Storyteller. I think that might be 4 CDs. Wow. Fly, and If You Want Blood. Okay. First is Live GI, Live Grand Illusion. That must be a good one because GMB wants it too. You just got a $3,000 CD for $6.99. That leaves Styx, the Grand Elusive Crystal Balls, unless that's what GMB was after. If so, then or no, wait a minute. He put Live GI. Is that for Grand Illusion or Grand Elusive? They're both GI. They're both GI. Topographic, they're both called Grand Illusion and the Grand Elusive. Elusive or Illusion? One of them's worth a ton of money because GMB claimed it. Scott Arnold, you've got dibs on 2, 4, 6, 7 AC/DCs. Okay? Scott has first dibs. Susie on RS for Rod Stewart. So to Susie. Then Topographic, then GMB. Is there any Grateful Dead CDs in there? I don't know. And then Chuck next on Rod. And then Topographic wants the black one. I hope you mean this one, the Grand Illusion. Now, Jim B, if you wanted the Grand Elusive, you can say sold or pass. The only thing they didn't sell were the Aerosmiths, the Aerosmith Gems and the Tribute to Aerosmith. And then Scott Arnold's got dibs on all the AC/DCs, and nobody else is in line. So if what he doesn't get is still up for grabs. There's nobody in line for those. George, the reason I don't know is we're only halfway through the second crate, and there's 3 more crates, and I did not buy these. Paul did. So I honestly don't know what's in this collection. I wouldn't have a clue if you walked up to me and slapped me. Okay? First thing we're going to do is show some more CDs. Boston, Greatest Hits. Boston, Third Stage. Boston, Life, Love, and Hope. I've never seen that before. Boston, self-titled. Boston, Don't Look Back. Boston, Walk On. That's got to be everything. I think that's everything they've probably pretty much ever put out. Def Leppard, yeah. Def Leppard, Euphoria. Default, One Thing Remains. Def Leppard, Retroactive, and Def Leppard, Pyromania. Okay, and then he wants all but Let There Be Rock or High Voltage. Let There Be Rock. There's no Let There Be Rock. There's If You Want Blood. So I've got you down for Highway to Hell, If You Want Blood, Dirty Deeds, For Those About to, Flick of the Switch, and Fly on the Wall. So only one not claimed is High Voltage. Okay? Chuck Haley got Aerosmith Gems. And then first locking down Def Leppard was Scott Oman. Pyromania, Retroactive, Euphoria, or Yeah. Chuck Haley on Boston's Greatest Hits. That's so to Chuck Haley. Victor Guerra on Boston Live. It's actually Life. To my knowledge, Boston has never released a live album, which is crazy to think of. If it is, I have never seen a Boston live album on vinyl. I don't think anything exists. This is called Life, Love, and Hope, and it's an Italian import. I don't think this is live. It's an Italian import. It's got that Italian sticker on the back. Okay, and then Victor Guest on Retroactive. That was, okay, that's Def Leppard, but these are pending to Scott Oman, and then Patty is actually next in line. Okay? Patty's actually next in line. So, last two, Patty can have the rest. The last two was Retroactive and Pyromania. I hope that's the one you wanted, because I flipped them. Victor Guerra gets this Boston. So, Patty, the two Def Leppard CDs that's left is Yeah and Euphoria, if you want them. What didn't get claimed was Default, Boston, 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 and Boston. Their first three studio albums, and then the one that came much later in the 90s. That's all that's left out of there. Okay, moving right along. Hope you are ready for these. If not, you probably need to get ready. Okay, Scott, let me make sure we get Scott with the right Def Leppards. Okay, that's so to Victor Guerra. Scott, do you want Def Leppard, Yeah, Euphoria, Retroactive, or Pyromania? Sometimes it's best to put the exact titles, because if you say first two or last two, you put down the other two. Okay, yeah, you might have to let me know exactly. Yeah, Euphoria, Retroactive, or Pyromania. Otherwise, because sometimes I'll reread them and it's different order from first time to last time. It could get out of order there. Just want to make sure we get you with the right ones. And we got Dr. Hook. We got Dr. Hook Revisited. So Dr. Hook Greatest Hits, Dr. Hook Revisited, Elvis 30 #1 hits, Eagles Desperado, Def Leppard Drastic Symphonies, Cinderella Gold, that's a double CD, Def Leppard Slang, not available on vinyl, Def Leppard X, The Dang Yankees Don't Tread, Deep Purple Greatest Hits, and Deep Purple Nobody's Perfect. All right, so Scott Oman on Yeah and Euphoria. Thank you, sir. So Patty, now Patty, you can have Pyromania or Retroactive. So Patty, let me know on those. Scott Oman on Cinderella. Chuck Haley on Dr. Hook. Let me know if you want Revisited or Greatest Hits. Victor Guerra on Drastic. Drastic was Drastic Symphonies. That's sold to Victor Guerra. Chuck Haley on Elvis #1 hits. Jackie Reynolds next on Cinderella. Patty got Def Leppard X. Chuck Haley got Deep Purple Greatest Hits. Chuck Haley wants Dr. Hook's Greatest Hits. And that leaves Dr. Hook Revisited, Deep Purple Nobody's Perfect, The Dang Yankees Don't Tread, Deep Purple Slang, and Eagles Desperado. Patty's passing on Pyromania and Retroactive. So those two are still available if anybody wants them, okay? And guess what? We have quite the tower of CDs over here. And let me pick these up. And I got to kind of move them to the center of the table anyway to get my center of mass. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to walk with them. Wow, that's a lot of sold CDs. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 towers deep. I think the most we've ever did one night is 6 towers. And so that means we're definitely going to tie that tonight. That's pretty amazing. And we're going to be, when we pause, we'll probably be halfway through this collection. Can everybody come back tomorrow? If not, we might need to even go longer. But we're not at a stopping point. We're at a point of me just grabbing more CDs right now. Here we go. We have Scott Arnold wants Def Leppard Pyromania. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. With Sheryl Crow. Come on, come on. Sheryl Crow, the very best of Sheryl Crow. All I want to do is have some fun. All I want to do is buy some Collect Co CDs. CCR Chronicle. Mirror Ball, Def Leppard, Live and More, Def Leppard Adrenalize, Def Leppard Yeah, Def Leppard Hysteria. Nice. Def Leppard Viva Hysteria Deluxe Edition. Wow, somebody's going to get lucky. Def Leppard Sparkle Room and Def Leppard Self-Titled. Wow. Whoa. All right, so first we have Def Leppard, Def Leppard, Def Leppard, Def Leppard, Def Leppard, Def Leppard, Def Leppard. So Scott Oman first. Chuck Haley on CCR. That leaves Sheryl Crow and Sheryl Crow. Let's go ahead and do another stack while we figure out who gets Def Leppards. Here we go. Don't go anywhere. We're going through another stack right now. A new Def Leppard claim. Def Leppard Best of Vault. The Best of the Doobies Live. Doobie Brothers Greatest Hits. The Very Beast of Dio. I wish that was available on vinyl. Davin DeGraw Chariot. Eagles Long Run. Eagles one of these nights. Eagles Long Run Eating. Eagles on the Border. Those are all $6.99. Scott Allman wants Live and the Lucky One, okay? So he gets Def Leppard Live, Mirror Ball, and the Lucky One, which was the Deluxe Hysteria Live. So you got 2 live Def Leppards. Next in line was Victor, and he also wanted Viva Hysteria. So did Chuck Haley. Patty wanted Def Leppard, Self-Titled, and Sparkle. Those are so to Patty. Scott Arnold on the Very Beast of Dio. That's right back here. Patty got Def Leppard Vault. Victor next on Dio. And Chuck Haley put Doobie Brothers Greatest Hits. Okay? So that left the following. 3 Def Leppards. Hysteria, Yeah, and Adrenalize. Okay? And then the most recent stack is On the Border, Long Grow Out of Eden, One of These Nights, The Long Run, Gavin DeGraw, and The Best Doobie Brothers Live. Very Beast Volume 1's not on vinyl, but Volume 2 is. Yes. If they press Volume 1, then they did maybe a while back or a long time ago. But far as in print, Very Beast Volume 1's not available. And I think it's because the early Dio stuff is always imported. So it's, I think it's licensing problems. The expensive, the highly sought-after early Dio stuff is, I think, licensing. Okay, first thing we have is Cheap Trick, the complete Budokan concert. Cheap Trick, Music for Hangovers. The Essential Cheap Trick. Alice Cooper, A Fistful of Alice. The Best of Alice Cooper, Mascara and Monsters. The Cream of Eric Clapton with a Dusty Jewel Case. That's a good one, though. Nice. Coverdale Page. Nice. And Collective Soul, 7-Year Itch, the greatest hits of Collective Soul. Chuck Haley picking out some Eagles. He wants Eagles One of These Nights. He gets Eagles On the Border. And that leaves The Long Run. The only stuff not claimed was Best of Doobies Live, Davin DeGraw, Eagles The Long Run, and Eagles Long Road Out of Eden. Okay, first on Cheap Trick was Topographic. Let me know if you want Budokan, Hangover Music, or Essentials. You got 3 there, Mr. Topographic. Chuck Haley, I got you for On the Border. Victor Guerra on Music. Music was Hangover Music. Okay, you were second. Chuck Haley got Cream of Clapton. Topographic just wants Budokan. That means Victor Guerra gets Music for Hangovers, and that means the Essential Cheap Trick, a double CD, a lot of music, is still available, and so is the Best of Collective Soul. Wow, Coverdale Page unclaimed, and the Best of Alice Cooper, and A Fistful of Alice. That's also like a greatest hits, it looks like. Okay, cool stuff there. There's a couple more handfuls left. And what time is it? It's 1:26. That's probably going to be about right. We might get started on the next. And then there's 4 box sets, 6 box sets. I'm probably going to scan these and straight price them. So even after I'm done with this stuff, you probably... Actually, there's one more handful of CDs left. Okay, but first... Topographic also wants Cheap Trick Essential. And Chuck Haley wants the Best of Alice Cooper. All right. David Coverdale, Jimmy Page still available. Here we go. Cinderella, Long Cold Winter. Cinderella Night Songs, Human Stew, a tribute to Alice Cooper, CSNY, Deja Vu, Jim Croce's Greatest Hits, Crosby, Stills, and Nash Greatest Hits, Daughtery, Leave This Town. Daughtery has pretty much nothing available on vinyl. Daughtery again, Daughtery self-titled, The Cult, Pure Singles, Eric Clapton, Just One Night, and Def Leppard, Diamond Star Halos. Def Leppard, Diamond Star Halos. These are all $6.99. Okay, first thing is Scott Arnold on C for Cinderella. Jackie was next. Mega Blast on Cult. Scott Arnold was next. Chuck Haley on Jim Croce. Crosby on CSNY. Christina next on Cinderella. That left Diamond Star Halos, Def Leppard, Clapton, Just One Night, Daughtery, CSN Greatest Hits. Chuck put CSNY. Okay, that was for Deja Vu. CSN Greatest Hits, Chuck. If you wanted both, I know that's different, but kind of the same. You might have wanted both of those. Deja Vu is what I tagged you with because it's technically Young. Why? CSN still available. Tribute to Alice Cooper. And wait a minute. There's two Cinderellas. My bad. Blah, 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 blah. There's two Cinderellas. Scott, let me know which of the two you wanted. Long Cold Winter or Night Songs. My bad. There's two Cinderellas. And then Jackie Reynolds was next. Scott did want both. Okay, there was two Cinderellas there. Okay. Let me go ahead and start a new handful, and I'll start looking up these 6 box sets. That way the show doesn't come to a creeping stop. I'll go ahead and start the next crate. And that means tomorrow we'll have about this many more to go through, okay? That means tomorrow, you know, we're about halfway through these. Well, you know what else I have? I have all the comps over here I kind of skipped. Let me grab a handful of comps, and there's still some country in here too. Nothing wrong with that. So let me grab another handful out of this crate that I skipped because there's some big country artists in here too. And I know y'all love comps. So here we go. The greatest hits of the 70s. Original artist, original hits. Harley Davidson Road Songs. 30 tracks, 2 CDs. Easy Riders. Volume 5. 18 Screamers from the 80s. Travis Tritt, Strong Enough. Travis Tritt's Greatest Hits. Nice. He doesn't have anything available on vinyl. Carrie Underwood, Denim and Rhinestones, and Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. Chuck Haley also wants CSN for $6.99. Vicky wants the 70s. Scott Oman on 18, which was Screamers of the 80s. Thank you, Scott Oman. Scott was next, and then Vicky. That left Whitesnake, Carrie Underwood, Travis Tritt, Easy Riders, BOC, Skinner, Outlaw, Marshall Tucker, a lot of Southern rock and classic rock on that one, and the Harley Davidson. So does Scott Arnold. Jackie, you're first on Travis Tritt. Let me know if you want Greatest Hits from the Beginning or Strong Enough. Okay. Let me open up Discogs to scan the first box set. This one's always popular. And I could very easily auction these things tomorrow. I think you know that. I know that. We all know that. But if you're sticking here late for me, I'm going to scan these on eBay and Discogs and do fair comps. I honestly prefer eBay pricing over Discogs pricing on these comps. Because Discogs is weird because some people just sell loose discs out of here. And it messes up the median and stuff. You know, they'll sell one of the discs out of there for like $9.99 or something. So let's price these accordingly. And this first one is $24.99. $24.99. Aerosmith Pandora's Box. Aerosmith Pandora's Box. That is a 3 CD and book box set. $24.99 for Aerosmith. And I'll tell you one more thing I'll probably do. Let's read through these one more time when I'm done. Okay, Jackie gets both Travis Tritts. Thank you on that. I have time. I mean, I don't think the feed ends until 6 minutes after 2 a.m. So we definitely have time. And Aerosmith's $24.99. John Griffin wants a Barry Manilow Essentials. I will dig that out in 1 second. Gretchen Wilson here for the party. Gretchen Wilson. The soundtrack to Hope Floats with Bryan Adams, Garth Brooks, Deanna Carter, Sheryl Crow, Lyle Lovett, the Mavericks, the Rolling Stones. #1 group, 70s greatest rock hits, 18 rock hard hits, and 18 hard rock hits volume 1. That was volume 2. Volume 1, volume 2. Barry Manilow. Is right here. Aerosmith's $24.99. This is dangerous, John Griffin. It's like playing Operation. Okay. That's so to John Griffin. Oh boy. Okay, there's that. There's that. All right, Susie gets Aerosmith's Pandora's Box. So does Susie, $24.99. All right, there's those. Scott Arnold wants both hard rock hits. Those are both so does Scott Arnold. Okay, next box set. Oh, man. Do it with me. This has no barcode on it. Okay, never mind. Let me do a manual search on this one. I have an idea in my head because I think I priced one a few months ago. $29.99. Pink Floyd, Is There Anybody Out There? The Wall Live. $29.99 on Pink Floyd. Is there anybody out there? Okay, another stack of $6.99 CDs. Another stack of $6.99 CDs. Now that's what I call Music 49. Pitbull, Kesha, Lord, Miley Cyrus, Katy Perry, Drake, Hayley Williams, Justin Timberlake. 70s Gold. That's a great comp. The Ultimate Rock Album. Classic Rock Hits, 3 CDs. And I'm about to drop this crate. This is going to sound loud. ZZ Top, A Tribute. Jukebox Hits of the 60s. Now that's what I call Music 43. Class Reunion, The Greatest Hits of 1973. And 70s Hits Back. I remember when they used to sell these at like Cracker Barrel. They had a whole section. I think it was Cracker Barrel. People having class reunions. You know, class of 73. You needed something to play. John put XZZZZZ. I guess that's the tribute to ZZ Top, right? Or he's fallen asleep, one of the two. That's so to John Durden. ZZ Top tribute for $6.99. All right, let me scan another box set over here. All right, let me scan another box set over here. This is the price of the following. We'll do this for $29.99 as well. Never seen it. AC/DC Bonfire, as in Bon Scott. Live, that's tough to get on vinyl. Volts, Let There Be Rock, the movie Live in Paris. That's got some good stuff on it. And it even includes Back in Black, which is not Bon Scott related, but that's pretty cool. $29.99. And everything's nice. Bonfire. All right, that's sold to Scott Arnold for $29.99. He also wants classic rock hits. $6.99. And John Durden, I think, fell asleep. I don't know if he wanted ZZ Top or not. So there's that. Pink Floyd went unclaimed. And let's start a new stack from the new crate, okay? We're about to start a new stack from the new crate over here. They give you a taste of what's coming tomorrow. And I'm trying to figure out what I've done with those other 3 box sets. How did those disappear? What did I do with them? All right, here we go. We have Boston, Corporate America, Cinderella Live at the Key Club, The Clash, the singles, Jimmy Buffett Live, Feeding Frenzy, The Cars Anthology, Just What I Needed. Look at that. Double CD pack. Charlie Daniels Band, Essential Super Hits, and Charlie Daniels Band Tailgate Party. Vicky says, I claim classic rock. Oh, she did. Vicky was ahead of you on classic rock. Sorry, Vicky. Vicky Allison got the 3 CD classic rock. Scott, you were actually second. George Burleson wants Pink Floyd Live. So did George Burleson, $29.99. I still got 3 more box sets to price. ZZ Top is a tribute, yes. And then Mega Blast got the Clash for $6.99. Topographic got the Cars for $6.99. Victor was next in Chuck Haley. That leaves Charlie Daniels, Jimmy Buffett, Cinderella, and Boston. What did I do with those other boxes? Oh, here they are. Aha. There's 4 more. 5 more. Dang, never mind. Oh, wow. I didn't even see this one. Okay. I'm going to mute my mic again so I can do voice to text so y'all don't know what I'm looking up. Okay. Man, I hate it when they don't have a barcode. All right, next quote box set. I'm going to say $29.99. Led Zeppelin, the remasters. 3 CD, $29.99. That one's also $29.99. 3 CD. The ZZ Top he's putting back is called Sharp Dressed Men, a tribute to ZZ Top with Trace Adkins, Brooks and Dunn, Tracy Beard, Kenny Chesney, Alan Jack, Lone Stars on here, Willie Nelson, Brad Paisley, Hank Williams Jr., Hank Williams III, Dwight Yoakam. That's what we're talking about, okay? And that last stack left Boston, Cinderella, Jimmy Buffett, Charlie Daniels. Let's grab another handful over here. Danny gets Led Zeppelin for $29.99. So did Danny. And then over here for $6.99. Let's do another quick short handful. Blackberry Smoke, Find a Light. Blackfoot, King Biscuit Flower Hour. That will be live. Bad Company, Stories Told and Untold. Nice. The Beatles, 62 to 66. When we straight price these, they're usually like $14 or $19.99. And then the Beach Boys' Greatest Hits, Volume 1. Help me, Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda. Help me get you out of my heart. All right, next little box set thingy over here is going to be priced the following. I will do this one for $24.99. AC/DC Live. $24.99 on that. Okay, that's a kind of a box set, 2 CD with book type deal. Topographic first on B. And Topographic was that for Beach Boys, Beatles, Bad Company, Blackfoot, or Blackberry Smoke. So you got dibs on literally everything, but you can pick 1B. Chuck Haley's next. He wants the Beatles. So that's definitely going to be sold unless Topographic gets it. No, he put, wait a minute. He put, okay, Beatles is sold to Topographic. Now, Chuck Haley's next on Beatles. And then he put Beach Boys. And he's actually the first on the Beach Boys, too. Okay, next is Susie on the Beatles. George Burleson got Blackberry Smoke. Jackie next on the Beatles. Vicky Allison gets the ZZ Top tribute that everybody was passing on. Okay. And then Mike Ospaw wants Cinderella Live from that last stack. That's sold to Mike Ospaw. And then He also gets Blackfoot. Okay. And then AC/DC is $24.99. $24.99 on that. Let's go ahead and knock out another one. And the next one I've had this one before. I'll do this one for $24.99 too. Journey Time 3 or cubed, if you're talking mathematics. Journey is a box set, CD, and book. Journey, $24.99. Time cubed. Let's do another quick handful of CDs right quick. Oh boy. Hope you got your fingers ready. Here we go. Blue Oyster Cult, Some Enchanted Evening, BOC. Black Sabbath, Paranoid. Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. Blackberry Smoke, Be Right Here. Bee Gees, Timeless, all-time greatest hits. Air Supply, the best of Air Supply. Audio Slave. I will say there is a crack down here in the jewel case, but it's definitely the original. It has a big sticker that has the people in the band, Chris Cornell, Tom Morello. Those are all $6.99. Just crawled out of bed and Kiss CDs. No. No Kiss has been shown. We're going through a heck of a collection, though. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of CDs. I'm not even going to show them to y'all because I don't want to spill them again. Let's go ahead and take these in here. All righty. Boom. Done. All right. Scott Arnold was first to Black Sabbath or Blackberry Smoke. I bet it was Black Sabbath. So you can have Heaven and Hell, Never Say Die, or Paranoid. Scott's got first dibs on those. Scott also put AU for Audio Slave. So he's first on that. Chuck put B. Chuck, the only B that's left is Bee Gees and Blackberry Smoke and Blue Oyster Cult. That's up to you, Chuck. And he wanted Bee Gees, so let's go ahead and give that to Chuck Haley. George Burleson gets Blackberry Smoke. Chuck Haley also gets Air Supply. Victor's next in line for Black Sabbath. So he wants Black Sabbath. Scott wants Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. So Victor, let me know if you want Paranoid or Heaven and Hell. Okay? And BOC went unclaimed. There's 2 more box sets, and I'm going to go ahead and knock them out right now. And then we've pretty much hit the ending point of this show. And this one's always been popular. Oh, no barcode. It's okay. I can type this one fast. Never Say Die. Yeah, somebody else put Technical Ecstasy. That messed me up. What did happen here? Hold on one second. Okay, so Black Sabbath. Scott said Black Sabbath, not Never Say Die. Oh, not. Not. Okay, so he gets Heaven and Hell and Paranoid. Okay, my bad. Victor, sorry. So Never Say Die is still available. Victor did not want this. And I think I might have called that Technical Ecstasy. It's obviously Never Say Die. And there's those, okay? This one is $24.99. Pink Floyd Pulse. How cool is that? And of course, that's the one that came with a flashing light. It's not working anymore. I was told there's a way to get into this and change the batteries. I don't see how unless you absolutely destroy it. But no blinking light. Pulse is $24.99. Awesome live stuff there. And I got one more to scan here, and luckily it has a barcode. Unless it's a club edition. No, it's a barcode. And this one I'll do for $19.99. Ted Nugent, Out of Control. Okay. So Victor was next on Black Sabbath, and he wants Never Say Die. Okay, the box sets that are available is Ted Nugent, Out of Control, $19.99. And this appears to be book and at least 2 CDs. Maybe 3. Ted Nugent is 2 CDs and book in a long box. $19.99. Pulse is sold to George Burleson for $24.99. I'm going to stack that over here with the other box sets. Journey is a 3 CD box, Rick Perrine. I'm pretty sure I said $24.99. It's a 3 CD and book. And it's in AC/DC Live was, I've already forgot. I think these were 24. Ted Nugent's 19. All right. Blizzard of Oz Pop Funko. Not to my knowledge. Now, some of those are circulating around Facebook and they're not real. I don't know if y'all have seen those. There's a lot of fake ads running around for fantasy Funkos. Same thing happened with Ozzy sitting in the throne. It looked like the cover of Never Say or No Rest for the Wicked. And that isn't even a real thing, so I don't know what happened there. Okay, let's do just a couple more out of here. Okay. Bon Jovi Lost Highway. Blackstone Cherry Kentucky. Blackstone Cherry Magic Mountain. Black Sabbath Mob Rules. Aerosmith Big Ones. Aerosmith 9 Lives. Aerosmith Just Push Play. And Aerosmith Toys in the Attic. You need to pull out the insert on the Pink Floyd's trigger to change the battery. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it looks like you'd almost have to tear the box apart. So, Scott Arnold on Black Sabbath, Mob Rules, and Mike Ospaw on Blackstone Cherry. Okay, do you want Magic Mountain or do you want Kentucky? I have it in stock, yeah. $29.99. No, Bark at the Moon. Oh, wait a minute. What did you say? Diary. Diary, I'll have to check. I have Bark and the Moon in stock. Okay, he wants both Blackstone Cherries. All right, is anybody that maybe just joined? I'm going to go ahead and try to read through some of these again. I'm not going to show any more new ones. We are officially about halfway through this collection, okay? If anybody wants to make an offer on those box sets, I'd really like to sell them. If not, I'll run them for like $10 and $15 start auctions tomorrow. I know they'll sell then, but if you want to go ahead and grab them now, here's the time. Let's try to start with some of the oldest stuff. And let's do that right now. I might not read through all of them, but I bet I can get pretty fast because there shouldn't be as many crazy claims. But if there is, they're yours, okay? Everything is $6.99 on these. No more, no less. Because what doesn't sell, I usually save up a bunch and then make a big post where people can buy them. Rick Perrine gets Journey for $24. That leaves AC/DC and Ted Nugent, okay? Diary of Madman. Okay, I will check on Bark at the Moon, but I don't think I have it. And I got to find you your Power Slave puzzle. I'll definitely work on that. Eagles, Long Run, and Long Road Out of Eden. Soda Topographic. Okay, and let's get started with the recap. This is REO Speedwagon live at Rockplast. And by the way, this is CD and DVD. REO Speedwagon, $6.99. Also, we got REO 9 Lives. REO The Ballads. Time for Me to Fly, Keep on Loving You. That's like a compilation. The Best of Dave Mason, Long Lost Friends. You and Me Just Disagree. Ted Nugent, Caveman. Night Ranger, Hole in the Sun. Two classics by Steve Miller, Book of Dreams and Fly Like an Eagle. Miles Kennedy, of course, he worked with Slash, The Ides of March. And then Tommy Shaw and Jack Blades from Night Ranger. And, of course, Tommy Shaw from Styx. Just Eden, not The Long Run. Oh, Just Eden. My bad. No longer. Long Run is still available. I'll put it right here. The Eagles Long Run is available. $6.99. Okay. There's stack number one. I'm going to start moving them over here. And then we have Bob Seger, 9 Tonight. Great live album. REO Speedwagon, You Can Tune a Piano. REO Speedwagon Live. REO Speedwagon, The Second Decade of Rock and Roll. A Collection of Rockettes Hits. The Rosenton Bands. Bob Seger, Face the Promise. Bob Seger, If I Knew When. And Bob Seger, Night Moves. Okay, here's what we'll do. And we got Bob Seger, Stranger in Town. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Bob Segers for $25. 5 each on those. Savings of $10. Took me a second there. Round up to 7, 2, 5, 10. So 5 Seegers for $25. Bundle deal. Probably about the only way I'm going to discount these if we can get a bunch of the same artist. That's the best way to do it. Keeps it easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Okay. There's those 2 Oreos. There's 3 more Oreos. And there's another Oreo. So I've added the very best of Oreo Speedwagon Live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Oreo Speedwagons for $35. Okay. Silver Tide Show and Tell. Supertramp Classics. Paul Rogers Now. 2 CD. Including live stuff. Doing some classics live. The best of Pure Prairie League. The best of Santana. The very best of the Righteous Brothers. And then a classic from the Rolling Stones. Let It Bleed. And the Scorpions When Unclaimed. Worldwide Live. Wow. $6.99 on all those. $6.99 each. Scorpions, Stones, Righteous Brothers, Santana, Pure Prairie League, Paul Rogers, Supertramp, Silvertide, Rosalind Collins, and Roxettes. Roxette hits. More $6.99ers. The Pat Travers Band BBC Sessions, Train Alive at Last, Rod Stewart Unplugged, Uncle Cracker, No Stranger to Shame, Nickelback, No Fixed Address, Nickelback, All the Right Reasons, Nickelback, Dark Horse, Yes, Reunion, Outlaws, Hitting the Road Live, Ted Nugent, Cat Scratch Fever, and Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo. Chuck Haley on the very best of the Righteous Brothers, Unchained Melody. That is sold to Chuck Haley for $6.99. Also over here, we got Thank You, George Burleson. The best of Southern Rock, the very best of Robert Palmer. Pat Benatar Heartbreaker, 16 classic performances. Tom Petty Live, Pack Up the Plantation. Michelle Branch, The Spirit Room. Double Trouble Live, Molly Hatchet. Nickelback, Silver Side Up. Nickelback, Here and Now. Outfield, Play in the Field. Night Ranger 7, and Ted Nugent, Full Bluntal Nugety. Also, Nickelback, Feed the Machine. Nickelback, The Long Road. Ted Nugent, Love Grenade, and Pink, Funhouse. Pink, Funhouse. Burt Jordan on Double Trouble, Live, Molly Hatchet. It's right here. Thank you. Sold to Burt Jordan. Nickelback, and if somebody buys these, I'll add to it later. I know there's more, but here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 Nickelbacks, $35. 5 each on those. Of course, we had a bunch of REO bundle, and there's a lot of Ted Nugent. I don't know where they're all at, but if somebody was committed to Ted Nugent, I'd pick them all out for 5 each. Okay. Because there's enough for a bundle for sure. Davin DeGraw Chariot. The best of the Doobie Brothers Live. Def Leppard Hysteria. Def Leppard Yeah. Oh, this is a different thing than earlier. This is a bonus CD with backstage interviews. That's not the actual album Yeah like we sold earlier. Def Leppard Adrenalize. The very best of Sheryl Crow. Sheryl Crow, Come On, Come On. Def Leppard Retroactive. Eagles Desperado. Def Leppard Slang. The Dang Yankees Don't Tread. And Deep Purple Nobody's Perfect, which is a compilation. Highway Star, Perfect Stranger, Child in Time, Lazy, Hush, Hush. That's a good one. I'm working on building a Def Leppard bundle. That might be all of them, though. Dr. Hook Revisited. Boston Walk On, Boston Third Stage, Boston Self-Titled, and Boston Don't Look Back. So 4 Bostons for $20. Their first, how about this? They're only 4 studio albums. They're only 4 studio albums. Default, One Thing Remains. Styx, The Grand Elusive Crystal Balls. That is Styx live at Winterland in 1978 and 1976. Same venue, 2 different years, it looks like. Yeah. And then Styx returned to Paradise. Mike Allspaw wants retroactive, so he's going to pull that out for $6.99. All right. And then over here, we have AC/DC High Voltage, a tribute to Aerosmith, Rod Stewart Absolutely Live, essentially Stone Temple Pilots' greatest hits. It's called Thank You. Smith and Myers, The Wallflowers, Bringing Down the Horse, Velvet Revolver, Contraband. Of course, that's Slash and Scott Weiland. 38 Special, Strength of Numbers, and 38 Special, Live at Sturgis. Rockin' Into the Night. Hold On Loosely, that's what they closed with. Sticks and Sticks is sold to Burt Jordan and Burt Jordan. Thank you on that. CDs, always a fun time. And the good thing is we're going to get to do this again tomorrow. All right. And I got one more stack here. All right. First thing we had is, whoa, please don't fall. We have #1 groups. So this is called Volume 1 and 2, 70s Greatest Rock Hits. Three Dog Night, the Guess Who Sticks, the Grassroots, Sugarloaf, America, Orleans, Player, and Little River Band. This is that soundtrack to Hope Floats with Bryan Adams, Garth Brooks, Deanna Carter, Sheryl Crow, Lyle Lovett, Mavericks, the Rolling Stones, Bob Seger, Whiskey Town. Gretchen Wilson, this one's called Here for the Party. Gretchen Wilson double CD. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. Carrie Underwood. It's Sunday Night Football on NBC. That song's not on here. Easy Riders, BOC, Leonard Skinner, The Outlaws, Marshall Tucker, Allman Brothers, Pure Prairie League, Autograph, Guess Who, Little Ford Sticks, Lou Reed, Twist Sister, Romantics, Jefferson Starship, and Shovehead. Ray Nichols, Shufflehead Band. Okay, I know every song on here, inside and out, upside down and backwards, except Foolin' With Me, Ray Nichols, Shovelhead Band. I've never heard that in my life. Susie Breedlove on Carrie Underwood. Human Stew, a tribute to Alice Cooper. Daughtery, Leave This Town, and Daughtery, self-titled. We got Eric Clapton, Just One Night. Def Leppard, Diamond Star Halos. Alice Cooper, A Fistful of Alice. Coverdale Page. 7 Year Itch, Collective Soul's Greatest Hits. Eagles on the Border, and Eagles One of These Nights. What's the name of that song again? I'm going to go back and find that over here. I'm going to pull it up instead of bringing out my CD player. We have one up front connected to our sound system here. I'm going to get over here right quick and figure out what. That's got to be just something they threw on there. Ray, or it's something I'll know when I hear it. Ray Nichols. C-H. Shovelhead. I'm determined to hear this song. It's not on Apple. Yeah, that's just something they threw on here. That's nothing. I was reading off all these songs, which are like the biggest hits of the 70s. And then there's something on here that they just randomly, they're trying to screw with somebody. It's probably somebody local or something. And they just threw it on here. Ray Nichols, Shovelhead Band, Foolin' With Me. Anybody else ever heard that in their life? I mean, look at this. Don't Fear the Reaper. What's Your Name? There Goes Another Love Song. Heard It Love Song. One Way Out. Two Lane Highway. Turn Up the Radio. These, I mean, every classic rock, 70s, and then Ray Nichols, Shovelhead Band, Foolin' With Me. It's not on YouTube, and it's not on iTunes. I've never heard that in my life. That's weird. Do you have the Two on the Border Seas? I claimed one a while back. I was about to say that. Let me make sure. I'm pretty sure you got one, though. That should have been the second, but I have not seen a duplicate yet in this collection. So let me go look right quick. Eagles. Yeah, you should have got On the Border. I agree. I'll go ahead and tag you for one. There's way too many over here. Either I laid the wrong thing down or there's two of them. But that would have been technically the first, unless somehow crazily it fell when that stack fell over. You know, I did have a stack fall over. So let me go ahead and tag you for it. And maybe if they can spend a little bit more time looking than I can, okay? Aussie Auto, no offers tonight, though. He also claimed On the Border, you never moved him. Really? On the Border? Eagles, On the Border? So there's On the Border, yeah. Okay, so I never did move it. Okay, so yeah, that's yours. I don't think I did. Nice catch there. BOC, Some Enchanted Leaving, that's live. Aerosmith Toys in the Attic. Of course, that's very pricey on vinyl. Aerosmith Just Push Play. Aerosmith 9 Lives. Aerosmith Big Ones. Bon Jovi Lost Highway. Bad Company, Stories Told and Untold. Boston Corporate America. Jimmy Buffett, Feeding Frenzy. Charlie Daniels Band, Essential Super Hits. Charlie Daniels Band, Tailgate Party. Class Reunion, Greatest Hits of 73. 70s Hits, Rock, 70 Hits Back. Now that's what I call Music 43. And then the last ones, Jukebox Hits of the 60s. The Ultimate Rock Album. 70s Gold, that's a great comp. 40 tracks over two CDs. 70s Gold, and now that's what I call Music 49. Yeah, when I search Shovelhead, it's just pulling up a bunch of motorcycle videos, which I think a Shovelhead is a type of motorcycle, like a Harley maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I feel like I've heard them say that before on American Pickers. A knucklehead? What's a knuckle? Isn't it like a rare Harley? Isn't it called like a knucklehead or something? A Shovelhead? Susie got 70s Gold. That's so to Susie. And we're done. Facebook is about to end any second. I think I started at 6:06. It's 2:04. Thank y'all for watching. Facebook's about to automatically end anyway. The show's over. Epic CD run there. I bet we sold 300 or 400. Thanks, everybody. MIT Lab, you were third on 70s Gold. We sold box sets. There was 2 whole John crates I'd even go through. And we sold 7 crates with just a few crates of new vinyl. And that was amazing. So thanks, everybody. Tomorrow, a whole nother lineup of stuff. I'm going to try to start before 6. So after 11, we can transition into half off and then transition into CDs. Because we can go through about this many more tomorrow. And Paul went through some Saturday night, and I'm going to try to find those. That way we can try to sell them here before we take time to post them, because it's more time consuming. I can go through them a lot fast. Thank y'all for making all these purchases. It makes me tuning in a lot more. It makes tuning in for both of us a lot more interesting. So yeah, Facebook's about to expire. There's about 60 seconds left. No offers on Aussie, but I'll listen. Thank y'all. We've been live for exactly 7 hours, 58 minutes. I have virtually not took a break, and I'm done, okay? Yeah, Susie got the 70s Gold. I've already got my mic off. I'm about to turn it off. Thank y'all for watching. A whole 8-hour full-length shows are ready for tomorrow. I better go eat and get ready and get rested for it. Thank y'all, and